And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Clearwater County meeting for July 23rd, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in the public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'll now call the meeting to order at 8:02. We have an agenda before us, but before that, administration requests the following amendments be made to the agenda for the regular council meeting of July 23rd. In regards to item 6.3.3, Clearwater County Village of Caroline Amalgamation Report, be moved up in the agenda to 8 a.m. Due to the funeral processes in Caroline, it is kindly requested that the delegation be moved up to allow councillors the opportunity to discuss the outcome of the report.
Sorry, do you
yes,
need a motion
Deputy.
to amend the agenda?
So yes, we'll need a motion to amend the agenda, please.
I'm happy to make that motion.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. All those in favor? That motion's carried. So yes, going back to item 6.3.3 being moved up to 8 a.m. Would need a motion for that item to move up. Councillor Graham, thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. And then item 4.3, public hearing bylaw 1193-24. The administration is requesting council postpone that public hearing to consider the application to amend the land use bylaw. Administration has not received comments from the applicable referral agencies at this time, and the agency comments to assist council in making an informed decision on that application without said comments would be unfair to proceed. So there is no legislative timeline associated with a land use amendment application. Therefore, this application can be rescheduled and re-advertised for the regular council meeting of August 27th. So seeing that, motion to reschedule, re-advertise the public hearing for bylaw 1193/24.
So,
Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Now, moving on into our need a formal adoption of the amended minutes, please. Amended agenda, sorry. Yes, Councillor Ratcliffe. Thank you. Councillor Lougheed.
Just like to note that I believe, sorry, I had it pinned here, on item 5 of the regular minutes on the 5.1 corporate services, the resolution number.
We're not in the minutes yet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but that'll be next. But thank you, Councillor. Okay, all those in favor of the adoption of the amended agenda? That's carried. Now looking at the motion for to adopt the minutes of the regular meeting of July 9th. And Councillor Lougheed has a comment on that. No, that's okay.
Sorry for my thinking ahead too far. Just notice that the resolution numbers we're reading, for instance, resolution 294/2013 probably should be 2024
Okay.
on a number of those.
Okay. So the votes, yes, the numerical correction. I noticed that as well. Thank you for bringing that up. Any other further amendments to the minutes of July 9th? Seeing none, would you make that motion, Councillor Lougheed, to adopt as amended? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of the amended motion, or amended minutes of July 9th? Perfect, carried. Special meeting, July 12th. Meeting minutes, motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that is carried as well. All right, now we can move along into our regular business. So we'll jump right to 6.3.3, and which is the it would be 6.3.1, so which is our Clearwater County Village of Caroline report and amalgamation application. And I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Haight. please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. So today you have before you the final amalgamation report for Village of Caroline and Clearwater County. This report has been presented to the council committees of the whole, June 14th, in which the committee has, they passed a motion to adopt the report and to forward it along to individual councils for adoption. So with me today is our administrative consultants, Lauren Bartlett from Tetra Tech and Steph Gagnon from Skyline Partnership, and Martina McFarland from, I believe, Tetra Tech also. Martina is the public engagement experts. She had attended the open houses, so is available here today to answer any questions regarding the feedback on open houses. So you'll see that there is a staff recommendation, and it is a motion for council to consider, and it is to approve and adopt the agenda and to have the report submitted to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. So with that, I will turn it over to our consultants to make a short presentation on the report and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies, and please go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. Do you want a PowerPoint presentation? Does that help?
Please.
I'll just share my screen then. So with that, as Ms. Haight indicated, we are here to present the final amalgamation report that was supported and approved by Council of the Committee of the Whole. And so really just want to highlight a couple of key things here. First off, as indicated in the staff report, this report would be presented to the Minister of Municipal Affairs once decisions are made by both councils. It formally proposes that the two municipalities be disbanded in their current form and form a newly amalgamated municipality as you have negotiated through the committee process. The report includes all of the items that the minister requires, including the negotiation process and timeline, the mandatory and operational agreements that have been struck. It also discusses and describes the local authority consultation as well as the public consultation. And this is one of the key areas where the minister expects that you have done consultation, but that the full breadth of opinion is then provided in the report directly, both in terms of the method of consultation and the perspectives that are shared. And so that What We Heard report, as well as the summary information of that, it really represents the requirement for that element. As a reminder, in terms of the negotiation public consultation activities, there were 4 opportunities for people to participate, 2 in person, 1 online, and 1 survey opportunity. And there were a fair number of participants in the local region, both in person and particularly through the survey. In terms of what you heard through that process, there are really 3 major themes: governance and representation, finance, and amalgamation process, with mixed opinions on many of them, but that information is shared in the What We Heard report. And generally that information then fed back into some of the committee decisions that were also ultimately made to land on final agreements. The commitment to proceed section of the report is probably the most important section of the report. It includes all of the required but also recommended topics, everything that you agree to in committee. And it also includes the amendments that were made following the last committee of the whole meeting, where there were a couple of amendments regarding clarification for ward descriptions, and then the addition of ward review commitment by a future council. So those are now included. The supporting documentation, which really makes up that bulk of the document, it's a very large document, but it's really just to ensure that the minister has access to all the materials that are available for the entire process. And so with that, that is kind of everything related to the report itself. And we are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. So now we'll open it up to council to ask any questions, make any comments in regards to the process, in regards to the report? I know it's been a process to go through. This has been enlightenment. I feel like our councils, both councils, have had very robust conversations in our discussions, and as committee of a whole, we've somewhat gone round and round, but we've managed to make some some decisions in regards to this report, alongside our administration and our facilitators. It's been great. Deputy Reeve Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have the opportunity, while the minister is reviewing this, to start doing some integration? Because the minister can review this in a week or 6 months, or so knowing, should the two councils agree to this, and for the betterment of the newly formed municipality, if we can hit the ground running and not need to operate within interim budgets, waiting for a new municipality to be formed January 1st. And we're currently working on our Land Use Bylaw and the general workings of municipality. Do we have an opportunity to at least integrate the interim council before the January 1st so we can hit the ground running?
Ms. Haight.
Definitely. Administration is meeting tomorrow, the CAO and directors, and they will be reviewing a comprehensive checklist for both the county and for the village administration. And it's a long to-do list for sure, but the wheels will be set in motion, and it's the list is divided up according to departments, and it will be reviewed by both Caroline and county administration, and we'll be just getting out of the gate as quickly as possible.
Follow-up?
Yes, thank you. So what happens if the order in council coming from the minister is not the same as what was negotiated between the two municipalities?
That would be presented to council, and administration would follow up with municipal affairs to determine next steps. All of the required information for the order in council has been supplied. All of the decisions are well within legislative framework. I'm not certain if there would be any changes, but definitely if there were, it would be presented to both councils, and then for each council or council of the council's committee of the whole could provide a response to the minister.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions in regards to this process and this report? Any other? Deputy Reeve Melloff.
Sorry, since nobody else's slides are on.
Yeah, no,
I was trying to give everybody else an opportunity.
Yeah,
to jump
exactly.
in. Thank you, Reeve. When will the work on infrastructure studies and stuff like that, things that would have taken place had a different process been chosen, when will that work start? Because even in the what we heard report from the public meetings, those were huge questions that we just couldn't answer. And I believe that the people deserve an answer for that. I would love an answer for it. So it'd be, when does that work start?
So, should the order in council approve the amalgamation, the next phase would begin, and the municipality would be eligible for phase 2 of the transition municipal restructuring grant. And I believe that the amounts of the grant are based on per capita. And so if I remember correctly, there could be up to $200,000 available to begin an infrastructure asset assessment report, which would include full engineering designs and full assessment of the infrastructure in Caroline. The deadline for applying for that grant would be January 31st of 2025. So, of course, work will begin on the grant writing so that the application can be submitted as quickly as possible.
All right.
So in this process, once we've submitted, we get acknowledge of the receipt of the report from that. And as we understand, is there a follow-up process to this between now and January 1st? Or are we just sitting and waiting? I know this has to be in order in council, so we'll have to wait for them to start their fall session, so it won't be until the end of October as far as maybe getting that blessing. But is there anything else in between that maybe this council should be aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. In meetings with municipal affairs advisors, I've been told or advised that staff has been already working on the order in council. So they're very well prepared. They have begun the process of following up with the documentation. And I believe with that advanced work, I think it will be presented to the minister in a timely manner. And it is possible that may not have to wait until October, until fall session comes into place. So there is a possibility, a potential, not written in stone, but because work has already been begun, the minister is very much aware. Administration has submitted progress reports after every committee meeting, and the municipal affairs is definitely on top of this process.
Thank you for that. So seeing no other lights, looking for a motion as per the staff recommendation. Would one of the councillors like to make the motion? Councillor Northcott.
I'll make the motions as per staff recommendation.
Okay, so the staff recommendation motion is whereas the municipality of Clearwater proposes to amalgamate with the municipality of Village of Caroline, and whereas councils of Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline have jointly developed a Clearwater County Village of Caroline amalgamation report dated July of 2024 and agree to the proposed amalgamation. Therefore be it resolved that the Council of Clearwater County adopts and approves the Clearwater County Village of Caroline amalgamation report for submission to the Minister of Municipal Affairs as an application for the amalgamation. Any comments, questions in regards to the staff recommendation? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually have really valued this process to work directly with the Village of Caroline. I felt that the amalgamation process, once we were in that process, the working back and forth was really good, with the exception of all of the other information that would have been nice in order to enter into a marriage, infrastructure deficits, road network deficit, all those things are very valuable information for a municipality taking on a village to have. However, I fundamentally disagree with the dismantlement of Clearwater County. I don't feel that we should have to dissolve in order to enter into this, the joining of the Village of Caroline into Clearwater County. I feel that the community already feels that they're actually a part of Clearwater County, even though they aren't on paper. I cannot support this because I fundamentally disagree with the dissolving of Clearwater County. I do absolutely value the work that you've done on this, and I thank you for that, and our consultants. You guys have done great work. I can't support dissolving Clearwater County in order to achieve the Village of Caroline being a part of Clearwater County.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
I feel like I have to say something. This is such a huge deal. I can't vote without saying anything. It's an interesting topic for me personally to be voting on because it's been getting talked about since before I was even alive. So I think it's time. I think the process should be a little different as well. It seemed like, which we did the process that's laid out and we're supposed to follow, but it seems like it focuses on the wrong things. But that's how it is. Although there were challenges during the process, I think we worked very well with the village, and thank you as well to administration and staff and our consultants. We asked for this to be a priority, and it was evident that it absolutely was, and all the work, especially I think Ms. Haight was kind of the lead on all of it, all of the work that was done to make this happen. We very much appreciate it. There are going to be challenges with the amalgamation. There are going to be many positives. There are going to be surprises. But overall, I think it's going to be assuming it passes, it's going to be a very positive thing. For me, it's kind of an all boats rise in a rising tide situation. I think it's going to help the area prosper, and it's going to be very positive, and we can look at it as Clearwater County 2.0. So I will be voting in favor of this, and I look forward to what the future brings.
Thank you.
Very well said.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I have to share some of those concerns about the process, but this is something that's been decades in the making. And so in spite of those concerns, I will be voting in favor of this motion. And let's get on with building our region.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Any other comments or questions before I call them? Question. I 100% agree with what has been said, and much like Councillor Ratcliffe, this has been in the making for a while, and looking forward to working a little closer with that, with the village and with the residents there, and it's a good day. If we make this positive, this is going to be positive, in my opinion. So I think we can be a thriving region, northwest, southeast. So I think that'd be great. Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. No, I think Councillor Ratcliffe highlighted there was a good comment that it's been decades maybe, but maybe in the future it'd be nice to identify the issues that have brought us to this point to hopefully prevent future amalgamations and dissolutions across the province, but to identify the problems and the items that have got us to this point over the last few decades. I will be supporting this motion. Hopefully to better, even for budgetary items, Caroline being a separate municipality, there's opportunities for to better service, I think, the residents in the southern portion of the county if with one joint municipality. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no more blinky lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you. And thank you, ladies, for so much for your assistance in this and your guidance. I know it's been a big job, but we appreciate your efforts in all this. Thank you so much. And thank you to administration too, as well. This has been an evolving process, and we'll see how it concludes in a few months. So with that, looking at our agenda, because our public hearings don't start until 9 a.m., I'm looking at continuing, if we could, in that section of the Office of the CEO. Would council entertain 6.3.2, and we just continue on with that section and have that section completed before we continue, instead of jumping around? As far as the,
Or are we good to just get?
I don't need a motion to adjust the timeline, so. Anyways, so let's move on then to 6.2.3, please, which is the Mountain View County request for a seconder, the water license resolution, please. And I'll turn it back to Ms. Haight.
Yes, Mountain View County sent a request on behalf of Reeve Albers to, to consider seconding their motion for presentation at the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Conference in the fall. And the resolution is attached, and did council wish to go through it in detail, or?
What is the will of council? I think it's maybe a few highlights. And
Sure. Just to recap, the purpose of the motion is to lobby the province to make some changes in the Alberta Energy Regulator and in Alberta Environment and Protected Areas regarding freshwater use and approval of diversion licenses. As everybody is aware, it's been very hot. There are certain areas of Alberta in a drought situation. And it's confusing at this point between the two regulatory bodies regarding diversion of freshwater for industry fracking. So basically this resolution is just wanting the government to prioritize finding alternatives to the use of freshwater for fracking if drought restrictions are implemented. They're also asking the government of Alberta to realign the designation and transfer of responsibility regulation to ensure that all authority for granting water licenses falls under the Environment and Protection Areas Ministry, and that the AER continue to be responsible for compliance of the industry. They're also asking that the government of Alberta, without exception, require all TDL applications, including diversions from alluvial aquifers, follow the process outlined in legislation, policy, and directives, and that the information on which the approving authority has used to issue the TDLs be made available to the public. So they're just asking for, in addition to some regulatory changes, they're asking for some increased transparency and accountability in the process.
thank you for that overarching theme in that resolution, and I agree with a lot of what's been presented there. I know for myself personally, but as this council may have other suggestions in regards to this resolution that we can maybe either second or offer some amendments. I see two lights, so I'll go with Councillor Graham, then Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I would concur with you, Reeve Swanson. I know I get calls about fracking and water pumping, I don't know the proper terminology, so I would make the motion that council supports Mountain View County's water license resolution as a seconder.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Councillor Graham. I absolutely agree with the recent angling restrictions, et cetera, that were just imposed. I think it's important that this becomes a priority. In particular, I like in the therefore be it resolved that they're requesting that they prioritize finding alternatives. It's not even about finding alternatives, it's about forcing those alternatives, because those alternatives exist. They never used to do it like this. Those alternatives exist, and I too get tons of phone calls on all the pipes that are diverting water out of our waterways into the big Poseidons for oil and gas fracking. I 100% support industry, absolutely I do. It's fed my family for generations, and many of our families, but they need to find a different way, or go back to the way that they did it before, using all that fresh water. So I actually hope that they just go back to the way they did it previous, but this is an awesome first step, and I would be happy to supporting Mountain View on it.
Any other comments or questions in regards to the motion on the floor? Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, you know what I read, it mostly is concerned with the fracking. I think there's as much fresh water used in the water flood system as there is in fracking. They extract water out of lots of rivers and lakes to flood areas so that the water is pushed to the wells to extract oil. That fresh water is never going to be returned on either of these cases, but Mountain View County just refers to fracking. And I think water flood uses as much water, if not more water, fresh water, than fracking does. So I'd like somehow to incorporate water flood usage into that, if possible.
All right, maybe Tracy Lee?
Yes, for the process of resolutions for the RMA Fall Conference, this resolution will be presented to the Central District RMA Zone 2 general meeting that takes place in October. At that time, there will be discussion, and any members who wish to provide motions for amendments are done at that time.
I could bring that up.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, we will, any other comments, questions on the motion to be the seconder for this resolution? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And the motion carries. Thank you. Moving along then to the councillor-sponsored motion, council remuneration policy review. And did you want to open, Ms. Hayde, or do you want me to open? Okay. If you want to start, and then I'll chime in.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. So the procedure bylaw that council has in place provides a specific process for dealing with notices of motions. So at the June 25th, Reeve Swanson submitted the attached notice of motion form regarding the review of the council remuneration policy. That's the first step. And so there was an amendment to that notice of motion to have the actual motion come to council July 23rd instead of July 9th. So today before you is the councillor-sponsored motion, and that is Schedule D. That provides all of the details regarding the notice of motion that was made. It includes a staff recommendation, which council can consider for when they do debate and discuss the motion, and that's that they direct administration to draft proposed revisions to the council remuneration policy for review at a future strategic planning committee meeting. Now, the notice of motion included suggested amendments, and I will turn that over to Reeve Swanson to review, to present. And in addition, there is some background information by way of Athabasca County's remuneration policy that Reeve Swanson may refer to. We have that ready to be up on the screen too for council discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that forward. I know it's the first time we're going through this as a formality, so I just wanted to make sure. So yes, I brought this notice of motion forward, noticing that sometimes we're floundering a little bit on some of the issues in regards to conferences and conventions, you know, what's always authorizing to attend. Some of them are regular conferences that we attend anyways. I thought it would be, that's item 2 on my notice of motion. I thought it would be maybe easier for council to have a look at that particular list and know that those are automatically approved. If you sit on those committees, it's a given with that. Also in regards to our salary in our policy includes a bunch of meetings. So in other words, our council meetings, our strategic planning meetings, workshops, orientation. So if we do miss any of those meetings, should we still be compensated fully our monthly salary if we're missing those meetings? Or is a percentage, taken off our salary if you're not in attendance? There's a definition in our policy in regards to salary rate and what those meetings include. The couple of the other ones that I'd like to maybe bring attention to is regarding submitting our remuneration statements. Again, we see it as on our agenda. Would it be prudent that we pass our remuneration statement off to another counselor to maybe have a quick look and say, yeah, I agree with everything that you've written here, have it, and sign that off? Or is it something that, it's just another checkbox, I guess, for me is yes, we'll all be seeing it anyways, but it's a matter of, especially if we've gone to the same conference together. So for example, we're at Calgary or at Edmonton or Red Deer for a conference, and there's 3 out of 4 of us that are there, or 3 out of 7 of us are there. So we're just making sure that we're being accountable to ourselves, those that are in attendance as well. So that is something, again, for us to discuss. And then the last one, of course, is reimbursement if we happen to not cancel before the late cancellation is already due. And I mean, I understand emergencies come up, and that is totally within that realm. We all have lives outside this council chamber, so with something like that, I can understand. So I've put these out for council's consideration. As Ms. Haight has referred to, I have also went to the county of Athabasca. They just finished doing their remuneration policy review, which I thought was very timely. If you would,
Mike's bringing it up.
okay, Mike's going to bring it up. So they have Schedule A, for example, on their conferences. So you see all the conferences. They have allowances if we want to go to allowances. So for either, that would include, education, and then they have different opportunities to attend conferences. Like there's that include everything except for remuneration in that kind of thing. Go ahead, Ms. Haight.
I did notice that Athabasca's policy, they have set a specific budget amount, and they have capped that amount either per council term or per year. And that's something different that Clearwater County doesn't have in the policy. So that could be something for consideration.
For me, because this was just recent, and that's why I've brought this particular county's policy forward, is because it's just been at the end of June that they've done this review. So I'm wondering if we could direct administration to perhaps do a Google search on some of these or do another research in regards. I know County of Grand Prairie does an annual sum as far as some of this, and maybe do a comparison.
That's
what I'm looking across the room. Sure.
Yeah. If I may, that is standard research process for whenever any kind of revisions are being presented to council. Administration, first step is to do research on other municipal policies.
So at this time, I'm going to ask the balance of council for their comments or questions or approval for some of the 4 topics that I've presented in regards to this council remuneration policy. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think it's very prudent that we go through these annually regardless, but I do think that we have found some gaps and some changes that may be prudent to put on to the policy. But I think it might be as simple as having a motion that directs administration to bring back the remuneration policy and suggested revisions to a future strategic planning meeting, and include many of the examples that you give. And then we can have the examples from the other municipalities, and it can be a good background that goes with it, and all the research, the wonderful research that you guys do. So I'd be happy to make that motion, and you can include much of what the Reeve has suggested. So I would make the motion that council direct admin to bring back the remuneration policy and suggested revisions to a future strategic planning meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I also agree with all of these recommendations and the motion that's on the floor. I think that if anything, it just raises accountability of councillors, which is a very positive thing. I was going to question if it should specifically say the Reeve has to go over the remuneration, because I don't know if there's time all the time to do that. I would look to the two people who've been Reeves in the room, but that's not the motion, so I don't have concerns for that. I definitely see that one as a positive, because I know it's always challenging to know what we charge for and what's part of remuneration for a number of things. So I very much support the motion on the floor.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Northcott?
Okay, no. So for item number 1, so the addition of a policy principle statement regarding deduction of salary meetings as defined in council salary rate are not attended. So really we could just move towards this, an activity-based remuneration policy, and then you wouldn't have any, so you'd just be activity-based. But then I don't know how that would, there would have to be some sort of compensation for, I suppose, research that councillors do to find information on their own time to make their decisions during council meetings and strategic planning and so on. The phone calls for residents, and also the time to bring residents' concerns and things forward. So yeah, you could move to simply, you could just change number 1, just make council more of an activity-based and take the base salary out. The addition, so number 2, the addition of a scheduled conferences. Councillor Graham said it right, it would be nice to have a standardized remuneration so that each councillor knows, so there's no discrepancies. If you go to a conference, that's what you get remunerated. Number 3, addition of a policy statement regarding submission of completed remuneration statements to the Reeve and one other councillor for accountability and transparency purposes. Right now there's 7 of us, so 6 other councillors get to look at each other. But I would put a time frame, because I know I'm going to have a difficult, personally, myself, I know when remuneration statements are submitted months and months after the fact, I don't know if I can support those remuneration statements because I can't remember that far back. So I would like to see a time frame put onto those remuneration statements. That's what I would like to see for number 3. Or just my opinion, sorry. I think that would be a good addition or amendment to this. I'll just leave it. That's my thoughts.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And I would acknowledge that I agree with some of the ideas that you've brought forward, for sure. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I think it's fitting that we have another look at this policy and see what the rest of the world is doing. If there's any practices that we should adopt. Just in going through the policy itself and their definition of what's included in salary, I noticed there's that meetings with constituents aren't included there. So I think some more definition and clarity around this would help us all be on the same page. So I will support this motion.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Malha.
Well, and thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Councillor Northcott and Ratcliffe. That's why my motion was that we can review it and suggested changes, so add a strategic planning, so we can have some really wholesome conversations with the changes that are made and add some of your suggestions, the Reeves suggestions, your suggestions to that, so we can have a really wholesome conversation about it. Because I think that if we were just to say today, just add these in, I think that that would be doing it a disservice. So I look forward to us having a wholesome conversation about this policy in the future.
Thank you. And yes, given the conversation and the comments today, that gives administration an opportunity to maybe include those when we do come to strategic meeting. So thank you for that. All right, motion on the floor to bring to a future strategic committee of the whole meeting. Any more comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So with that, I'm looking at, we have 15 minutes before, a little less than 15 minutes before our public hearing. I'm wondering if we should take a break and reconvene at just before 9. Oh, Councillor Cermak.
I could be out of line with this comment that I'm gonna make.
Oh, did you want to do a live stream or do you want to do it offline?
No, let's do it live stream. I wanna know how motions were brought up before this notice of motion form was adopted in 23. I know that I voted on it. Why was this notice of motion form put in? What was the reason for it and how was it handled before in previous council?
Sure. In previous council, there was no documented process. And in previous terms, notices of motions were hardly ever made. Over the years, as council got more involved and got busier, notices of motions were just sometimes thrown out in council. And it got to be a little confusing, both for council and for administration. And sometimes notices of motions requires some background information. Before council makes a decision, they need to know if there's any kind of budget implications. They just need to have some facts and information. So during the procedure bylaw review, it was suggested that there be a very clear definition of how to handle notices of motion. And these are based on Robert's rules. And so the process is that any councillor can make a notice of motion. They have to indicate their intent to make a motion. That then becomes the notice of motion. Then that motion comes back to council with applicable background information, and council then looks like that notice of motion then becomes a motion. And that's when council debates and discusses, reviews the background information, and then votes on the question. Now, sometimes perhaps maybe the council desires more information, and so they may defer that motion pending receipt of additional information. But the process is to first notify council that a motion is coming, and then the next step is that the motion is presented to council for debate, discussion, and vote. And it is outlined in council's procedure bylaw. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So in this motion, notice of motion is given to administration. The person who's bringing this motion forward has input into the information that you supply to this motion, or does administration do all that background work? In
the process, the notice of motion is distributed to the Reeve and to the CAO. And there's really nothing done at that time when that, so for example, June 25th is when a notice was given.
Yep,
And
for this
it's
one.
just really, it's an announcement. It's a heads up that this motion is coming. And council is aware of that notice because it goes into the agenda. And then the next step is today, the motion was discussed and voted on, and the background information was provided in that Schedule D form. And it should be very thorough, like the background information should include everything that's needed for council to make a decision. And so today, the background information did include everything you needed, and so therefore council passed that motion.
And we passed another motion that we wanted more information on what other municipalities are doing.
That's not typically required because it's part of an administrative process.
Is this creating a whole bunch more red tape that we really don't need?
No, not at all, not at all. It's really a very clear, consistent process to ensure that council is efficient in their meetings. It's really, I would not say that it's red tape. It's so that things can go quite smoothly and in the same manner for any time a notice of motion is given. It provides clear directions so that there's no chance of second guessing or it just, no red tape. It's just a very clear, step-by-step process.
Yeah, it's just that it goes to administration, bring it on, would be the same as if I brought up a motion today that could be looked at the next meeting and brought forward then.
Yeah, yes, you could.
Without any writing or anything.
Yes, you could give a notice of motion today.
Okay. Good.
I thought that through the procedure bylaw. that
Oh,
we-
sorry, yes.
sorry.
No, you have to, 7 days. You have to submit your notice 7 days before the council meeting.
The next council meeting. That's a procedure,
That's
that's a
creating
procedure.
more red tape.
That's a procedure bylaw. So,
Council may waive that 7-day notice if it is an urgent, time-sensitive issue. So for example, there was a wildfire, and say for example, a councillor wanted to make a motion related to that wildfire. No, you can't wait 7 days. Council may, by motion, waive that 7-day period. But that only applies to very urgent, time-sensitive matters.
So then you'd have to call a special meeting to bring a motion forward.
for that type of,
No, and no notices.
I'm getting really confused here.
No notices of motions can be given at a special meeting. That's, yeah, you councillors cannot give a notice of motion at a special meeting. They can only be given at a regular council meeting. 7 days in advance, unless it's an emergency, life or death emergency.
okay. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and come back for 9 o'clock, please. And welcome back to our Clearwater County Council meeting for July 23rd, 2024. So we're at the point of the agenda of item 4.1, which is a public hearing for bylaw 1197/24. I will now call the public hearing to order at 9:04. I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, and the applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So with that, I will start off with Ms. Bealey to, on behalf of the Senior Planner, Dustin Bisson, to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay. Robert and Janine Rule currently hold title to the southeast of 14, 37 of 4, containing 153 acres. The land is located 19 kilometers northeast of the village of Caroline in the Stauffer area. Bob Hagsma with High Country Surveys has made application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate 15.10 acres located in the northwest portion of the quarter section from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision application process to create separate title to this 15.10 acre CRA parcel. It contains a residence, 2 ancillary buildings, and 2 shipping containers. The applicants have indicated existing services, including a water well and open discharge septic system. The reasons the landowners have applied for the redesignation more than the maximum allowable size is to accommodate the existing open discharge septic system to meet the minimum setback requirements. The proposal is described as rolling with some planted trees, shrubs, and lawn. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained off an existing access off Township Road 37-2A, adjacent to the north property boundary. The balance of the quarter is rolling, mostly bare pasture land. There is a developed subdivision taken out of the northeast portion of the quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter can be obtained off an existing access on Range Road 4-1, adjacent to the east property boundary. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural with some residential parcels. So for policy considerations, Dustin has included from the Municipal Government Act matters related to subdivision and development regulations, Section 9, and it outlines the matters to be considered with respect to the land, the type, the use, and the impacts of the proposed subdivision. From Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan, Section 5, Subdivision and Development on Agricultural Land, is in regards to evaluating the ag land, the use of the land, and the reasonable availability for an alternative location. A farmland assessment map has been included in the report for Council's consideration. Policy 524 speaks to limiting infringements on agricultural operations. Policy 6 outlines the general residential development considerations, so such as your site suitability, your location, compatibility with the area, your access, and services such as your water and wastewater. Section 10 outlines providing opportunity for a variety of parcel sizes. specifically 10.2.4, which provides for a larger parcel size if deemed necessary to encompass an existing residential yard site to accommodate the amenities and facilities. Section 10 also outlines preferred locations for creating an additional parcel to serve our growing needs for our community, the legal and physical access, and the number of permitted parcels per quarter section. Section 11 is in regards to a suitable access and water and wastewater services. And section 14 addresses additional studies that may be required, matters that shall be considered, such as impacts of the redesignation, and it addresses municipal reserves, which will be considered at the subdivision stage if it was to go that far. So from Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw, we've outlined the proposed land use designation, so the CRA district, which outlines your permitted and discretionary uses, building requirements, and the acceptable lot sizes. So for policy considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 15.10 acre residential parcel in the northwest portion of the quarter section. With the current MDP, oversized parcels may be approved to encompass existing services. Legal and physical access exists to both the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter section. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming operations and do not anticipate the proposal will negatively impact existing farming operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subdivision be approved, the parcel will be considered the third title from the quarter section and would align with the MDP 10.2.2. At the regular council meeting held on May 28th, council reviewed and gave first reading to this bylaw, and as required by legislation, today's public hearing was advertised in a local newspaper, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representation made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading.
Thank you. So I'll ask now if council has any questions for the development officer at this time. Seeing none, I will now ask if there's any comments received from referral agencies.
Did receive some comments. TELUS, Blue Mountain Power Co-op, and Fortis all had no concerns with the application. As Clearwater County's assessment department wanted to advise the applicant that the subdivision would change from residential and farmland to only a residential. Public Works, Operations, and Infrastructure had no concerns, but are requesting a road widening caveat. And Regional Fire had no concerns. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on July 17th and recommended that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment with a reduced parcel size to meet policy. MPC recommended two options. To reduce the area, to redesignate to be approximately 8 acres and have the landowner replace their existing septic system as a condition of subdivision, or to reduce the area to 11.78 acres and allow the existing septic system to remain.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I now invite the applicant to speak to the proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to agency comments. Go ahead, Mr. Exman.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Firstly, I'd like to apologize on behalf of the rules for not being here. Bob is down in Calgary today having surgery, and his wife, of course, is with him. They're elderly people, and things could go wrong. But I've changed things a little bit since first reading. We heard that council was concerned about the size, so I don't know if you have my revised plan today, Holly. And what I did was I made up a plan that took the absolute minimum amount of land, yeah, there it is, leaving the septic discharging. The rules aren't wealthy. And in order to change that septic discharge to some kind of a field system would be very, very onerous to them. Frankly, I don't think they'd be able to afford it. They'd be stymied by it. So I took it upon myself to do that. They weren't happy with reducing it, but I explained to them in my professional capacity that sometimes this is what we have to do in order to make things happen. So I think they'd live with it. They'd like to see more, but frankly, you know, speaking as a land surveyor and someone myself who's concerned with losing farmland, I believe this is a decent option for them. There's that little corner on the southeast there, and I show that as being 0.344 additional acres to the 11.44. But you know, in looking at it, if you're farming, a 45-degree angle is a better thing to do than a 90 anyway. So it might be better just to leave that off. And I guess MPC was maybe considering putting that in, bringing up the, I think you said 11.8 something acres. But yeah, so that would be adding that 344 in. So what we're trying to do is do our best here to accommodate application to what the county wants to see. I'd be happy to answer any other questions. Oh, excuse me, before I do that, one other thing I did do was I tied in that dry pond there, and I show it there along with the mature trees to the south of it. I know there were some questions about that. It looks to me like the only way that you'd be able to have that thing hold water is to line it somehow or something like that. And as far as holding fish, I'm not sure what the steps are to do that. But we've got a setback of 100 feet approximately to the nearest corner. So, and yeah, if there are any questions, I'd sure be happy to entertain them.
Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Actually, I did have a question regarding the pond, so thank you for bringing it up. I know it's noted as a dry pond, but, and you're saying that it would be difficult to hold water, but let's assume that it could hold water because it is a pond. What is the setback for an open discharge to an open water body? Because that's
45 meters.
45 meters.
Don't quote me on that.
Because that was one of my
I'm pretty sure it's 45 meters. Yeah, because the only 90 that we have is to the property boundaries. But do you know off? So yeah.
To a water body.
Yeah,
I know
sorry,
that
I didn't show a setback to that. I didn't even think about it. But.
yeah, environment, Alberta Environment, I think would have some concerns with open discharge that close to a potential open water body. It is listed as a pond, despite it being dry.
Right.
Supplementary.
Yeah, go ahead.
With regards to the septic, is there a way to determine whether this septic is actually legal? Like, there's a lot of open discharge that were done, particularly in agriculture, and still done, that are not stamped and then would have to be changed anyway, should they ever be inspected or anything like that. Is there a way to determine that? Because then they would have to change. They would have to no longer be a discharge. So then we're approving an application based on a septic system that is not actually stamped by safety codes.
Yeah. When it was built, as long as you've got the setbacks, it's legal.
Okay.
They may or may not have a permit for it. They may or may not need one on an ag parcel.
But it's no longer gonna be necessarily an agricultural parcel.
Right.
So, like, for example, and I'm just using it myself as an example. I have a farm, I would meet all of the setbacks, and yet was not allowed to do an open discharge because of the type of soil. So I wasn't allowed to. So if this would technically not even be permitted, then we're approving a larger subdivision for a septic system that wouldn't be allowed.
Yeah,
So I don't know if there's a way to confirm any of those
I understand
things.
as long as the setbacks are there,
Okay.
you're all right. And yeah, and it doesn't drain into any lowland or anything like that. That would be a problem. It's up on high ground and should pose no problem for them nor any neighbors, potential neighbors.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey?
When it comes to septic system, at the subdivision stage, we can place a condition on subdivision, conditional approval that kind of says they need to verify that that system would still meet today's code. Or sometimes there's extensions that need to be done just to extend the existing system slightly. But that is a condition that we do sometimes place on conditional approval letters.
Councillor Cermak?
The previous picture that we had up there, well, on the left-hand side there, what is the area, that fenced area that comes straight down and then angles over? What would that area be?
8 acres.
That's 8 acres? So it's still 1 acre over our allowed.
Yes.
Because I certainly am not in favor of your new schedule. There's lots of corners and lots of stuff. I know that the people aren't wealthy or anything, like you say, but we have imposed that people change their septic system to meet our restrictions that our MGA has put out. We said that we would do 3 parcels or 3 titles on land if it was 7 acres or less, unless it was for shelter belts or that. And this is not for shelter belts. It's just for an open discharge, which may or may not be legal in that ground. Because there's certain grounds in our county that you cannot have an open discharge. Mine is one. I was told that the ground does not supplement an open discharge. You have to have a regular septic system to have there.
There is a provision to allow a larger size for the amenities and facilities of the site. So, but that would be at council's discretion.
I certainly back up. Deputy Reeves says that I don't want to approve a subdivision that's oversized and then we find out that the septic system isn't legal either after we do it, even though it's within its boundaries.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Hanson.
I can understand your concern, Councillor Cermak. I've been out there a number of times now, and I can assure you that it is on high ground. I'm not a septic expert, but as Holly said, for a condition of this to proceed, I'm sure the rules wouldn't mind getting an expert in to deal with that and provide some kind of a letter. And, you know, and if it's not, then they'll have to do something else. But from what I've seen in my career, I don't have any concerns with it.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. My question is for the development officer. You mentioned a caveat for widening the road. Would that apply to the whole quarter?
Yes, it would.
So including the other parcel there in the northeast?
No, just the balance of the quarter section and the proposed parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Heitzman?
Yes, I heard that too. I have a question to the development officer regarding that. As the road, the east-west road is a 100-foot road and the one on the east boundary is already a widened road, would you still be wanting that?
You know what? That's what Public Works comments were. They say to request 5.18 meters of road widening caveat be applied along the east and south boundaries of the quarter section. So if it has already been taken, then we wouldn't worry about that condition at the subdivision stage, but that was the comments that we received.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. One of MPC's recommendations was to allow for the discharge to be non-compliant, essentially. Is that standard? I don't know that I've heard that one very often. I'd just love to get some feedback on that.
MPC's they recommended that there was the reduced size of 8 acres and replace the septic system.
Oh.
Or allow, Bob's sketch, the 11.78 acres and the septic system would remain.
Oh, okay, sorry, so
Yeah.
I misunderstood, I thought that,
Sorry.
that it was recommending it to stay and end up being non-compliant, cause I'm like, I don't think we can do that, so I misunderstood, so thank you.
All right, so with that, I will continue on with the hearing here. So I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, now we'll check with Ms. Beely regarding any written submissions in favor of the request.
None were received.
Thank you. I will now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Seeing none, now ask Ms. Beely if there are any written submissions opposing the request.
There was one email that was received this morning, and it was emailed to council directly. Would you like me to read it out, or have you had opportunity to read it? Came in at 10 to...
Haven't read it, so you might
Okay.
as well read it.
I'm writing this letter in opposition with regards to bylaw 119724 for application 1324 for Robert and Janine Rule are asking to redesignate 15.10 acres from the southeast of 1437 at 4 to accommodate an existing open discharge septic system. While I can appreciate the need for some additional land to accommodate such, I really question the need to subdivide 3 times the allowable size. In addition, the reason for opposition is significant oversized acreage are as follows. First of all, this would create the third title from a quarter section, and general public opposed this during the MDP in 2023. 2, while section 10.2.2 does allow for such, that clause is a however clause and should be used only in that circumstance. Instead, it seems that this has become a modest operandi with current subdivision request. That is definitely not what the majority of county residents support. As per the information provided in the agenda package, there is already an acreage subdivided off this quarter. While there is no information provided as to its size, it seems that from the picture it has already exceeded the current allowable size. The area, or the sorry you guys, to allow the second oversized parcel definitely goes against county's guidelines. And point 4 was, above all, I strongly urge council to request and review the layout of the proposed redesignation to verify the actual increase in land is necessary to accommodate the septic system. Until such is done, I trust that council will not approve this current application.
Thank you for that. All right, and so now we're towards the end, and I will now invite Mr. Hagsman to present any final remarks.
I believe we've covered it fairly well. The rules are trying to, maybe somewhat reluctantly, but they are trying to do their best to accommodate what the county wants here and make things work for them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So with that, I will close the hearing at 9:27, and no motions will be entertained at this time. So looking at the time, being as how we have another public hearing here at 9:30, I would, before entertaining second and third reading, I would say that we are going to maybe enter our next public hearing at 9:30 and then come back to this for second and third reading. Would that be proper procedure, CEO Hammonds?
It would be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we are about 2 minutes fast for our item 4.2, which is the 9:30 a.m. public hearing for bylaw 1196/24 to amend the land use bylaw. And I'm now at 9:29. so I'm going to start the public hearing. So I'll call this public hearing to order at 9:29 and outline the process to be used. So everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. They're here. Oh, sorry, they just arrived. While I'm reading the process, maybe Mr. Conley can invite them in. No, that's very good. Thank you for that. So, anyways. All right. Please join us. Thank you. I'll outline the process to be used. So everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline any reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and respond to any issues previously raised. So before I just turn it over to Mr. Connolly for the background report, let's take a quick moment to do introductions. Because it's been a while, so I will start to my right.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Green, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, great to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome back. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
And Reg Beck, supporter Chris.
And good morning, Chris Beck. Thank you again for having us back this morning.
Thank you so much. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Connolly to outline the background of the application, please.
Chris Beck, with the support of landowners Reg and Karen Beck, is proposing to amend the land use bylaw for the operation of a group campground. The subject property is located on Northwest 1438 of 8, adjacent to the west side of Cow Lake. The subject property is directly off of Highway 752 and approximately 17 kilometers southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The quarter section is 153.81 acres in the agriculture district, and the applicant is proposing to redesignate 5 acres from the Ag district to the RF district. Development permit number 127/23 was approved on August 17th, 2023 for the operation of a group campground. However, a condition was to apply for a land use amendment. The scope of the proposed business will consist of a private group campground. The campground will provide no services other than a wash house, fire pits, and a gazebo. The campground will operate on a short-term basis as a gathering place for private functions from May through October. At the time of application, the applicant indicated that there will be about 10 camping stalls on approximately 3.5 acres of land with a maximum of 30 recreation vehicles. The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the operations that have already been approved. There's legal and physical access to the existing parcel from Highway 72 adjacent to the west property boundary. The proposal complies with the MDP as it promotes tourism and enhances the local economy, and the proposal also complies with the Land Use Bylaw as a campground is a listed use in the RF district. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent lands and feel that a development of this nature would enhance the tourism industry within Clearwater County, and it would also support the local economy. At the regular council meeting held on June 11th, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1196/24. At this meeting, council directed administration to proceed to a public hearing. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and on the county's website for comments. Upon representations made at this public hearing, administration is requesting that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 1196 for application 1224 to amend land use bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll ask council if they have any questions for the development officer at this time. Seeing none. Mr. Connolly, were there any comments received from referral agencies?
Alberta Transportation reviewed the referral and they will be awaiting for the roadside development permit that's required adjacent to provincial highways. AHS sent a referral, but it was the wrong one, so I'm waiting on that, but they will likely need a public health permit. TELUS Communications has no concerns. Fortis Alberta has no concerns. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure and Operations have no concerns. Regional Fire has no concern. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed and discussed the application on June 19th. MPC favorably considers granting second and third readings to Land Use Amendment 1224 to amend the Land Use Bylaw to redistrict 5 acres of Northwest 1438 of 8 from the Ag District to the RF District. Their reasoning was the proposal promotes economic diversity within Clearwater County. The landowners have shown good land practices by adding more cultivated acres to the quarter section, and this is the final step to compliance with the previously approved development permit. No comments were received from Alberta Environment, AltaLink Management, Blue Mountain Power Co-op, Red Deer Catholic School Division, TransAlta, Wild Rose School District, NAL Resources, and Rocky Gas Co-op.
Thank you. So at this time, I will look to the applicant, Mr. Beck, if you'd like to speak to the proposal and add any comments and to support your request and respond to any agency comments.
Oh goodness, okay, well, I just want to again thank you for your time and the thorough nature in which this has been addressed. I know off the hop when I started investigating this process that concern was imminent, that there was going to be just due diligence that needed to be done. And I felt through the whole process, it was a big learning curve for me, but I kind of really hope to kind of be the template for other individuals in the area that would like to pursue the same endeavor. This is a hot topic on the market right now, and people are really looking and seeking out these experiences. And my whole goal is to showcase this area and create an experience that's going to make some indelible imprints on people's memories and want to come back. So I just thank you all for your time and coming through this process and answering the questions that I have had. And I look forward to working with you all again in the future.
Thank you for that. So now I'll invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. And I guess I'm looking to you, Mr. Beck, if you wanted to speak in favor, because you're a member of the public, would you like to speak at this time?
Well, I kind of reiterate what Chris has explained to everybody, and as far as, you know, his passion, this is an opportunity to help with the cost of running the farm, but more importantly, it's an endeavor that he has been passionate about and has a vision that not only for our place, but, you know, for the community as a whole. And it's really speaks volumes to what the potential is for Clearwater County, as well as, you know, the Rocky Mountain House area, Nordig, and so on. Our family's been here since 1903. And, you know, we've contributed to the community in many ways. My father built the golf course, or helped build the golf course. I got videos of the rodeo grounds being put together, and, you know, Robert Spoor and Kenny Becker and Art Fisher and the whole gang, the community that built this community right from day one. So it's a real honor and a thrill to see Chris endeavor into something like this that will, you know, be something that is an addition to our community, like his grandparents were.
Thank you for that. So with that, before moving on, I now ask the development officer if you've received any written submissions in favor of the request.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I will now ask if there's any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this request. Seeing none. Now check with Mr. Conley. Were any written submissions opposing this request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. And now, one last opportunity to present any final remarks, or none.
Oh, goodness. Well, this has, again, been such a tremendous learning opportunity for me. It's really great to see in live time how local government works to kind of create and kind of set a precedent for everyone to kind of create continuity. And I'm just very thankful for your time. And this is just my starting point. This is not my end game with this property. This is just getting it going. You don't qualify for grant money until 3 years of financials. So I decided to go a little bit on the cheaper route before I start, but you'll definitely be seeing me again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, I will close the hearing at 9:40 a.m. and no motions will be entertained at this time. So closed public hearing, we will now move to item, which would be 5.2 of our agenda, to consider second and third reading. And I'll turn the floor back to Mr. Conley to do the quick background, please, again.
The purpose of Bylaw 1196/24 is to amend Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw 71401 to redesignate 5 acres of the Northwest 1438 of 8 from the Agriculture District to the Recreation Facility District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will begin the operation of a private group campground which received development approval in August of 23. Please refer to the documents attached to the public hearing agenda item for further details on this application. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, administration is requesting that council consider granting second and third readings. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now either entertain motions or comments, questions at this time. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think this application is very good for our community, as you said. And I do value how beautiful you've made this property. I get to drive by it a few times a day, living west of you. I think it will be a great amenity to our area, and I extremely value how much you have followed this process and ensured that you haven't gone forward until you've gotten all your ducks in a row, and that is an amazing thing to see, because sometimes legislation and the rules can be a slow wheel, and some people get ahead of themselves, and I value the fact that you have sat here not ahead of yourself. And I had the opportunity to tour this location not once but twice, and I think that it is a great place to do this, and I think it's fabulous that you've chosen that property to do that, and I'll happily make the motion for second reading.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. So motion on the floor for second reading. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have to echo those comments. Tourism is recognized as one of the most efficient ways to promote your area and create other economic development. So I think this is a great addition, and I will be supporting the motion for second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Have we ever had a campground that didn't receive opposition before? Or is this the first? Because all the ones that have come through since I've been here, you get a lot of people. Well, we're past the public hearing now, so it's okay to say it, I guess. But, yes. Anyways, that just is. I wasn't expecting that, which is a very positive. I think the community must support it when they didn't come out in opposition. I love your enthusiasm for this. I think that's wonderful, and your support from your dad is very admirable.
She has no choice.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna start telling my dad that too. It's really great to see. I look forward to seeing what you guys continue to do with this property. I appreciate all the things your family's done for this community, and I will be supporting second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott.
A question for administration. I know that there's always referrals that are sent out to tell us, and utility holders. I was just wondering if there was any referrals or consultation done with mineral holders for formation, like for oil and gas producers, and the impacts that this could have for possibly having setbacks for future oil and gas development, if this would have any negative impacts or restrict any opportunity to drill for oil and gas, as this municipality does have a large percentage of the revenue does come from natural resources.
Mr. Conlon?
During our referral process, we sent referrals to the oil and gas companies that hold caveats on title, but there was no outside consultation with other oil and gas companies. But I'm not sure about setbacks in the future. Is that?
I would certainly offer them another place to drill if they'd like.
Yeah, no.
Horizontal drilling is a big thing nowadays, so setbacks are not an issue. This is my industry, this is what I grew up in. I spent 45 years in the oil and gas industry, so I know it very well. And, you know, with any concerns of where they would want to drill, and with public consultation the oil companies would have with the landowners, there's no issues with regards to if they chose to come and drill on our property. One, I'd have to grant them permission to be on my property. They can't just come and drill there at lib. So I certainly would be entertaining the thought that if they wanted to come and drill on our property, we would jointly and coercively work together to find a place for them to drill. And I would be somewhat happy, but you know, I'm not a NIMBY and not in my backyard, being that I grew up in the industry. But yeah, we would love to entertain the thought if that opportunity ever came around, but it wouldn't conflict with what we have are proposing to put there.
Absolutely, no, and to add just a little bit more to that, sometimes on neighboring property, but if population density increases for, you know, such an activity as a campground, it may have a negative impact on a.
Yeah, urban development is a huge thing in the oil and gas industry, and of course, with the experience that I have, you know, I'll use the town or the city of Grand Prairie as an example, and you know, they have proposed developments that are happening, sour gas developments, I might hand you, not just sweet, and this is a sweet producing zone area, but they have sour gas producing facilities that are right next to the city of Grand Prairie, so the impact of this would be very minimal. In fact, it would be welcome in any shape or form.
Okay, no, I just wanted to ask that question for administration. Those mineral holders had been contacted, or what future impacts could be for the development of oil and gas. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I wanted to recognize the effort that has gone into increasing the agricultural productive area on this quarter as well. So good for you.
Thank you. Yeah, we've added about 35 acres of what wasn't farmable, and well, it was farmable, but it was not in production at that time. So yeah, it's been a big effort. You know, a lot of costs at this point to get it to that stage. So thanks, Neil.
Okay. So motion on the floor for second reading. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Northcott?
Sorry, and maybe just this might have been addressed already or answered, and I may have missed it, but for a condition to apply for a land use amendment, would this application, or would there have been an opportunity to just have a business license for the operation of a campground, or why is it a condition to have a land use amendment? And
Mr. Conley?
When the applicants applied for their business development permit, a campground was not a listed use in the agriculture district, so the MPC made it a condition on the development permit to rezone to RF.
And then with that would then apply. So then this, with land use amendment, then it would be, you could proceed with the application to subdivide this as well then, right, with the land use amendment?
They could, but that's not the intention of this application.
Right, it's not the intention at this point in time, but it would be, you could in the future, right?
Yeah.
So would it have to go back, would it have to go from RF back to agriculture, then be applied to be subdivided? Because
since it's already been rezoned, they would be able to do the subdivision as RF. But they would have to have separate access off of Highway 752, and chances of getting that are very low.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, I think I can understand where you're going, but if we're debating this application on what ifs and futures and what could be, I think that it's kind of disingenuous for this particular application. We need to look at each application on the merits of how it's being presented and not, well, one day they could or one day they might. Like, this is what they're asking for today. It fits in the land use bylaw, it fits in the MDP, and it fits into the community. I don't think that we should look at it from the perspective of, well, they could subdivide. Well, sure, if they came and redesignated a panhandle and a whole bunch of other things, they could also come in and ask for an application for an aggregate extraction company. They could come in and ask for a multi-lot subdivision should they do an outline plan. They could do tons of things. Today they're asking for this, and we should look at the merits of this application.
Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, no, I was just curious about the land use amendment for businesses and other people that have businesses on their properties, if they will have to then, have that land use amendment, right? So, I don't know if there's lots of home-based businesses and stuff like that. So are you going to go, like, if you're having this one amendment for everybody else in the municipality that has a home-based business or something on the property, that's where I'm going with this. There are lots of what ifs and things like that. There's also previous track records that sometimes are often overlooked. So I'll just.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Reeve Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. For sure, Councillor Northcott, there's lots of home-based business and stuff that fit within the land use bylaw as permitted and or discretionary uses. This does not fit within the agricultural district, and that's why it had to be rezoned in which to receive their development permit approval, just because the current land use bylaw does not allow for this provision within that district. Just like it wouldn't allow for many other different operations, and they would have to come in for a land use amendment. There's lots of other companies and home-based businesses and stuff that are operating simply without development approval and are non-compliant with the land use bylaw and continue to operate. With the fact that we run on a complaint-based system, there's many companies that are technically non-compliant and would have to do a land use redesignation should they wish to operate as well.
I definitely think I want to say
Yes, Mr. Beck?
that the wording as it stands for the farm subsidiary businesses, it's ambiguous. It's not designed to really be like, this is a no-go for a farm subsidiary. It doesn't specify that you need to be within the confinements of the residence that you're living in. I will have less than 2 employees working for me, and so I had received a package from another couple that was venturing to do my end game goal, which is an event space. They were accepted for a farm subsidiary business. It was circulated, and they did not have to go through an LUA. They were shut down by Alberta Transportation. So for me, I'm looking big picture, and I'm thinking big picture, what can I do? But as it stands, and with second and third opinions from very educated individuals, we were kind of hung up on the fact that the wording does not state that what I'm proposing is a no-go, because it does align with not more than 2 employees. It is on the property. I'm not creating noise, dust, any of those things. Like, I've gone through quite thoroughly to ensure that it does align with farm subsidiary. So I do understand and recognize that it does say a campground is not there. My end game is not campground, but I can see how the wording, it needs to be clear and concise, but it doesn't necessarily disagree with a farm subsidiary.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you for your comment. All right, second readings on the floor. So Deputy Reeve Meloff, and then I'm going to call the question.
Thank you, Reeve. I appreciate that feedback, and we're currently in the land use bylaw rewrite. Like, we're doing that right now, and I'm sure the planning department is going to look at stuff like that, because ambiguity within it is very difficult. It becomes super subjective, and that can be really tough world to work within. So I appreciate that feedback, and we can look at strengthening the verbiage within the land use bylaw rewrite, because I think that that's an amazing point. Thank you.
All right, so I'll now call the question on second reading. Those in favor of second reading? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Looking for a motion for third? Councillor Cermak?
Motion for third reading.
Thank you, Councillor
Piece of
Cermak.
property.
All right, any other further discussion on third reading? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you very much for coming in today. You bet. Thank you. So with that, wanting to quickly go to 5.1 for second and third reading for the application bylaw for 1197/27, or sorry, 24. And so I'll welcome back Ms. Bealey and Mr. Hagsma, and to do just quickly the background for that application. Please go ahead.
So the purpose of bylaw 119724 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 15.10 acres of the Southeast 1437-4 from the Ag District to the CRA District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated land from the remainder of the quarter section to create that 15-acre CRA parcel, or an 11.78 acre parcel that would allow the existing services to remain as the applicant has provided, or the 8 acres based off of MPC's recommendation to accommodate the residential site but replace the septic system. So you can refer to the documents attached to the agenda item of the public hearing for further details. But at the regular council meeting held on May 28th, the council reviewed and gave first reading to this bylaw, and they did, as required by legislation, the public hearing earlier today was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. So based on that consideration and representation that was made, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading today.
Thank you. All right, looking for a motion or start the discussion in regards to this item. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Where is the legal access to the remainder?
Sorry, let me pull it up.
The legal access would be anywhere along the north boundary or the east boundary, excluding that parcel to the northeast. But the other physical access right now would be that approach that's just east of the approach to the house. And
There's also an approach in the southeast corner of the quarter section.
right, yeah, a farm type approach, yeah.
That would serve as legal and physical access to the remainder.
That would be the legal access. Supplementary read?
Yes.
Thank you. And the reason I ask is because of Public Works provision of so many approaches per quarter mile. If they were to add another approach in the north, we wouldn't be meeting Public Works policy, correct?
It's 4 approaches per half
2,
mile.
3, 4, 5. There's already 5.
But they would go through an approach application with Public Works, and if it was they had to remove something, they would generally work with Public Works on that to achieve it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so looking for discussion, questions, motion for second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Lahi.
Thank you. I just could confirm that any further subdivision of a parcel would require a land or area structure plan or an outline plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for motion or further questions, discussion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have an opportunity to get the information regarding the septic and the waterway setbacks or potential open water body and open discharge setbacks? I don't want to vote in such a way without having all of the information. Because right now, as it stands, I would be potentially against this, but I think it's appropriate that we have as much information as we possibly can to make the most informed decision, and those two pieces are important for my decision-making.
If I may, I was informed that the setback distance to the dugout would be 100 feet. And what is it right now? We can look on the survey sketch.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't put a setback on there,
Okay.
but, just estimating, you're looking at about 45 meters, and 30 meters would be the downwalls. 30 meters of 100 feet, yeah.
Okay. So the setback is met in regards to that open discharge. Okay. All right, any further comments, questions? Councillor Gray?
Is there any way, if we were to vote in favor of the 8-acre parcel, that changing the septic could be put off until the remainder of the quarter has sold? Can that be part, can we do? No.
It's a condition of subdivision, so in order to achieve separate title, that condition would need to be met.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak?
I would like to see this get back to our agreement when we went to the public, that we would go with 7 acres, unless it's bigger to do a shelter belt. To redo a septic, I know it's costly, but I think that's the only way to do this and keep it within our 7 acres. If possible, I would vote, if it had to go to 8, in favor, but the 11 or 15, I will definitely vote against it.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. The provision that you're referring to, and I'm just quickly trying to pull it up here, I apologize. I'm digging through here. It also, the provision is for shelter belts and water and wastewater services. It doesn't just say shelter belts, it includes water and wastewater. So, like you said, you mentioned that provision, it includes this very thing. Sorry, thank you.
And if I may, it is 100% at council's discretion, but this is not outside of a normal request that we see or that we've approved in the past.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. We are frequently criticized for taking agricultural land out of production, and that is my problem with the size of this. I could support squaring off on the south the original fence line to I don't know what size that would be, but it would be difficult for me to support the entire 15 or even the 11. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. I look at this as an opportunity. I look at this as an opportunity for someone to come in, fence that off, and have an opportunity to have some cattle, some horses, some other agriculture pursuits there, because it does say CRA, so there is agriculture pursuits there. Start a market garden, start whatever that needs to happen there. So for me, I see a lot of potential for ag on that size of parcel. And as the policy that was indicated that could be, that would accommodate that was policy 10.2.4. So I will support a larger parcel size, because I think that brings an opportunity to for a family to come in and start their agriculture career in this county. So that's where I'm at. Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I agree. MDP policy 10.2.4 supports a parcel size such as this to incorporate those amenities that are obvious on this property as well. Although I have concerns about seeing a 15-acre parcel, the verbiage of the MDB does allow that. Ultimately, I guess I could be supportive of this this proposal based on that part of the policy.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cermak? You're
Can
going
I
to
excuse
recuse?
myself, please?
Okay, Councillor Surratt is recusing, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I absolutely agree with where you're coming from, Reeve, with regards to market gardens, et cetera. And feel that that should be a provision within the land use bylaw. I don't believe in CRA it's actually allowed. CRA is for your own personal use and enjoyment, not for any market type purposes. Unless I misunderstand the way the land use bylaw is written, I think we should change it to include for that 100% if that's the case, because I think that small scale or small holding agricultural operations are huge, and they're actually very regenerative for the landscape. So I think that would be very positive. I don't think it's a provision in our current land use bylaw to allow on CRA though.
No, occupation is though, so it would depend on the scale of the operation.
Okay. So looking for a motion for second reading or amendments to the second? Oh, go ahead, Mr.
I just
Hagsma.
make one final comment, and that's to Councillor Melhoff. You're concerned about the septic discharge, and if there were a condition of subdivision that would have to meet the current standards, would that assuage your concerns?
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. But if it had to meet the current standard and the current standard said that it needed to be a pressure field based on the soil, this would no longer be permitted, this size.
But if, as it stands, it would meet the current standards?
But based on how our MDP is written and the policies that are in place, yes. At the end of the day, I am at my root a property rights person, and I believe that people should have the right to come and ask. And the neighbors didn't come forward with any issues, therefore it's not impacting the neighbors' property rights. But to do this strictly on an open discharge basis and not knowing if that open discharge is even allowed becomes difficult. I do know that isn't a standard thing we've done before, so this is a new thing that I'm asking for. I have not typically asked for something like that, and the size has been what's pushed me to ask for stuff like that, because people have been against moving to these larger sizes. But at my core, I am a property rights person and feel that people should have the right to ask us for this stuff.
Okay.
The 8-acre proposal that MPC recommended would include shelter belts, which following the 8 acres would allow for those shelter belts to remain with the proposal.
Okay, thank you. So with that, looking for a motion for a second reading as to what the will of this council would like. Councillor Gray?
Should we be getting more information that's being asked before we?
If there's a motion.
Okay, I will make a motion that, do you have enough information on what people want? If I just make a motion that we postpone this until we get more requested information?
What information would you be looking for?
So there's the septic, what, discharge, was there anything else?
We already confirmed the pond is.
Yeah, we confirmed the pond.
So generally with septics, we would just place it as a condition of the subdivision. They have to verify that. So that's quite substantial for the applicant to have to do if they were to come back and get a refusal.
Okay.
In my opinion.
I'm not gonna make second reading motion because I don't even know which one I'm supporting or not supporting yet.
Okay,
So.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, then I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Thank you,
Or
Reeve.
Councillor Ratcliffe, sorry.
Can we make the approval for the 8 acres and they can ask for a boundary adjustment should they confirm that the septic is well within legal rights, and they can ask for a boundary adjustment to include it?
So approve an 8-acre parcel and then they could come back.
Subject to confirming that the septic is valid, and then they can ask for boundary adjustment to the larger size.
Well, if they do an 8-acre parcel, that septic system will need to be replaced.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Just
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
a suggestion, Reeve Swanson, if you put that condition on the parcel as it's revised here and it doesn't meet the standards, then we could come back and ask for the reduced 8 acres and deal with the septic system in that 8 acres. That to me seems a cleaner way to do it. Because if it fails, then then we're done, right?
Yeah.
And we're forced, one way or another, to deal with the septic system. If it doesn't, then nothing changes physically on the
Right.
whole parcel.
And we can,
And this, you know, there's been a number of these parcels, even larger than this, that have been approved by council under this MDP with this very same situation in hand, eh? And I don't know sometimes how to read council because you're moving a little bit differently than I would expect, eh? When I go talk to clients, they ask me for advice, and sometimes I think, well, I'm not real sure, you know, and I want to be sure, you know, it's in a sure world, you can do business. In an unsure world, you can't.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I just have a question for the development officer as to what the boundaries of the 8 acres would look like.
They would.
Is that the
sorry,
fenced
Mike, do you
area?
have Dustin's, this one, by chance? If you don't, essentially, this is what, it follows that tree line down and cuts across at the, that would be 8 acres approximately.
How much would it be if it was squared off at the south end, at the furthest south point? Went
To cut it
east
across
to where
here?
the furthest south point on the west side? If that went straight east to align with the existing fence line?
I would guess just by estimating this, in my experience, you'd be adding a couple more acres on, so you'd be looking at about the 10-acre mark.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Lawhead?
And maybe I would just ask staff if there's some part of the MDP that indicates that parcel sizes need to be square, or there needs to be the minimum number of corners, or I've never been, I know that this decision-making group quite often likes to see straight lines. I just don't know how that's consistent with the MDP. Is there something?
There is no provision in the MDP that says it has to be a squared off parcel. I know that's what this council likes to see just because it's easier to farm around, but there is nothing that would restrict zigs and zags.
And if I
ahead.
could as a supplement, I think that's one of the features that fragmentation offered. It really offered the ability to farm land based on those boundaries of the fragmentation, as opposed to just an arbitrary line looking at a plan form of the land may not really be conducive to farming at all when you see the actual physical land. So just a comment more than a suggestion, perhaps.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I don't love it, but I'll make the motion that council grant second reading for the 11-acre
11.78.
proposed parcel. I think Mr. Hagsman's comments that were inconsistent was right on. We have approved parcels that include larger land areas because of the wastewater, and it is in compliance with the MDP. I hate the wonky shape too, but it's in the name of consistency. I think we need to make this decision, and it's allowing for people to age in place, which I think everyone, that's the new trend of doing things. I know I would like to age in place, and I don't love it. I don't like how much land it is gonna take up, but in the name of consistency, I will make that motion.
All right, so the motion is for second reading based on the revised sketch that's been presented during the public hearing, is what I'm hearing. Okay, thank you. So the revised acreage would be 11.78 acres. Okay, all right. Any discussion on the second reading? Go ahead, Councillor Lawhead.
I support the motion before us. I think it finds a balance between the MDP and common sense, which I think is important. So I will be supporting second reading.
Thank you. I will also be supporting second reading. As for my comments previously, I believe there's an opportunity there to have the diversity of larger parcels, even if they're smaller, larger parcels, to allow for future economic development. So with that, seeing any other lights for comments, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. I won't be supporting it during the public surveys and everything for the 2023 MDP. The surveys and open houses and everything really did show that the large majority of residents of Clearwater County didn't support the third title. As far as larger parcel sizes there's already a current acreage here of 153 acres. That's a larger acreage for opportunity. And I don't see anywhere in here where you can't age in place if you don't get subdivided. I think residents that still be able to live on this property. I didn't see anywhere in the package where it says you can't age in place if it's like, I don't think that'd be removed from their house if it's not subdivided. I didn't even see that part in here, but so I won't be supporting it. Just it wasn't supported during all the public engagement with the 2023 MDP.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I agree, Councillor Northcott. It's not anywhere in the MDP that you can't age in place if it stays a part of the parcel, but often people can't afford it. These people likely went through BSE. These people likely went through a number of droughts, and they've persevered and stayed in the community, and people can't always afford it. So some people are more fortunate, but I think that we need to make decisions based off of the land, but we also need to recognize that not everyone's in the same boat.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Yeah, whether I don't know people's finances, and I don't think that has anything to do with any of this, whether they're like, poor finances, I don't know, maybe really good finances, I don't know that either. So both sides of the fence. Just think that goes both ways.
All right, so I got two more blinky lights talking to the motion. Very good. I believe Councillor Ratcliffe, then I'll go to Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. It's my understanding that the landowners are looking to retire and age in place and sell off the balance of the property. So, any opportunity created by a larger parcel is going to be years away. I don't see it as a big factor.
Thank you. Councillor Lahi?
Thank you, and through the chair, I've heard it referenced quite often that the majority of Clearwater County residents do not support the MDP, and I have no study to back that up. I'd be pleased to accept a study that showed that over 6,000 residents of Clearwater County oppose it. I've never seen anything like that. So if anybody had that information and would like to forward it to council, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I just want to make a comment in regards to age in place. It is a philosophy, it is a lifestyle, and we want to accommodate most lifestyles that we, legal lifestyles, I'll say, in this county. And we realize with an aging demographic that having the opportunity for our settlers or the families that have been in the area for long periods of time to be able to enjoy the fruits of their labor in the land that they've started to enjoy those, the home they created. I'll just say that that's very important to their mental health. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
Can I just ask Councillor Radcliffe? I just didn't understand what you were saying with your comments. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Radcliffe.
I was saying that the subdivision, the residential subdivision, will not be coming on the market in the near future, as the residents intend to stay there in the yard that they have built over the years. So to me, it's a small factor to consider.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Hagsman.
A point of clarification to Councillor Ratcliffe. when I spoke with the folks here, they were saying if they sell the rest of the quarter, that their intent is not to change the fences at this time or anything like that, and allow whoever buys a quarter to use that extra area as farmland as long as they are there. Now, when somebody else buys it, that may well change, but that was their intent for sure. They don't want to do a whole bunch of extra work for no gain.
Thank you. And that's being mighty neighborly. Councillor Northcott.
No, just if I comment for Councillor Lougheed there, just as the 2020, the MDP was a little over a year ago, but so time does pass. I haven't forgotten that information, and I haven't forgotten the public hearing, the public surveys, the open houses, the phone calls, the emails. I haven't forgotten all that, but I'm sure, you know, staff did put a lot of effort in, and there was a significant amount of dollars that were spent to get that information to present it to this council. I'm sure if you've forgotten that they could pull that information up and present it to you again as well if you needed that information for the 2023 MDP. Thanks.
All right, third reading has been, or sorry, second reading has been motioned, and I will end discussion and call for the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion carries. Now looking for third reading, Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, please.
Oh, you will make that, thank you.
Yes, I would
Sorry.
make that motion, sorry.
Sorry, thank you. Any comments in regards to third reading? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve-Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will also be supporting third reading again. Thank you for going through the effort of building a new sketch. It also supports Municipal Planning Commission, and I value their feedback, and they typically, I did not get the ability to tour this particular location, but they typically tour it, so they get a very good understanding of the land, and I think that that is a very valuable piece of this, and Municipal Planning Commission supported this this change, so I'll be supporting third reading again as well.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Just requesting a recorded vote.
Request for recorded vote. Okay. With that, I will, if there's no further lights, I will call the question for third reading. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you very much for coming in today. And yeah, we'll look forward to a successful Health for the Rules. All right, we have a public hearing at 10:30, but I am going to call a 10-minute break, please, or 9-minute break. Welcome back from our break. We are now at item 4.4 on our agenda, which is the public hearing for bylaw 1199/24 to repeal the Clearwater County of Wetaskiwin IDP. So I'll call the meeting to order at 10:31. Outlining the process, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves or their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they will be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background, then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out, and anyone who is present and is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, and the applicant will have the last word and respond to any issues raised previously. So to start off, I'll ask Mr. Conley, Development Officer, to outline the background, please.
At the regular council meeting held on May 28th, 2024, administration brought forward a resolution to repeal bylaw 1074-19 for the Clearwater County and County of Wetaskiwin IDP. At the time the IDPs were approved, they were necessitated by the Municipal Government Act. However, following the enactment of Bill 25 Red Tape Reduction in 2019, the MGA now allows municipalities with shared boundaries to mutually agree that an IDP is unnecessary. The County of Wetaskiwin made a resolution on Tuesday, March 12, 2024 to move forward with repealing the IDP with Clearwater County, as both administrations feel that the document is not required for the following reasons. The majority of land along the shared boundary within Clearwater County is Crown land with under 10 titled quarter sections. The applicable policies within the IDPs are already integrated into the respective MDPs of each municipality. The IDP is perceived as an additional layer of bureaucratic process rather than facilitating streamlined planning. The County of Wetaskiwin administration took the bylaw for repealing the IDP to their council for public hearing on Tuesday, July 16th, and second and third readings were passed. At the regular council meeting held on June 11th, Clearwater County Council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1199/24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and comments were invited from landowners within the IDP area. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 1199/24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Are there any questions from council at this time for the Development Officer? Deputy Reeve Melha?
Not really a question, just it's very frustrating that these were built with a large cost to building these plans, just to turn around and have the province go, okay, you needed these, but mulligan, you really don't. Is there a way in the future for us to prevent stuff like this from happening? Because this cost was a cost to our municipality and Wetaskiwin and Bighorn and like all of the rural municipalities across this province, and it was really poorly thought out by municipal affairs at the time. How can we prevent this from happening in the future?
Ms. Hager or Mr. Emmons? Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Really, as a municipality, there's no opportunity for us, Deputy Reeve Melha. It was driven by the province. We are required to adhere to provincial legislation, and that was the bus. Really understand and respect what you stated, and hard to disagree with, but the legislation of the day required it. We had to adhere to it. Perhaps at RMA, a voice to have more municipal involvement at the forefront, might prevent going forward, repeating. But really, Clearwater County takes direction.
All right, thank you. So with that, we'll now move on to comments from agencies. Were any comments received, Mr. Connolly, from referral agencies?
I only received one comment, and that was from County of Wetaskiwin stating that we have their support and they have no concerns.
Thank you. I will now invite any applicants in to speak, or I'll ask the applicant if they'd like to speak to the proposal or add any comments. So I'll look at Ms. Haggard. Is there anything that you'd like to add?
Absolutely, sure. Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and good morning, members of council. In terms of the process, CAO Emmons was bang on in terms of the response to what we could have done, and just happened to be that in the order of priority as we were kind of setting out the time frame, this is one of the ones that was done before the legislation changed. And you'll note that we don't have IDPs with other municipalities, and we had to make resolutions in those efforts. And I recall we were in progress with Red Deer County on an IDP creation at the same time, and we were able to stop in the tracks before we adopted, so we didn't have that statutory document to rescind, essentially. So I fully support the application, and makes sense municipally not to have to update a document every couple of years as councils change, when everything is already covered within the municipal development plans and referral processes are there in place.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, I would like to invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none. Mr. Connolly, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
None were received.
Thank you. I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. And seeing none. Mr. Connolly, were there any written submissions received opposing the request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. Is there any final remarks at this point in time? Seeing none, I will close the hearing at 10:39 a.m. and no motions entertained. And we'll move on to item 5.4, which is second and third readings of the bylaw 1199-24. And I will go back to you, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw 1199/24 is to repeal the Clearwater County and County of Wetaskiwin IDP, bylaw number 1074/19. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details on this application. Upon considerations of the representation made at the public hearing, administration is requesting that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 1199/24 to repeal bylaw 1074/19. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'm looking for a motion or comments in regards to second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. I would motion second reading.
Okay.
With one caveat that we don't throw the paper away and keep it for a later date, just in case the province changes its mind again.
I would concur. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Lougheed beat me to the motion. This seems very straightforward. All the parties agree. I will support second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
No, I just had a comment on Deputy Reeve Melhalf's comment that you made about preventing future, basically future waste of tax dollars, and I like the thought. I would agree with that comment. But even trying to prevent future stuff, you know, I would just say that in current, there's actually, there's a lot of current practices and I would say a lot of government waste and inefficiencies on a lot of items that they currently have in place that we could probably have a discussion about and identify, and then maybe advocate to the higher levels of government to reduce and or stop some of the waste and inefficiencies that they're currently utilizing and promoting.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I absolutely agree, Councillor Northcott, and if we have the opportunity, perhaps because we're building resolutions, we have the opportunity to build resolutions right now. Perhaps there's an opportunity to be found there if we can pinpoint a specific thing and how we can change it. We can build a resolution in which to advocate to the government to have that changed, because I see that as our only opportunity to change that. So if we can build a resolution to that effect, that'd be great. I did have a question though. What is the downside to keeping this? Is it just that it needs to be constantly updated and ratified every few years? And my other one would be, what is the unintended consequences of removing it?
Ms. Haggart?
You bet. And thank you, Councillor Melhoff. Limited in terms of downside, because the administrative process already exists for referring to an adjacent municipality if there's a certain development that requires it within a distance. I guess the benefit is that we don't have to have that administrative process where the CAOs discuss and meet, and then planning departments discuss and meet whether they need to be updated or not. And they do need to look every so often, usually once in an election, a council term. So there's limited benefit to having the document. I can't say that there's a whole lot of extra work other than the updates that may come in the future. The plans have been created. But in this case, our partner municipality wished to rescind it to avoid that administrative burden of having to administer it. And that's pretty much the only benefit, is the eliminating that administrative burden of administering the IDP.
Okay. Follow-up? Deputy?
Sorry, yes, thank you. I just wanted to echo Councillor Lougheed in saying that, yeah, let's not get, like, if this is repealed today, we should definitely keep it as administrative work that has been done should the province change their mind, which they tend to like to do.
Any further comments, questions in regards to second reading before I call the question? I know for myself, now that we have the ICF, and yes, this is on, the IDP is on development, and there are those few deeded properties up that border, so I can understand that, but we have another process to confer with our neighbors, and that's through the ICF process as well, so we have that in place as well. All right, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of second reading? And that motion's carried. Looking for a motion for third reading.
So moved.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Any comments, questions on third reading? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried as well. Thank you very much for this. We are done. Item 5.4. So, yes, go ahead, Ms. Haight. Haggart, sorry.
It's okay, we both start with H.
We'll start in H.
And I apologize, I should have perhaps thought of that as the agenda item was coming forth as a bylaw rescinding. In previous IDP determinations that were not required between the councils, council made a motion of this nature that council agrees that as per section 6312 of the MGA, that the intermunicipal development plan is not required between Clearwater County and the County of Wetaskiwin. So if I could
have that motion,
ask if that was something council would entertain.
Okay.
It'll avoid us bringing it back again in the future.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I will make that motion as stated by Director Haggard.
Very good. Any comments, questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried too as well. Thank you. So now moving on to 5.5 is first reading of bylaw 1176/24, the creation of a renewable energy systems land use bylaw. And I will turn the floor over to Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Reeve. As a result of a notice of motion made by Reeve Swanson, an item was brought back to council on November 14th, 2023 for discussion and direction. At this meeting, council made two motions following discussions on how to proceed. Resolution -622-2023, motion by Councillor Jennifer Melhoff that council directs administration to include a section that addresses renewable energy within the land use bylaw during the review and rewrite process. Another motion by Councillor Melhoff that council directs administration to develop an independent bylaw to address renewable energy that can be repealed following the land use bylaw rewrite and adoption. Administration brought bylaw 1176/24 to the regular council meeting on February 27th for first reading. At this time, council tabled first reading and made the motion for a workshop. Following the workshop, administration took bylaw 1176 to the Strategic Planning Committee for further direction before proceeding. Administration has prepared the attached draft renewable energy systems land use bylaw for council's review. Staff is recommending that council review and consider granting first reading to bylaw 1176/24 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Looking at the draft policy or draft bylaw that's before us, looking for comments, questions, or motion. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just a question, would existing systems be grandfathered or would this bylaw become retroactive?
Existing systems would be grandfathered in as long as they met the requirements that they had to build within. So when people have been phoning, we tell them we don't regulate that as of yet, but you must meet the setbacks of your land use district. So granted that they met those setbacks, they would be grandfathered in.
Okay. Is that something that should be included in the document?
I'm not sure on that.
Mr. Emmons, CO Emmons?
I would respectfully suggest it doesn't have to be. It would just become a legal non-conforming. From the date of the bylaw, that's when it becomes effective. So I would suggest that administration, should council approve this, would have clear direction from council what we need to do.
Okay. All right. Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I thought grandfathering wasn't a land use bylaw term that was applicable. It'd be legal non-conforming. Or they can come in and get development approval, but it wouldn't be an automatic blanket approval of retroactive with renewable energy projects. That's my understanding. So then if they were not meeting the setbacks that have been put in as provisions, they still have to apply for a permit, be granted a potential variance, correct? Not a grandfathering, unless I misunderstood.
Okay, I see two, Mr. Director Hager? Or CO Emmons, sorry?
Deputy Reeve Melhoff described it very well. Grandfathering is just a term that most people understand for the sake of live streaming. But Mr. Connolly is exactly right. As far as legal, non-conforming is the accurate term. And if they put in their development as per the existing rules, so it has to meet setbacks, there's other legislation, federal legislation that governs. So as long as all the existing rules of the day are followed, with the adoption of this, it becomes legal non-conforming.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I know for me on 3.24 in regards to small reactors, I know that the GOA has coined that as SNR, small nuclear reactors, like they have coined that particular energy. So maybe we want to reference the same as the government in that regards. SNR is how they, with that terminology, so. Would be the only thing I have on that particular one. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I had read something extremely similar. And this, should this come to pass, it is a working document, so should anything change, we can absolutely look at bringing it back. I know that in looking for alternatives for some of our western hamlets and or western properties, I know I've come across several different renewable energy options that potentially aren't addressed here. So should those come to pass, we can just look at changing this, not until it's actually part of the entire land use bylaw, and then we'd have to open up the whole document in order to make a change. Yes? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking at the definitions here in 3.10, it says that utility scale means a large-scale solar power that is large enough to produce power for the grid. That's a bit vague. Can we add that it's more than a 30 kilowatt rating into that definition? So that there's no overlap.
Okay. See the head nods on the other side. Do you have follow-up? Go ahead.
I have a few more.
You bet.
In 3.13 and 3.16, it talks about the height. In 3.13, it talks about the height of the tower. But later in the section about, commercial scale, it talks about the rotor height, like the maximum height. So it's a bit out of alignment. Here it's like in 3.13, a 60-foot rotor or an 80-foot tower could reach 140 feet. So I think that needs to come into a line. And 3.16 refers to the distance from the top of the tower to the highest point of the rotor's arc. So there, to me, those two are out of sync with each other.
One more? Two more? Go ahead.
The note I have doesn't make that much sense today.
Oh, okay.
At 2 in the morning it did.
Okay, in 3.2, it talks about a wind system where the rated capacity is 10 kilowatts. That's where the conflict is. And 3.11 talks about 30 kilowatts. So that's also out of alignment. I'm guessing that 3.2 should be 30 kilowatts.
Few more. Am I allowed to
Go
move
ahead.
on? Okay,
Yes.
so there's another brilliant light. While you're organizing your next one, give her.
Yeah.
Or do you have it right away? Go for it.
No, if there's somebody else, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Councillor Northcott.
The wind turbines. Excuse me, I don't know if anybody's had experience around these things, but they do definitely take away from the viewscape of a municipality. And when they're all spinning, they do create, I don't know, for me personally, it can be a very busy sight to see many of those rotating. Just the 80 feet is quite tall. And how many, for the kilowatts, like, how is that identified? Is that from the manufacturer's optimum operational capacity of the unit? Or how many wind turbines would a resident be able to place on their property? Is it 1 or 2 or 10 or 30?
Go ahead, Mr. Conley.
In the, further down in the bylaw, it states what you can have for each district, and I believe it's 1. I'll have to find that to confirm it. And then for what they produce, that's based on the manufacturer's specifications.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Okay, a couple more. 5.2.6 refers to setbacks and refers to the height of the tower and not the rotor arc height. So I think we just need to get those terms into alignment with whatever they're going to be.
Okay.
And In 5.2.8, it talks of a minimum blade clearance to the ground of 7.62 meters. And there's another part of the document that refers to it as, which was 25 feet, but refers to it as 20 feet. And 5.2.9 talks about screening, reducing the visibility of these towers. And really, to be effective, these towers have to be out in the open on a hilltop. So it puts an undue restraint onto the system.
I would just like to bring your attention to, on page 8, the numerical system doesn't follow, so you'll do a correction, proper correction. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Yep, continue.
May I?
Yep.
5.2.13 talks about the tower climbing apparatus, and the blade tip should be no closer than 15 feet from the ground. So, which is in conflict with 5.2.8.
Okay. Yep.
And in 5.2.18, it talks about the sound levels. And there's no reference point. So I would suggest that small wind turbines shall not exceed 60 dBA above the background noise to any residence. You know, or is that at the base of the tower that measurement would be taken? And just for reference, in the section on the commercial wind towers, that's where it says that the distance shall be measured to the outside of the rotor arc. That, you know, conflicts with other areas, sections of the bylaw that just refer to the tower height. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. In looking at the ask for first reading to go to a public hearing, I'm sure when we get to the public hearing, there might be a few more amendments that come at that time, but we're on this stage right now, which is great. I do remember in our workshop that we did talk about the fact of maybe having a flow chart in regards to what is federally, what is provincially, what is municipally asked. So maybe I didn't see that here at this point in time. So maybe an addition of that flow chart, which would ease the, you know, what regulatory, what regulations need to be followed where, whether it be personal or commercial. So with that would be great. Do you have a comment on that? Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just with regards to Councillor Northcott's comments, it's absolutely accurate. I also wouldn't want to see them across the landscape. Is there an opportunity, is this linking, I believe it was 35 kilometers. I could be wrong on that. I was trying to look it up. I believe it has to be 35 kilometers away from any public lands. Is that actually achievable anywhere in Clearwater County to build them anywhere? Because are we putting in a land use bylaw that actually is not achievable in Clearwater County under the current energy, environment and energy world, where 35 kilometers, you're not allowed to have them?
Ms. Haggart?
Thank you, Councillor Melhoff. I do agree that it's not likely that there's very many locations, that maybe the very eastern portions of the county, there could potentially be a spot that doesn't meet those requirements. And those being not our requirements at the municipal level, they could change as well. So I see what you're saying in terms of the fact that essentially we're putting in a bylaw for something that can't be built within our municipal district. But if those rules changed and our bylaw exists, then we would have regulations to manage within. And I think that they were reviewing those, the viewscapes related to that legislation. It was I can't recall when if it's been completed or if it's part of the future legislation. I think it's still in progress. So yeah. I think this bylaw too will wrap into our land use bylaw from my understanding, and can certainly be updated as things change. But I think in light of the fact that the provincial legislation exists, it's not likely we're going to see a lot of these developments, but we'd have to probably map it out to see if there was anything on the eastern portion of the county that would actually meet a guideline.
Excellent, thank you. Supplementary?
Yes.
Within the province's look at renewable energy, they also talked about the type of soil classes that will actually allow for developments like this. Are we going to look at addressing some of that, or are we just going to leave that to the province and build the flow chart type thing that the REIV is referencing? I can't remember exactly what soils were referenced, but I do know that there was agricultural soils and agricultural activity referenced in their writing of it, and that might be something good for us to look at referencing, or come up with something of our own, because even if we don't have amazing soils that are referenced in there, we do have really great pasture and forage land that annums are typically what is supported in those worlds, and maybe we need to reference something like annum capability rather than soil type, but just like cattle annums. Just if we can dig into some of that, maybe those are revisions we need to make later on.
Go ahead.
I will give it a go. In terms of anything that would be already provincially legislated, I wouldn't say there'd be a necessity to put it within the bylaw. Now, if there's something else that council wished at the municipal level to add to, we could certainly provide the background in terms of what's required at the provincial level. I would suggest that would be more of a communications tool that we could put into either the agenda item or on the website if and when council approves this through the 3 reading process. More for public information for applicants that may be coming with a development permit application for one of these installations.
Thank you. Just a note for council, in our last RMA contact newsletter, RMA referenced that there is a webinar tomorrow in regards to Agriculture First Initiative for Renewable Energy Development. It's on at 1:30. You can register today still for tomorrow. It goes from 1:30 to 3. And that might, the GOA is presenting, and that might be something too, because if we in approving first reading to go to a public hearing, there might be more information that can come forth from that information tomorrow afternoon for the for the public hearing in August. So just as letting council know that's it's a 1.5 hour webinar, so it's probably a hot topic. So anyway, all right. So any other suggested amendments before we approve or make a motion for first reading to proceed to a public hearing? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just had a question from your comment. Were you suggesting that we postpone this till after we can see this, participate in this webinar, or no? No,
my suggestion is if we have time to watch it, we're going to be in a public hearing setting anyways for this bylaw, and I would anticipate there might be an amendment or two that may come forward from the public or from what our learnings, and we all know that this government likes to pop out different types of legislation ahead of time without consultation. Oops, did I say that loud? And so therefore, yeah, we could have some more robust discussion when it comes time to the public hearing. Okay. Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
No, I just want, thank you for the information about the webinar. My question, or my thoughts were going along the line of, if there would be an opportunity possibly for a workshop or some sort of information session for us, that would be, you know, sort of a non-biased presentation to council that could really, because I'm not a professional, I don't know, I know a little bit, and then there's hearsay here and there, so I don't know the long-term, you know, positive impacts and negative impacts of either solar and or wind turbines, you know, the successes, the failures, I don't know if they really ever pay for themselves, or if maybe they do, I don't know. Like, it'd be nice to have a presentation or have some information that could really be, you know, truthful, accurate, and then you could make maybe a better decision. But I don't know if that would be we had that presentation on the garbage for the steam. That was kind of neat, but I was just wondering if there would be an opportunity for something similar to that for a workshop to just get better informed, because there's a lot of hearsay and I don't know what's true and what's not.
So a little bit of past history. I know so I brought forth this motion in my former term because more and more applications, and I know you've participated in the open houses, and what's been expressed to us through the RMA is that it's better to have something in place than to have nothing at all. And I think this is a living document. This isn't, we will tweak it from time to time. So I would hate to stall the process even more. So that's why it's like I'd like to move forward. If we defeat this bylaw at the end of August in second and third reading, so be it. But it gives the opportunity for more engagement. That's where I'm looking. But go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Thank you very much. I agree. I support a bylaw, that there should be some guidelines and a bylaw for renewable energy sources. You know, but in the future, if there's an opportunity to learn more about it,
Yeah, I agree. If we have a delegation that comes before us for, absolutely, would not turn down that opportunity to learn more about it, absolutely. Deputy Reeve-Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually was just gonna make a motion for first reading. There's been several amendments suggested and I'm sure captured. The general public, I'm sure, will have several suggestions, and hopefully our council will capture those as well. I do agree we need to have something in place, and this gives us an opportunity to hear what the public has to say about this. I think that it is important for us to try to capture something. I do agree, though, with Councillor Northcott that it would be a very good thing to have some type of a presentation. My only concern would be that the people that would have the best knowledge on this are operators within the industry, and therefore it could become more of a sales pitch rather than an information session. So we'd have to be careful with the people that we select to give us feedback and information. Those could also be valuable, but I would hazard just caution on that. But I do look forward to seeing the revisions that were suggested and hearing what the public has to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the motion. Councillor Northcott.
No, I was just wondering, I could talk about a workshop and you could talk about additional information, but I was just wondering if there'd have to be a motion for administration to create a workshop or an information session for council to be able to attend to learn more about wind turbines and solar projects and other non-renewables. Just throw it out there to council if that would be or if would that be something that administration would need as a motion to arrange that? I'll leave it with the group here for a minute.
Okay, all right. So there's a motion on the floor for first reading. Any other comments on first reading? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I just have a question for clarification. If the motion was to include amendments?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes.
Just to be clear. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I included a lot of words in that, but yeah, those amendments, and then my hope is that council would also capture amendments from the public going forward.
Great. I will support this motion.
All right. All right. So motion for first reading to bring back to a public hearing at a future date. Any other comments, questions? Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Do you want to do a subsequent motion? Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Okay. Well, I'll try to do this, and if there's any amendments or changes. But make a motion to direct administration to arrange a workshop regarding solar and wind renewable energy sources.
For further education, learning?
Yeah, just for more information on those two types. There's many types, but I think I'll keep it specific to solar and wind turbines.
Okay, thank you.
Is that adequate for administration? Okay.
Administration's captured the intent. Go ahead, Councillor, or Deputy Reeve Behoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that's great, and I will definitely support that. There is several webinar options and stuff as well on the Canadian Renewable Energy Association website, and events captured within that in October and January. So those might be also more opportunities for us to then register to get involved in that, in those opportunities as well. I absolutely support having somebody come to us, but these are events that I'm seeing that we could go to them to as well.
Just for clarification, the Canadian
Canadian Renewable Energy Association.
Canadian Renewable. Okay.
I'm showing here.
Okay.
So that was a quick.
Yep. No. That's great to know, and I'm sure there's something. Go ahead, Councillor Lahey.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I would prefer a motion that included all renewable energy systems as opposed to just wind and solar. So I won't be supporting this particular motion.
Would you accept a friendly amendment, Councillor Northcott?
Absolutely, I'd accept that amendment. I was just thinking the two most prevalent types of the workshop could get quite long, and I just thought, the online workshops are very nice. Sometimes there's maybe hundreds of participants, and you can't have the opportunity to ask questions. Where if it was a workshop or a smaller presentation to council, we would all have opportunities to really ask questions about operational costs, maintenance, longevity, all those more specific details, where that's my intent, and it was just and it's so broad, right? Like, because there's thermal, but if that I would have accepted that as an amendment for all renewable energy sources. And maybe there might be a little bit more of a focus on wind and solar, but thank you.
Well, and I would also make a comment that in the past, we have had a renewable energy pilot in our county, and that was through Ever Technologies, and that was very interesting to go see that site and learn about that as well. But this council hasn't had an opportunity to see that, so that might be another opportunity. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I very much appreciate where Councillor Northcott's coming from with this and the perspective and wanting to learn more. From my perspective, councillors should take the onus on themselves to learn more, so I will not be supporting this motion, but I do appreciate where it's coming from.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Northcott.
Absolutely, Councillor Graham, I agree with that. Sometimes as a municipality, they might have access to better presenters to actually present. I know as an individual, just George Northcott out there in the real world, I'm just one little person, right? So they wouldn't have the time or the effort to put into just me. However, they're invited as a municipality. Might have a little bit more of just a better presentation, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right. So with that, motion on the floor to create a workshop regarding renewable energy education. Any other comments, questions? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much for coming in today. All right. I'm looking across the room to CEO Emmons. We have one item under Public Works Operations. Could we tackle that one first before we get into the corporate services, into the finances, or should we be going to cover that first? Will that impact or no? Okay. So we are going to just adjust the the timeliness, we're gonna go to Public Works Operations, 6.2.1, and it's the Rocky Mountain House Airport Terminal. And thank you for being nimble, Director Hansen, and I'll let you take it away.
Well, good morning, and thank you for that. This will be quick. So this airport terminal is nothing new to council. As council may recall, a couple weeks ago, we provided the bad news, I guess, in regards to the tendering process and the terminal building. Of course, as a reminder, the town of Rocky Mountain House is the managing partner. Since then, the ICC committee has had opportunity to meet and discuss, and there's two recommendations there that came out of that ICC committee meeting. Really, one is that the council declines the tenders because they are over budget. And two, it was discussion, I wasn't available to be at that ICC meeting, but it was basically to include that there was an assessment completed on the foundation to come up with a better solution or other solutions to come up with, to try to get a terminal building that could be used in the area, you know, something closer to the budget that's been allocated. So with that, like I say, it's really a brief summary, but it's nothing new to this council, so happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So there was staff recommendation, but if there's any comments or questions in regards to the item, please put your blankie light on. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I do have a question with regards to the staff recommendation number 2. When the original tenders were formed, they would have had to come up with some type of engineering in order to come up with the prices that they came to. Would there not be engineering stating the basement? Because like even when we went or the foundation rather, even when we went out to the stakeholder meetings, it was discussed that the foundation was potentially not able to be used. Well, how did they come up with that? There's got to be some type of engineering for that, or are we just making an assumption? Not us, but like the environmental, or not environmental, engineering company that came out with that tender. Are they just making the assumption? Because now we're gonna have to pay for another engineering assessment?
Go ahead, CAO Evans.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Thank you for the question, Deputy Reeve Malhap. The assessment was done overall, given the age of the building itself and identifying that the foundation was leaking, therefore inadequate. The strategy now is to get a cost on potentially fixing that foundation. The existing building has also been identified to have a leaky roof as well. So get an entire structural analysis. If that foundation is salvageable, then the second part of the question is the building on top of it also salvageable? And then get into the cost of both. Then is it an economic decision to fix what exists? If the foundation's salvageable, then maybe the building is not, what can fit on top, and go from there, if that helps.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, I appreciate that. I will make the first motion that we decline the tenders that were received. I think that they were absolutely outrageous. I really do. I value the airport. I value what the airport has to give to this community and our aerobatics team and our pilots. I value them all. That was ridiculous. So I would make the motion that we decline those tenders.
Okay, motion on the floor to decline the tenders received for the project. Councillor Northcott.
Just wondering if there's the basic needs that the terminal provides. What are the basic activities that take place in the airport terminal, and how extensive are the activities that are taking place in that terminal? Like what is it staff? How many staff work there? How many what's really required of that building? If in simple terms, administration would be able to provide some information on that. Is it 15 people that work there daily, or is it 2 people, 1 person, or meetings that take place, or?
CO Emmons?
Thank you. And I gotta be careful, I'm not speaking out of turn. We're not managing partner. I believe, Councillor Northcott, it's 2 permanent staff, and they hire a couple of seasonals as well that are stationed out there. Others might be more knowledgeable than me, but that's my understanding. from the manager on site. As far as functions, coordinating airport traffic, scheduling. There was some visionary conversations as well as potentially an airplane school, if room accommodated, but that was more visionary, Councillor Northcott. Today, it's strictly operations and functionality. Of course, emergency services. The Alberta government's one of the largest leaseholders out there, so the fire bombers and things like that as well, coordinating.
Yeah, I've seen some airports that are, they have a terminal building, it's more or less just a washroom stop for pilots. Be able to stop, land, either possibly get some fuel and washroom break and then carry on. You know, there's other airports, if you can go to the extent of Calgary or Edmonton, where they're quite significant, right? So I'm just wondering what the, you know, what the activities that take place there, and if just to get a better understanding of really what happens there. I've never landed there, but.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Actually, my comments are more around the second motion.
The second motion, okay.
So I think I'll bring them up then.
At that time? Okay, so we'll, the motion is for the first staff recommendation, which is that council declines the tenders received under the project. All right, any other comments in regards to the tenders? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Looking at staff recommendation number 2, which is the council approves the completion of the certified engineering assessment for the foundation of the existing terminal building. That will be funded from the $750,000 budget of the airport terminal building in the year 2024. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. And to answer some of Councillor Northcott's questions, I see the airport manager there most. I think he does have some part-time help he draws from the town for all the cleaning of the runways, the snow, the grass cutting. So it's not a big load. The most common use is 2 things, a bathroom stop, but it's also law that itinerant aircraft register when they land. So there's a logbook inside where aircraft to register their arrival and their departure. That's part of being a licensed airport. So that's the major activity. To me, the most limiting factor of the current building is the bearing wall down the center, because it, I think, was built in 2 pieces. And that really limits how the space can be used as far as remodeling it. That I wouldn't see that as a great option. But I do have a question for Director Hansen. What would it cost range would we expect to have to, how was that referred to here? A certified engineering assessment of the foundation?
So, first of all, I'd like to apologize for the noise in the background. We have contractors working in the washroom because we sprung a leak downstairs because of the plugged issue upstairs. So we would have deferred that work, but for safety of our staff and our infrastructure downstairs, we need to get that fixed right away. So I apologize for the noise. Second of all, I guess, you know, I wish I had more answers for you from a operational perspective when it comes to, you know, if we were the managing partner, I'd have a lot more information when it comes to options. You know, really, I think with this project, because it's come in over budget, we're really back to square one. You know, so the town being the managing partner, basically we're starting with the engineering assessment for the building, the foundation. Then we can come up with options. You know, we know that, you know, trying to put in, you know, in response to the email that I received last night from you there, you know, putting in weeping tile, that might be a portion of the repair. Of course, that type of work's gonna cost more than the assessment, but we really need to, like I say, back to square one, assess what we have, what is the extent of the decay or the damage to the existing building, and come up with a a new plan. You know, it's gonna be, like I say, very much again, starting from square one, back to the drawing board of what options can that foundation be repaired? Can it be salvaged? Is it beyond repair, salvage, et cetera? And then, you know, what is the solution for the structure on top? So all that information I think is gonna come. We don't have the estimate right now. That's why the recommendation is written the way that it is, that we know that an assessment needs to be done. We budgeted $700,000. That was the county's portion. So we would expect that 50% of the assessment would come from that budget. Of course, we would expect that an assessment like that would be, you know, low $10,000, $12,000, I would hope. We did reach out to the town. We just haven't got that response yet of what the actual estimate is for the assessment. But we know that we'd have enough to cover that off, and we're not, the ICC committee is committed to coming up with a solution. We just need to have a new solution. So there's going to be some more engineering investment that needs to be done so we can come up with a better plan.
Follow-up? Go ahead.
My follow-up would be a motion.
Okay, very good.
Okay, in which case I will proceed. I move the council approves the completion of a certified engineering assessment on the foundation and building of the existing airport terminal building, that just be funded from the $700,000 budget for the airport terminal building. This will provide options for moving ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Lahi?
Thank you, and I don't know if this is actually appropriate now with the motion before, but knowing that we're not operationally, it's not our operational responsibility. I know there was some discussion around moving some of that equipment, the electrical equipment that controls the runway lighting out. Is that a separate process to this, or is that part of this overall airport building reconstruction?
Go ahead, COS.
Thank you. So it was always intended it would have been part of the previous tender. It'll still become part of this, Councillor Lahi. Moving that equipment out into a secondary building, and again, the town being managing partner, their thought process, which makes great logistic sense to me, you have to have the cost to move it out to do anything in the existing building as far as replacing it or whatever, so why move it back? Once it's housed and secured, leave it there, is their go-forward plan.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I have a hard time approving something without a budget number that goes with it. Like, it's almost like, here's, go forth and prosper, don't go over 700,000 for engineering. Like, it's difficult because we don't actually know how much is being requested. From making a guess. Yes, those things need to take place, but we don't have any actual number to base it on. So, and I know that's not our department, but is there an opportunity to get some more specifics on, like, from the town, or are we just gonna say go forth and prosper? Like, I'm struggling.
CO Ammons?
Thank you, and absolutely, administration brought forward all the information we have for council's consideration, and absolutely understand the uncomfortableness. Our half of 700,000, I don't think council would be happy with a $1.4 million report. May I respectfully suggest, if this is of time essence, the motion could include a cap of $80,000 for a number. And if it exceeds that, administration would simply have to come back to council with this item. It's the only thought I could have, Deputy Reeve Milhoff, because again, we don't have that.
Okay. Follow-up on that one?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Reeve.
go ahead.
Thank you. Knowing that Director Hansen has a vast background in all of this and working with engineers and all of those things, is the engineer reports that we got regarding the new airport terminal, is there enough information in there in order to to understand the foundation and all of those things. It seemed like people already had a very good understanding of our foundation. I don't want us to have to put more money towards getting more information that could be used to actually bettering that building, fixing the roof, fixing the foundation. Like, is there any viable information there rather than spending $160,000? Because if you're saying 80 as the cap, like, it's half us and half them, so $160,000 on an engineering report. Maybe we could spend $160,000 on some roofing and fix a foundation, and we could be good for another 10 years. Just some thoughts. So I know you have extensive background in this. Maybe you can help. Okay,
I do. I have an extensive background in a lot of other projects except this one. So that information, obviously, you know, the town is very competent, and obviously they don't feel they have enough information in order to make that assessment. So as the managing partner, it's their recommendation that a further engineering assessment be completed. We have to trust that our neighbors and our partners there have our best interest in mind when it comes to get the best information so we can move forward. There again, yeah, that's about all I have to add to that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Might have been presented to council before, and I may have missed it. Is there a projected lifespan of this building where it'll be, is it good for 5 years and, you know, estimated that it may be condemned at that date, or is it 10 years or 15? I'm just curious there's so many priorities all the time. I just was, you know, is it at dire, like is it imminent where it needs to be placed, or the airport may be closed, or is it good for 50 years and this is more of just a nice to have upgrade? I don't know.
Okay, CEO Evans.
Thank you, Reece Swanson. And yeah, great question, Councillor Northcott. In discussions with the town administration, not dire. It's an older building. It's of age where it needs to be looked at to be replaced. An assessment would actually give that analysis. Are you putting $200,000 into a building that should be kicked down the road in 5 years, and that's $40,000 a year, whereas a new building, you'll get more benefit out of it than that? Or is the math reversed? And that's part of the assessment, Councillor Northcott. You know, from, again, talking with the town as managing partner, they've said, you know, if they recognize that this assessment will bump whatever happens down the road a little bit, because you won't get those tenders out. The tenders out were for a brand new build, and that's fine, if that helps.
It sort of does. I was just looking for a date, like of maybe 2032 or 2027, or if there's a date where, hey, you know, we're really looking that we're at the end of the life cycle of this building and it needs to be replaced by, you know, sort of this time frame. That's kind of what I was looking for, but you might not be able to answer that question.
Go ahead, CEO Evans.
And absolutely, again, that's part of the assessment that the assessment would be looking for. My understanding, and Councillor Ratcliffe could maybe even add, I believe this building is in the 1970s, which by sheer age puts it near end of life, especially for these put together type structures. But an assessment would look at that. Going back to Deputy Reeve Melhalf's point, to put $160,000 into a building that isn't worth $160,000, that's part of that analysis that has to be looked at.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Just to add to Chief Emmons' comments, probably the appearance of the structure is one of the worst things. It has wood siding that is dried out and curling at the corners that it could disappear in a flash if an open flame came in contact with it. A lot of the windows, the seals are gone. So they're not really doing what they're supposed to. There's a soft spot in the floor at the front door where
Trap door? No, just kidding.
where, you know, another sheet of something has been put over it to strengthen it. it's well aged, this building.
Did you have other comments that you'd like to make?
I'm just considering whether I should add to the motion a cap on spending for the engineering study of, what, a total of 30,000. Would that be unreasonable? In your opinion?
So, Director Hansen?
I think that might be limiting, you know, what CAO Emmons there did allude to, like say an $80,000 cap, that would give us the flexibility, without having to come back. I would like to think that it wouldn't be that high, you know, there's discussion, the information that we received from the town that it was an assessment on the foundation. But it sounds like it may be more of an assessment of the entire structure as well as the foundation, so, you know, Mr. Emmons did allude to the $80,000 cap. If council's not comfortable with that, we can set it at a different number there, and then I guess it's the timeliness of, you know, in August, for example, we don't have a second meeting. There would be, as soon as we could come back with another recommendation actually to get the assessment on the move would be in September sometime. So, like I say, without that information from the town right now, I would like to have that latitude, but of course we would keep council informed as to what the actual number comes back as once the assessment estimate has been, after they've retained the engineer, got that estimate, set out the scope, for example.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'm just looking to the rest of council as to a number they would be comfortable with as a cap.
Okay. Would you like to comment on okay, go ahead, Councillor Grant.
I was just gonna comment that I understand where the concerns are coming from, but I feel confident the town also does not want to spend $700,000 on it. So I'm comfortable with the motion as it's already been stated. I think the town's gonna handle it responsibly, and they also don't want to overspend, in my opinion. So I feel confident with how it's stated personally.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. In my understanding, the ICC recommended a engineering study of the foundation only. Now we're, again, going back to timeliness. If we use that entity to move this forward, it has to go back to the ICC then for a recommendation to engineer the entire building, or are we going above the ICC's recommendation here? Because quite frankly, I'm not supportive of an open-ended budget for a foundation on a house-sized building. If we're going to talk about, you know, $80,000 times 2 for an engineering report on, I mean, you can build a house-size foundation for less money than $160,000.
COMs.
Yeah, so the one part, Councillor Lougheed, not exceeding, the ICC is a recommendation committee. It was discussed at ICC, just for comfort, on getting a building assessment as well. And the members are here. So it was foundation and building. So ICC was well versed in looking at the structure for, although not the amount of detail. I was just told about the roof, but Councillor Ratcliffe added to the sponginess to the floor, which also validates the need to get a good look at, is that structure worth salvaging or not? And I was just trying to provide comfort, so I threw out a number to see this carry forward that was far less than the 700,000, but would still allow us to move forward in partnership with the town. And it was only a suggestion. It's always council's purview where you'd like to go. And if there's too much uncomfort, defeat, we will wait for an estimate back from the town. Whatever council decides.
Okay. Any further comments to the question? Councillor Ratcliffe has asked if this council has an appetite to put the cap on there or not. so looking for consensus on that or what it is. I know Councillor Graham has said she was comfortable with the motion as is. Councillor Northcott.
Thank you. Just for, I don't sit on the ICC there, but with the ground conditions there and the assessment on the foundation, if the foundation is, you know, if it doesn't appear to be any good, has it been considered or talked about, you know, just using pilings? And then as mentioned here in this one statement about you know, an RTM or modular unit, if the ground conditions aren't favorable for a basement, if there's high water table and stuff like that, has there been discussion about pilings and setting a modular unit or RTM on piles there and the cost that would be, okay.
Yeah, I believe that was not only discussed at ICC, it was also discussed at the airport open houses as well that were held 2 years ago, I believe, or a year and a half ago. So, yes, good question though. All right, so where's council's comfort level in regards to a number or just the, as a friendly amendment, or we're going to approve the staff recommendation as written? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I know I would be much more comfortable with a cap of some form, or get the information from our managing partner. And I know that's not our team, that's having that team give the information that they should be providing when they're looking for a budgetary request. I well understand Councillor Graham's comfort. That's fabulous. But I want to expect the same thing out of our partner as I expect out of my own administration. And our administration would have provided a lot more background information to the request. And I'm sure that they will do the exact same thing for their own council as well. I have no doubt, but that's not been what's provided here. So I would be significantly more comfortable with a cap, but even more so with getting the information from our partner.
So what number would you be comfortable with for the cap? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. And that's the struggle, right? I have no idea what these cost. I know at one point, I believe last year in our 2024 budget to do things that are similar, not an airport, but I believe it was $100,000 in budget to do preliminary engineering and preliminary work on some of our own projects. And those are significantly larger projects. So theoretically, a $50,000 cap would be appropriate because $50,000 from the town, $50,000 from the county would give the $100,000 cap allotment. However, I also agree with Councillor Lougheed, and you can build and I get residential versus public occupancy, I recognize that, but you can build a basement for significantly less than the $100,000, or pilings, which is even less. So I'm struggling with information for the sake of information. Anyway, because I also understand, like I said, what Councillor Lougheed has said as well. So I'm struggling with this.
Okay, thank you. CEO Emmons.
Thank you, and I can well appreciate the position, or I'm trying to. If I may, being a municipality, a lot of times the information's integral just to justify decisions. A lot of times common sense isn't the answer people will accept. They require validation and proof going forward. So I think the study for the sake of a study, the town conducted some studies for the intended purpose. That tender was not successful, that tendering process. So looking at it from a different avenue, which will require some augmentation to that study. May I respectfully suggest walking the line that I've heard, 40,000 for a cap on our side. If a study can't be completed with those parameters, then administration simply brings it back, and it's time. And that's just process. That's not meant as anything other, if that sounds reasonable. I can, again, well accept and appreciate what I've heard. We were just trying to bring this forward to accommodate our partner, and they're actually, in all fairness, shifting from what was planned to now here's where we're at with some tenders that I will say were exceedingly high. I was very grateful for the wisdom at ICC and our managing partner to recognize that those prices just weren't acceptable, and perhaps sometimes municipalities pay more, and to push back on that. So.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. In that case, I will amend my motion to include a total cap of $80,000.
Total cap? So just speak for our behalf.
On our behalf? Then?
Yeah, just our behalf.
For 40,000 is the
40,000.
county's portion,
Okay,
which is still a lot of money.
all right. Any further comment? Go ahead, Councillor Grant.
Although I said before, I don't think it's necessary. I will support this motion because I would like to see us get things happening and moving forward.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Northcott.
It sounds like the building is old, decrepit, and needs to be replaced. So to Deputy Reeve Melhalf's, like, same sort of thought, rather spend the money on actually getting something done. I don't know if there's a restricted surplus account for to contribute to a new airport terminal.
It's in 700,000 is what we have as a restricted surplus.
So would we be able to just take these dollars and just continue to put it into that account until the day is deemed that it needs to be replaced? Well, and we can go ahead with either demolition and the construction of a new building at that time, rather than doing an assessment on a building that Councillor Ratcliffe explained as quite old and deteriorated.
Director Hay.
No,
Sorry.
well, I'll take a stab at that one first, I guess, and then that is the decision of council. If council wishes to abandon the project there and take that money and defer it, then that would be, that would be a new motion, I guess. One other thing I'm gonna speak to the assessment is that, in there again, going back to experience with our projects, is that the assessment that would have been completed overall, and then was made the determination that the building was beyond its salvageable life. The ICC committee basically approved the idea of constructing a new building with an upset limit of that. Council subsequently approved that money in budget to get a new terminal building. This new assessment, of course, is going to be able to assess that if we could actually use that foundation. So that may include non-destructive testing, geotech testing as well, because the last thing we'd want to happen is to put a new building on a foundation that wasn't able to support a new building, and that would make everybody look really, really bad. So the assessment would be definitely a way more comprehensive assessment onto the validity and that foundation itself. So there again, I would like to see it go to $12,000 is what, if we were the managing partner, but we need to ensure that we have all those bases covered. So I'd say I'm sure the $40,000 on our behalf would more than cover that, but I would like to come back and say, now it's actually a $20,000 assessment, because these are the items that they're actually looking at. But so it's our job to manage that money as well. We just don't have that estimate. And I guess this is what it's like being in the other departments when somebody else is managing infrastructure on their behalf. I've never had to sit on this. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. If we're talking about our stuff, let's talk about it all day. But somebody else's managing partner, this is terrible. But our job doesn't stop. We'll continue to manage it as if it was our money. So,
yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to at least provide that assurance.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lahi.
Thank you. I think Director Hansen covered some of what I was going to say, but again, my comments will probably be around timeliness. We provided budget for this project. The expectation of the community was that we'd be creating action, not to take away the effectiveness of the ICC. I see this driving this project further down the line to, it may not make a decision point. There may not be a building season available this year. If we come up with some alternatives, we still may not get this building done this year with budget, then we go into next year. Of course, there'll be another number of different considerations as we move into that year. So I will say that I am disappointed that we're at this point through no fault of our own, and I appreciate the efforts of the managing partner to identify there are challenges with that foundation, and although it was not part of the original proposal, because that would have been abandoned, that foundation, now this is finding new options that maybe can fit a budget. But again, the timeliness and the effectiveness of making a decision and moving forward comes into play here. I am disappointed that we can't facilitate something in this building season.
Go ahead, Director Hanson. Nope. Yeah, I agree with your comments, Councillor Lougheed. This conversation's been going on a long time. Even past council have been talking about this, and as we know, time costs money. So we've seen that through the tenders that were received. So, all right. So there's a motion on the floor as per staff recommendation in regards to the certified engineering assessment on the foundation of the existing terminal building to be funded from our $700,000 budget to a cap of $40,000 for us for the terminal building year of 2024. Any other comments, questions on that motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, that motion's carried. All right, so looking at that and looking at the time, we got about 8 minutes. And we're gonna start into our, if we could start into our section in regards to new business of corporate services 6.1, and which is the second quarter financial report, 2024. And who am I looking for that? Ms. Serhan, please. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Council. So Finance is presenting the second quarter financial information, which includes operating and capital expenditures to June 30th, 2024 for Council's information and review. Council will find attached operation variance reporting for the first 6 months of 2024. There are no real anomalies in either revenue or expense to the end of June. When the taxes are levied, they're generated in May, and the income is recorded at that time in the general ledger. Then if necessary, any write-offs are recorded in an offset account during the year-end processes. Some of the items to note are that the budget has yet to be adjusted in the chart of accounts for operations, but the budget adjustments for capital are included in the capital reporting. These will be completed, the operations budget adjustments will be completed for the 7th month report. There are a few reversing entries for year end that need to be completed, and that shows in the fire services revenue being in a negative. One of the other items to note is that the attached reports are for invoices that have been received and paid to the end of June. So that not all of the operational invoices for work done to the end of June, and will not include all the invoices for work done on capital projects for sure to the end of June. This information isn't reconciled and adjusted each month. This only happens at the end of the year for financial statements. This means that each month more work has been completed than what has been identified in the financial reports. It can take several months, as is shown with the time it takes to gather the information for the financial statements, to have all the information and subsequent entries recorded. The reports attached to this item are the quarterly reports coming from 2 different systems that are used to track different aspects of the programs and projects. And we can walk through any of these that you would like. The budget adjustment reconciliation report is also attached to show any adjustments that have been approved by council to the end of June. Again, if any additional financial information is required, administration is open to discussing what format this could be presented in.
Thank you. All right. So with that, does council have any questions or comments for Ms. Serhan? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, and this may not be more of a financial question. I was looking at the Nordegg staff housing, which I think went in April, May. Are we projecting any more expenditures, or is that job complete?
Is there information on that in the capital report that's provided for information to council on the status of the projects? That might be a better place to find that information. In councils, in the CAO's reports to council, I think there's a capital status report.
Didn't see it there.
7.4 you're referencing, Ms. Serhan, right?
Yes, the report that comes from Director Hansen.
Yeah.
If it's not in there, I will make sure and get a note out to council via email regarding that project.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments in regards to the second half of the year report?
Again, all these reports will be included in the information portion for the end of July at the second meeting in August.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
No, I have other questions, but they were more related to the status of the project than the cost, so
okay.
I'll stop there.
Okay. All right. So, looking for a motion. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I can't hit my button apparently this time. I appreciate the comprehensive layout of this and all of the information that comes with it, and I will happily make a motion that council receives the 2024 second quarter financial reports for information.
Thank you. Any other comments and questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. So I'm looking across the room before we get into the next item. I'm wondering if lunch is here, if we should, it is? Okay. So we will now take our lunch break and be back for, is 12:30 or 12:45? Looking at council, 12:40, we'll go 12:45. And welcome back to our County Council for meeting for July 23rd. We are in our agenda today. We are under 6.1.2, which is the strategic planning review decisions to date. And now pass that along to Mr. CO Ammons, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So this agenda, and I'll turn the floor over to Rhonda here in a bit. I just wanted to throw a bit of a preamble to provide Council with some context to it. A lot of work in Council's strategic planning sessions has been in around the list of priorities, the ability to fund, and what that looks like. Administration, myself, I'll be very clear, took those conversations and did my best to reflect what I thought I heard from Council. This is Council's priorities. It is Council's direction every day to administration as to the order, what it looks like, when it happens. And some of the subjects, to be very honest with Council, I didn't recall really a wholesome conversation around, and I had difficulty prioritizing where it should go and where it should fit. So I looked at it from a operational standpoint. Those items I took as, is it existing infrastructure? If it's existing infrastructure, I assumed it was a high priority to Council to keep and maintain, therefore I ramped it up. So I just wanted to explain some of the methodology that went into prioritizing this, and they are a reflection of my assumptions and a reflection of the conversations Council's involved me in as far as what that priority looks like. And this was only to assist Council in your conversation. Like I said, this is Council's priority list. You are governance, and administration is looking forward to hearing your direction. This is just a tool to aid in that conversation.
Okay. So with that, I believe there is a video and et cetera that I watched that was very good. So, and maybe you can offer some more.
Yeah,
background,
I'll go through some of the, there's actually 2 agenda items before the one that Mr. Emmons was speaking to. So I'm just gonna back up a little bit. Attached to the first agenda item there on the strategic planning review of decisions to date. So this is the decisions that Council has made in setting priorities to date. So again, this is all information that's been brought forward previously. I'm not gonna go through the January 15th presentation again. It was just attached there for information, both for Council as a refresher and for anyone wanting to look at it. And I did attach a short video link regarding the history of the community purse and how we got to this point today as far as taxing residential, non-residential, commercial, farmland properties, and that the municipality is an organization that provides programs and services to their stakeholders. And those programs and services are supported by various capital projects. However, programming and service delivery is the heart of what municipal government does and what is to be accomplished by the resources gathered by the municipality. Additional programs and services are ones that Council deems important enough that each ratepayer must contribute to this service. When you add a service level increase or have something funded through the community purse, that indicates that a portion of each person's or business's tax levy contributes to pay for that. So it's not, for example, if you take a community organization that's fundraising and then have that program funded through the community purse at a point after that, then it takes it out of the hands of choice by the people contributing to a must contribute to that service. Once a service is incorporated, its removal becomes challenging. Increasing costs for current service levels increases the pressure on the community purse, and additional services increase that pressure all the more. Careful consideration is crucial, as each added service imposes an additional financial burden to each ratepayer. Today, Council will review the decisions made through the budget in 2024 about distribution of the community purse on a very extremely high level. So there you'll see that the estimated operating revenue for 2024 was $64.5 million. Plus restricted surpluses being used in operations. And that typically happens when an operating project or program doesn't get completed in the year that it's indicated to do so. So if there was a project within operations that didn't get completed in 2022, we would put that into a work in process, restricted surplus, and then have those projects funded through a restricted surplus instead of through the operating revenues. And then we take away the operating expenses for the year, not including amortization, $53,595,000. Balance remaining to fund capital projects, $15.5 million. Less those annualized capital projects of $14.5 million, leaves a balance to allocate each year for those non-annualized projects of $943,000. So really, really high level. And then next is, should I stop here? Is there questions about that or?
No,
No,
no
okay.
blinking lights.
Okay, so the restricted surplus amounts have been broken into 4 categories. First is operational. So that includes the stabilization fund. You'll see it sitting at $14 million, and that includes $4 million that were allocated into specific projects at the end of 2022, I believe, during the 2024 budget process. Out of 2023, that will be coming out of the 2023 or 2024 budget. It's confusing when you got so many years to work with. GIS is the air photos, a leachate reserve for those high rain seasons that we talked about, or council talked about, maybe blending that into a different restricted surplus. The gravel reclamation is legislated, and emergency preparedness, there's been some funds used for out of that in 2022 that some grant funds are going to go back into that to bring that up to the policy of $2 million. So those are operational restricted surpluses, and that's just about at $22 million out of our total restricted surplus accounts.
I have a question.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Lahi.
Just for clarification, the stabilization fund is separate from the tax stabilization?
No, that's
fund?
the tax.
That is the tax
Yeah,
stabilization?
it has been sitting in that $10 to $12 million range over the last several years, but again, that $4 million, there was 4 specific projects that got allocated $1 million each, and it went into the tax rate stabilization fund to be redistributed in the following year. I would have to go to my detail sheets to look, but I'm pretty sure one of them was fleet and one of them was asphalt overlay. I don't remember off the top of my head what the other 2 were.
So it has become a bit of a catch-all or a holding spot for some things, because I think there was, did we not cap it in recent history at about $10 million?
There was never an app identified per se. There's been lots of discussion around that, but there's nothing been approved by motion. It does end up being a little bit of a catch-all just because some years, if there's a small deficit, it's identified as being funded through that tax rate stabilization to balance the year. And then if that is not required, then it stays in there. So there is a little bit of movement on that restricted surplus account from year to year, but it has stayed in between that $10 to $12 million mark. And that is something that council would need to discuss it and motion on changing that balance or using that for other purposes.
Follow up, Paul?
No, I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm a little confused. If work in progress funds were put into the tax stabilization account or the revenue stabilization, how it's done in our financials, it's called revenue stabilization. Then why do we have a work in progress one of 3.7 million if we're also using the revenue stabilization account for work in progress programs?
Yeah, it wasn't work in progress. It was for future funding of asphalt overlay, fleet purchases, bridges. I'll get the exact distribution for that $4 million during the budget and let you know what they were. But it wasn't for stuff that was already in progress. It was for future funding.
Okay, sorry, I'm still quite confused because we also have a bridge reconstruction restricted surplus and paved infrastructure restricted surplus. So why, I just don't understand why it would be moved into an account that it doesn't belong.
Yeah, it could have went into those individual accounts for sure. That's just the account it hit. I could, yeah, I'll have a look and I can move them to the appropriate ones if that's.
I just didn't understand, and I do remember us talking about it staying at 10 million. I do remember that conversation. I guess maybe it mustn't have been in the form of a motion or you have that expressed here, but I do remember that conversation because it was almost at 13 a couple of years ago, and we had pulled out of it and said to keep it down at 10. So it must not have been in the form of a motion, but I do remember that.
Yeah, there's been, yeah, lots of discussion about that for sure.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now as well. Thank you.
The second category of restricted surplus accounts are for those annualized programs. So the work in progress, as you identified, previous years' projects that maybe don't have a specific restricted surplus. The paving restricted surplus, bridge infrastructure, vehicles and equipment or fleet, fire apparatus or fire fleet, gravel inventory, so that's separate than the reclamation. That's to purchase gravel stores in the future. Cell development for the landfill cells. So those restricted surpluses total $37.8 million. So the total of those restricted funds comes to $59,770,000.
Okay, have another question? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Yes, sorry, thank you, Even. I should have asked it in the previous one. The stabilization fund is an operational item because of how we can fund projects being them from tax revenue. So then they becomes an operational restricted surplus because we utilize tax revenue in order to fund projects out of that account.
Right, so tax revenue is an operational item, and once it's identified for a specific project, then it would move into a capital restricted surplus if that's the direction of council. So if, and again, there's times when those funds could be used for a project that is operational in that Clearwater County doesn't own the asset. So if, for example, if we partnered on recreation assets, then Clearwater County doesn't own those assets, but it would be a grant to our funding partner or our partner for those projects. And that would stay an operational restricted surplus, even though it's a capital type project, but for Clearwater County, it's not capital. So, but mostly, if it goes to a project that has a useful life for longer than a year and meets the thresholds for capital, it would go into what would be identified as a capital restricted surplus.
Perfect, thank you.
So again, the total of those two categories is 59.7 million. The next category is facilities. So Ag Rec facility has a balance of 5.2 million. The airport facility has a balance of 887,000. Fire facilities, 452,000. Fire training facilities, 1.2 million. And the operational and administrative facility, $17 million. So all of those are funded in different ways. The Ag Rec facility was funded mostly through annual contributions. The airport was a one-time contribution, knowing that that facility was going to be looked at. The fire facilities has been a smaller annual contribution over time. The fire training has been deployment revenues coming from our paid on calls, putting time into helping other municipalities with their wildfires. And operations and administrative facilities, both annualized contributions and some rental income going into there.
Question from Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Yes, Reeve, thank you. In our audited financials, it only says fire capital. It doesn't break down fire facilities and fire training. So is that all then in the audited ones, is that all just squished together? And we're able to see the bigger version of it here, but it's squished together in the audited financials?
Yeah, the auditor, for whatever reason, just decided to
squish them
together. They thought the list was too long, I guess. I don't know what they thought, but when I got them back, that's how they had them identified, so.
Okay, supplementary?
Yes.
I thought that in the 2023 world, we had used almost all of the fire training fund to build in partnership with the deployment revenue, the fire training center. And in fact, I think we needed more injected into that in order to accomplish that. So has there just been even more deployment in order to build this fund back up?
Yeah, so what was identified and being used in 23 was to the end of deployments, to the end of 22, because that was the number that was known. So over the course of 23, the firefighters were deployed quite a bit. So there was additional revenues. And of course, we take out of that, that's the net amount of what is generated through our that program. And so of course we pay the paid on calls first and pay for all their supplies and whatever is used for that program, and then the net is put into that account.
Perfect, thank you.
And then for the fourth category is a miscellaneous category where there's different restricted surplus accounts that don't really kind of fit into any of the other categories. So rec, school, and municipal reserves. So those are, there was some funds put in there at one time to be matching for one of the schools in the area, but also Clearwater County is legislated to put municipal and recreation funds in there for any subdivision fees that are to be used for that type of infrastructure within the county. Trails is 28,000. Public Works Capital, 4 million. The Public Works Capital, when it was when there was dollars put in there, was for the council of the day felt like there was a lot of development happening within the hamlet of Nordegg, and wanted to ensure that other areas of the county, there was funds identified to develop outside of the hamlet of Nordegg, and they put in place $1 million for a year for 4 years. Sewer is general sewer. There was money put in there for a regional sewer system. Council can talk a bit about that if there's ongoing sewer infrastructure that's required, or it will be built up for replacement of the current infrastructure. Leslieville Sewer has mostly been funded through revenues above the operational expenses, so a bit every year, and then there was a one-time payment into their, or not payment, but a transfer into that restricted surplus, knowing that there was some work to be done on that sewer system. Broadband down to 170,000. They are, and this doesn't include the use that has been projected out of 2024, but we speak to that a little bit further down. West Country Roads, there's an annual contribution through policy for that. It's up to 1.8 million. Resource Roads, $8 million. You'll notice in the financial statements that it has only 7.5. That was an error on the auditor transfers, so we brought that up to where it was intended by council of $8 million. And core infrastructure at 13 million. So the total of the funds from items 3 and 4 were $55,809,000 at the end of 2023. And there's anticipated to be a net draw on these surplus accounts of $3.9 million, bringing the anticipated total of these funds to $51,831,000. In addition to these past decisions that have been made through budget and budget adjustments, the next item has a list of recommendations coming from the Strategic Planning Committee in 2024 that, if approved, will have an impact on operating expenses going forward. The third item is a list of outstanding capital projects that administration is asking council to prioritize. One of the restricted surplus accounts that you don't see listed here, of course, is the due from Nordegg, and it's sitting at a deficit. So as the lots that have been developed already are sold, that revenue, the net revenue, less the cost of developing those lots, will be placed within that restricted surplus, bringing that account to a zero by the time all those lots are sold.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that review.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Councillor Lahi.
Thank you. I was just noting from that last screen that there are two fairly large ones, a Public Works Capital, which is $4 million, and core infrastructure, which is 13, joined together, that's about $17 million. As kind of a broad category, there's not as much definition around what that is to be used for, other than it. Am I correct in saying that that is monies that can be allocated towards projects with kind of broad scope and goals?
Yes, those two specifically don't have a lot of specific projects identified. I guess even though the other ones have projects identified, they can be allocated to a different project once the priorities are chosen. And that's why we, as administration, separated out the different categories, whereas number 2 is the second category really is the ones that have specific projects identified that are moving forward by decision of council, and they move forward year after year. Gravel reclamation is legislated. Emergency preparedness is driven by policy. The Revenue Stabilization Fund really is the one there that has some ambiguity or ability to reallocate. And again, based on the priorities, the rest of them could be reallocated, if council so chooses. And I think that's why, it's really important that council identify those priorities, and then the second exercise is identifying where the funding comes from. So knowing that there's $52 million, plus probably that $14 million of stabilization fund, or, well, 10, I will double check what those that $4 million, which of those funds they should be going into. And really prioritizing what is important to this council as far as the projects that they want to accomplish, and having this funding available, but then really digging into what other funding options are available, and how council wants to see these projects accomplished and in what time frame, right? So as we move on, oh, sorry.
Did you have a
Sure,
follow-up?
sure,
Yes,
and
please.
I guess that one stabilization account, along with those two I mentioned before, account to $30 million. Now, we can transfer those to align with priorities.
Yes.
We don't have to maintain a due to or a due from. We don't have to kind of borrow from ourselves within those things. We can reallocate.
No.
Okay, thank you.
All of those, any of those funds, I would say, are available to be allocated to any of your priorities. Like I said, with the exception of those couple of legislated items and the basic programs and services that are happen year after year, that have identified those projects are moving forward. If, for example, the ag rec facility is not on your priority list, if through discussions it gets moved to, well, let's say it gets moved to number 2, maybe it's your most priority project, then you can move funds out of one of the other ones and fund that one. Or if it's 38, then we look at what year do you think you want to accomplish that, how much has to go in there annually, and should that money go to fund something else in the meantime. So it doesn't necessarily mean that project needs to be taken off the list or not talked about anymore. It's a matter of deciding what the priorities are and then strategizing the funding of those priorities.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I was just going to comment on the regional sewer that we're still putting money into. It's my understanding that the cause of that original plan is no longer there, that the need isn't there. And so those funds could be used for other applications as well, for other projects.
CO Emmons.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Ratcliffe. And I would suggest the cause is still there. Withrow still has identified issues, although as time progresses, individual lot owners have addressed their individual sewer needs. But the conversation of still needing a communal system is still there. Unless council makes a decision and says, you know what, these lots were created, the expectation is it's on the landowner to take care of and maintain their own systems, and that regional system isn't a priority.
Okay. Not sure who was first, so I'll go Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then I'll go Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there any reason that it would have to go to that? Like, we have multiple multiple sewers within the municipality, and given the vote earlier this morning, we will have another one to have to try to manage. Does it have to go to what the original regional sewer encompassing Withrow, et cetera, or can it be a sewer programs, and that could be a rebuild when they're timed out, to ensure that a future council isn't having to scramble to come up with funding to rebuild a sewer. The funding is there, and or when one needs to be rebuilt in the village of Caroline. Can it go to that, or does it have to go to the Leslieville regional system?
Director.
Can it just be sewer globally, period?
Director Hansen.
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. You know, the intent was the regional system with a larger regional solution in mind. Now we've done great leaps in upgrading our own infrastructure in Nordegg and in Condor and in Leslieville to get those into more modernized systems. But there's also always been that looming system of the one down south. You know, what needs to be done down there, as well as the regional idea has never died. You know, if there was an opportunity in the future to regionalize, or that, as you identified, there isn't another account there that actually, you know, is being put towards the rehabilitation of, or the reconstruction of these facilities. Let's say for example, you know, I'm going to use the word cutting edge technology that we've used out there with that wetland system, as well as combined with the conventional lagoon system. We're just now starting to figure out, you know, what some are the problems with, you know, being cutting edge, you know, comes with a lot of problems. You know, there's no doubt in anybody's mind that when you're going to take on technology that's, you know, that is that advanced, that we're going to have to make adjustments in the future, and those are being evaluated right now with our engineers. But absolutely, you know, Leslieville sewer has some, but there's other sewer initiatives that should be saved for and addressed in the future, whether it be an extension of services, whether it be south or north of this municipality and Rocky, for example, and plus the unknown of Caroline.
So it can just be a general sewer, can be reallocated if needed?
I think that'd be probably more appropriate.
Thank you.
Councillor Lawhead.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Also wanted to confirm that the resource road number is something to solidify the commitment we made to paving the O'Chase Road. Is that, am I correct in that being the surplus that is being used for that commitment?
Mr. Hunt?
Yes, it is. And I just want to add to Director Hansen's explanation there. The history behind all these transfers and these restrictions of these surpluses are just that history, and to help council have an understanding of why dollars were put there. But at any time, council can reallocate any of the funds for any reason. So, I mean, if you decided, and Eric's gonna wiggle a little, but I don't really want you to do this. If you decided you didn't want to pave, you didn't want to do any more asphalt overlay, you didn't want to have anything to do with surface roads, you could take that balance and
Where's
move
the
it.
defibrillator?
But it's just being like very, I mean, I want you to understand that you can take these dollars and restrict them for any purpose at any time. So, administration's going to, you know, help you in that, identify, okay, are these your priorities? Is this what you want your funds to go to? If you want to continue with asphalt overlay and protecting that infrastructure and that service level within Clearwater County, administration's gonna say, well, maybe not that one, right? So, but at any time, council can identify and totally change what those dollars are restricted for.
Thank you for that. So with that, there is just a staff recommendation for acceptance of information for this item. We will get into more of a detailed discussion, I think, in the next agenda item. If there's no other questions in regards to this item, looking for a motion to accept for information. Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, I just wanted to address Councillor Lawhead's question in regards to the resource roads. You know, I think it's important to, you know, we haven't talked about it in a while. So it's important to communicate that, you know, that is Clearwater County's commitment, and our highest priority is the O'Chase Road. This council's been very clear that $8 million has been set aside for that. the longer we wait, the less, the $8 million is not gonna go as far as it did a year ago. We've seen that continuously. You know, the province has stepped up and they've committed to for their other third. We're still waiting for our third partner, and to be clear, it's not a grant application that we can make to the federal government in order to get this achieved. You know, it is really the will of the third paying partner to come to the table and to make that project successful.
I would agree. Deputy Reeve Melhall?
Thank you, Reeve. It's, maybe we should just rename it, Ocheese Road Savings Waiting on a Partner. I don't know, that way we're flying even more of a flag to show people that, and the federal government, that we're here, we're willing, we're waiting. But if they aren't coming, because we've secured the provincial government ourselves, when do we just go, we're gonna go until we run out and the federal government can join us or not, but we've done our part? When do we pull that pin and do that?
I can certainly appreciate the sentiment. That would really jeopardize any opportunity, and a partially completed project would be, I think would be, I'm gonna use as strong as word as a fail. If we don't complete the entire project, then it would really, we didn't achieve the goal that we were trying to do there. And I'm afraid, spending our portion of the money wouldn't leverage anybody else to come to the table. You lose that leverage, and that's what we've been banking on, and this council's been successful. We did get to the province to the table, not through grant application, but through the efforts of the lobby group between the town, as well as the county, the reserve itself, as well as, picking up that phone and calling those elected officials in order to get that commitment. And we're 2/3 there. And I'd hate to just throw that away and start spending money because you'll lose that leverage.
Well, and that's fair. It's really frustrating to have funding sitting there from two partners and not have that third partner at the table. And it'd just be nice to be like, we're doing this, let's go. So it's just frustrating.
And I have questions in regards to that particular road and much along the same lines, but whenever we've done road rebuilds, there was always a cooling off period, right? You build the foundation, you wait a year, you wait 2 years, and then you do the pavement afterwards. And so, my questions, same lines, is we get to the point where we're ready for the pavement, and then that pavement becomes the federal responsibility. And that's just thrown at you now, so it's just something maybe that this council considers with the province to say, listen, we'll get everything ready but the pavement. But at the end of the day, the pavement is the federal's responsibility. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there again, I don't disagree with the sentiment. Unfortunately, we would definitely construct the base to facilitate a future paved road. What that creates, though, is that we need to do it to create two standards. So we'd have to, in order to maintain that 17 kilometers as a gravel road, we need to narrow it up. So we'd have to construct it to keeping in mind the wider standard in order to support the base course gravel as well as the asphalt. But then we would have to narrow that up in order to make it into a maintainable surface, because it would be an undetermined amount of time until we got the pavement. If it's just for a year, we can leave it at the 13 meters wide and let it settle, and then knowing that the following year that the funding would be there to pave it. Knowing if it was undetermined, we'd have to narrow that up to 9 meters wide, and then it would actually adds to the cost of the paving in the future. Now, if that cost was going to be deferred onto the other partner, then so be it. I say it's not impossible, and it's certainly plausible to do. It would add additional cost to the project, but it would get us part of the way there. I agree. Pros and cons.
Absolutely, and something to monitor as we, the next little bit, because we do know that there's a federal election coming up in hopefully the next 16 months. So, all right, so we have motioned and carried on for information, accepted that item for information. I'm moving on now to item 6.1.3, which is review of financial decisions from the Strategic Planning Committee of 2024. And I believe that is Ms. Serhan and.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
So this just has a list, some of the motions from the June meeting. The minutes haven't been passed yet, so we don't have those motions. So I just created a list to make sure that everything was on there. And just more for, to keep these recommendations in mind as we move to the next item. This is, no, again, no decision required for this agenda item, just information. So the January strategic planning meeting had recommendations for information on a variety of the capital projects. Most of those have happened, with the exception of the waste management plan with options for infrastructure going forward and the reuse shed options which go hand in hand, and they will be coming to the September strategic planning committee meeting. The future facility needs was brought forward in May, and my apologies, I meant to look up when the other two went and put the months in there, and I must have got distracted and did not complete that, so I'm not sure when that information was brought, but I'm pretty sure that information has gone to council since January. And then the June Strategic Planning Committee meeting had agenda items regarding the Caroline Arena upgrade, the Farrier Hall construction completion, the emergent facility grant, and those three totaling an additional $570,000 impact on the operational expenses, because again, none of those facilities are Clearwater County's currently. And then the other three were the Nordegg Cemetery project, the administration and operations facility, and the AgRec facility, both of those being high priorities motioned through the Strategic Planning Committee. And then, of course, there's the broadband that isn't included in here, but the broadband committee has some projects that they've just announced that they will be participating in. So that's just, again, for information, just a refresher. Any questions on that?
All right. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. The number 3 item in June, was that the provincial active communities grant? Was that what that was around? Or is that something different?
No, that's the grant that Clearwater County provides to the community halls to bring them up to building code. Okay. So I'll let Director Martinson speak to that.
So yeah, Finance Manager Serhan was correct in that grant is earmarked for that. We presented information that discussed that funding for 2023 and 24 going to Dovercourt and assessments at Leslieville, and then funding in 2025 having to go towards work in Leslieville. So those would be the projects. We have completed assessments at Condor and Nordegg, so we'll be looking to potentially do some work in those halls in the future as well. But we believe that once we get through our top tier halls, that the requirement for that fund will be significantly less as we start moving into assessing and when I say top tier, I mean the largest capacity halls, which have the largest requirements under fire code, and ergo need the most expensive upgrades. Hopefully that answers this question.
Councillor Lahi?
Right now, it's a ghost button.
Okay. All right. So this particular item is just like Mr. Hannah said, it's just a refresher. So we just need a motion to accept for information. Okay, Councillor Graham, thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. All right, so now moving along to item 6.1.4, the priority setting.
item that CAO Emmons was speaking to, the priority list that is attached. And again, I'm going to reiterate that this is a starting point for council's discussion. This is by no means administration's recommendation. This is just where, just a starting point for discussion. And yeah, administration and staff are very excited and anticipate a great discussion this afternoon on the priorities and projects that council sees moving forward.
Thank you for that. And I do want to acknowledge that we are, although we are missing two councillors today in their opinions, we will carry on, and hopefully that they will have an opportunity at some point to be able to chime in and give us their opinions too at some future meeting when we discuss this again. So with that, we have a list of the capital projects, and maybe CEO Emmons, did you have anything more that you want to offer before we start this discussion?
No, Reeve Swanson, I think I put out the preamble earlier to kind of set the tone for this. Truly just wanted to provide council with just a little bit of background on the mindset. Like I stated earlier, there was some assumptions on my behalf to reflect what I thought council's priorities were. Council will notice the top priorities, the top 5 are all broadband. My assumption being, with the acceptance of the grant, that would be the #1 priority with that commitment. Behind that was the airport capital. That one, because it's an existing partnership, it's an existing commitment. So I took that into context as well. The Lesaville water treatment plant, again, as Director Hansen talked about earlier, we have cutting edge technology out there, and it's a matter of ensuring that is functioning as designed and maintaining the infrastructure we've already invested in. The solid waste, right behind that. Council's had a lot of conversation on that. And honestly, that it was based on that conversation. That one particularly, Director Hansen's going to bring that forward at a later date. And council will have the opportunity to discuss what that looks like. Status quo, you know, that middle of the road mark, or that Cadillac version, for lack of better words. And a more wholesome conversation will happen with that. So maybe rather than go through every one of them, I just wanted to touch on the top few to provide kind of why the order was placed. I truly tried to reflect what I heard council say, and administration is looking forward to truly hearing from council and where your priorities lie and how we can assist.
Okay, Ms. Surham?
Yeah, so I just want to kind of set the stage here for the dollars. So the total for the 45 projects is $161.8 million. And even though funds have been identified for some of these projects, there's none of them that are fully funded. And I don't believe we have a solid commitment for the year of construction or purchase for any of these projects. So that's why I kind of took that $51 million that's been identified to partially fund some of these projects, and we just really want to get the priorities first and then move the funding to the priority instead of kind of marrying those two and trying to work through, well, we already have money for this, let's you know, it would only take this much to finish that. No, that money truly is movable and allocatable to the priority. So let's hear what council has to say about the projects themselves as far as where in the priority list each of the projects are, and even if something, like, even if the ag rec facility is priority number 2 but the timeline is not until 2028 or 2030, it can still be priority number 2, and we're gonna fund that until, equally every year until we hit that dollar amount in whatever year the council feels that, project, should be completed by. So I think there's a lot of moving parts here, but the first thing is to decide, council to decide which projects are the top 10 priorities.
Okay.
So with that, we will, just looking at the time here,
Okay, we'll start the open discussion, and I'll start with Councilor Graham.
I have a question, and as soon as I ask, it'll probably come to me, but number 28, the Donkey Farm Road. Could I please have some details on that one, because my brain is not remembering them. Thank you.
Director Hansen?
Yes, so as a reminder, recently, what was it, 2 councils ago, recently came with a land purchase there to purchase additional widening to support future alignment and bridge reconstruction on this road. So this project was a historic priority of council. It's safe to say it's one of the worst local roads we have in our area, you know, due to the topography. You know, we have 2 restricted bridges there, which we've kicked the can, trying to come up with a better solution. We don't want to invest in those bridges in place when there's a better idea of how to improve that. So, you know, not to, I guess, we've actually been approached by another one of the landowners that's actually a critical part of this, looking that would be interested in selling additional land for the widening as well. So it's very promising that if we could acquire those problematic areas there that could facilitate the reconstruction in. That's why we've brought it back as a priority on this list. And then, of course, it would be new for this council. It's something that we've put on the list now. We are seeing some promising results, I guess, through the landowners and the engagement that we have had there. So that's why it's been brought up back on the list.
I remember now. Thank you.
Councilor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Just wondering how the lot sales in Nordegg are going. I don't see a lot of signs with sold on them out there. So is that stalling? Is there still the pressure there to push ahead in Nordegg development?
Let's see. Director Hager is approaching.
Oh.
She can probably help us out on that one, that question.
Good afternoon, Council. In terms of lot sales for Nordegg, there haven't been a significant amount. You're correct. In the historic commercial core, we have the bulk of those still up for sale. And on the residential side on Elizabeth Avenue, we had quite a few take-back parcels that weren't constructed within the 3-year obligation to construct timeframes. So those have been relisted. So you'll probably see more signs going up for parcels that are either being taken back or underway and being taken back. So we did have a couple of sales. So those offset, you know, a few of those take-backs. But other than that, yeah, the market hasn't been. And for the August 27th meeting, I do plan on bringing a lot sales pricing the policy back. We've had administrative review. It took a little bit longer than expected. And then as well, there'll be a couple more lots to price so that they can get listed as well. But yeah, unfortunately, the market hasn't borne a whole bunch of sales this year.
Is there a reason why that's happening?
Well, if I had a crystal ball to tell you a reason for it, my guess would be price point. And again, that'll form part of that discussion when we come back in August.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Do you have a follow-up?
I have a different question.
Okay.
Not so much of a follow-up. I don't see anything in here for you know, funding set aside for Caroline, whatever council might want to kick off there in 25.
CEO. Who's Director Hansen?
Yeah, so I guess the reason why you haven't seen it on the priority list is because we don't know what those priorities are specifically. I'm gonna take back the conversation back to the previous council, actually. That's where the core infrastructure, of course, the conversation about amalgamation with Caroline is nothing new. That's actually why the core infrastructure restricted surplus was created. Knowing that there was a inevitable inheritance, I guess, of that infrastructure, that's why it was created. So core infrastructure being roads, water, wastewater, et cetera, you know, emergency services, you know, that's why it was created without a definition. But that was the intent of the core infrastructure of the day. Because not knowing that what we're going to inherit, you know, with the assessments that need to be completed down there. But you're very correct on saying there is a looming deficit there that likely needs to be addressed.
Thanks.
All right, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. What, Mr. Han, what process are you wanting us to use to get to this? Like, should I just throw out number 9 can be moved to number 46? Like, what process are you wanting this to go through? Because I would throw out that number 9 can be moved to number 46.
Sure. If that's, I think whatever will get council talking about where the priorities are on the list. So if you want to make that suggestion, and then we can hear from the rest of council what they think. And then if that's, if everyone's in agreement, then that's what we'll do.
I really should have printed this off.
I can print them.
Do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Just this,
So-
just this.
So why don't we
Yep.
take a 5-minute break to get this on a paper version? I agree, because I printed mine last night, so. I
Oh,
couldn't
yeah,
look
no,
at it.
I'll print it for sure.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, please. Yep, yep. And welcome back from our quick break. We got paper copies of our priority list, so now we can better manage the list. So with that, looking at council to help start this list, and where do we see some of these projects? Do we want to, as indicated, move them around? What do we see as still our top priorities? And going forward. So anyways, go ahead, Councillor Grant. Oh, sorry, I had actually Deputy Reeve Milhoff first. Sorry. And then I'll go to you after.
Sounds good, thank you. Prior to our commercial break, I had made the suggestion of number 9 being moved right down to the bottom. And I'd like to move 29 right up towards the top. So there's a couple of conversation starters.
Okay. Councillor Graham.
I would definitely support number 9 being moved way to the bottom. That's also not a priority for me. And for me, I would like to move number 25, the ag-reg facility, to the top.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I would like to move natural gas to Nordeg up. Maybe into the number 9 spot, if that makes sense to the rest of you.
All right. Any?
That was all for now.
That's all for now. Okay. Quick question, Mr. Hunt. None of these are, of these priorities, and maybe I should have asked CEO Emmons, what's legislated? Remember we had some that were legislated, so I'm going to say like the landfill development, number 21, that is legislative, correct?
We do have to provide garbage services, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so anything to do with the landfill would be legislated. Yes, please, Mr. Emmons.
So absolutely correct, except what that looks like, of course. The service is legislated, but what that looks like is absolutely council's governance. We had a presentation. Now, that presentation, Eric, again, will be bringing that forward in the future. A percentage of that garbage could be transported out. I would respectfully suggest that we will always need a landfill. There's always going to be a percentage that can't be handled through any other means. So I would concur with that, but how that service is provided.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Graham?
Number 12, the Cram-In Ramp Design and Construction. That's one of the sites that I used to sit at, and I didn't experience problems there, so maybe I'm not seeing the problems, but I would, because of my experience there, I would move that one down personally. I don't have a specific number, but it's just not that high on my priority list.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I actually just wanted the opportunity to speak on some of everybody else's, like, upgrade or downgrades or upgrades or whatever, however we're wording this on other people's moving around. For number 25, regarding moving the ag-rec facility up, I agree. I feel like I would love to see that project take place, but we've not done any public consultation on that project yet. So it's really tough for me to be like, hey, let's do it when we haven't had the upgraded feasibility study and we haven't had the public consultation yet. So I don't know if I can actually place it because I don't know where my community sees it as a priority. Whereas like me placing the dry hydrants way up at the top, that to me is a safety concern that we need to move up to the top. The ag rec facility, we haven't done public consultation, so I don't know.
Okay. That's a fair assessment.
Okay, I don't know if Director Martinson wanted to comment on that before I go to the next.
Okay, for sure. Go ahead, Director Martinson.
You showed up, so I figured you wanted to speak.
We do have, fairly thorough consultation in the existing feasibility study. We do have, as council knows, they've allocated in 2024 funding for us to modernize the study. We have a day of consultation planned. I wouldn't call it community consultation. I would call it industry consultation or user consultation. We will not be going out to the community broad. We will not be going to each one of your divisions and consulting a percentage of people. We will be consulting a percentage of the users that were consulted in the past, and those users will be considered to be folks that would be high priority for usage of the facility. So I do want to manage expectations. This isn't a broad, consultation and it's going to reach into every corner and every township of every division. But we are scheduled to meet with user groups in August, and we hope to have information for council in September or October as far as updating the feasibility study. But it truly is just updating. It isn't recreating something that's already done. A lot of the information in the feasibility study is timeless, but the information that had the potential to be stale over time, if you will be what we're focusing on in the modernization.
No, and I'm sorry,
Nope,
Reeve.
go ahead.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that because that becomes a huge piece of this puzzle for me. And I also remember us discussing if there was other options to go out to like the people that build these and say, what can you do for this budget value? Like, this is what we're prepared to spend. What can you do? Or go out and find a partner, or like there was a few other things that had been discussed. So I think those all play into where this can sit in the priority list. So it's very hard for me to be like finding a spot for it when there's a few other pieces to that puzzle. Just some of my initial thoughts. With regards to gas, this number is a lot different than what had been discussed through motion at previous council meetings. So I'm curious how we got to the 4 million, which is what's listed here, versus just over 1, I thought, or 1.4, and now it's showing as 4. Is Clearwater County intending to build this predominantly on their own?
Ms. Director Hagan?
I believe that was based on recent discussions and feedback we were getting from Rocky Gas Co-op.
Okay.
That the route that they had planned to take was not going to be allowed or at least delayed. So they were looking at an alternate route that we anticipated was going to bump up the cost. So I believe this is the most recent estimate of what our contribution would actually look like.
Okay, so this is just from hearing those things, not from, okay, because I was getting a little, I'm like, I was just a little confused. So thank you. This is just an estimate. There's
Most
still
recent
only
estimate.
the contribution of the 1.4 that has been committed to. Just so that I don't turn around and go back to the gas company and be like, hey, counties contribute 4. I want to make sure that I'm not on the wrong path there. So this is just an estimate.
I think there was correspondence from the gas co-op to back that up in the last 6 months. And so we're being conservative, as we always try to be, and get the best estimate in there that we can and try and reduce surprises later. For sure, and I appreciate that, and the gas co-op's been working hard to actually secure funding from outside of Clearwater County sources. But, and I may be speaking out of turn, but I would absolutely support moving this up in priorities. That's a safety thing for that community. But I truly believe we need the provincial partner to come to the table and help fund the safety of that community. But I also think that could help with a whole bunch of other pieces of this puzzle if that one fell into place. So I would support moving
that up as well, and perhaps having the advocacy come from this table as well and not just the Rocky Gas Co-op's table, that might help move some of the other needles that they've been working towards. So I think that'd be valuable.
Councillor Lougheed?
Reeve Swanson, when I first saw this, I was quite excited that the bill being $160 million over 10 years, that should be achievable. And of course, the eye is drawn to those ones that are the larger ones, like the $40 million ones or the $22 million ones. Those take extra time to really rationalize and see if they fit the needs of the community. And I think arranging those and the priorities gets your financial house in order more quickly. I think there's a number of these also that are under $100,000. I don't know if they should really be dealt with in the same sentence as $40 million as well. I think maybe we can simplify the overall project scope or number, at least in there, by kind of eliminating some of those more common sense, smaller projects that will be addressed as needed without setting a council priority to, anyway, I think can be through budget. So I think we could reduce the number we have to jockey around here, but I think we really need to take a look at, when we spoke of the ag rec facility, you know, using the numbers we had from that somewhat dated study, we're at $22 million. That may be setting an expectation for our community that we just can't meet. That is 1 out of every $8 over the next 10 years. That's a lot of money. So I think, yes, to an ag rec facility, something that is in that $22 million range might not be something we can put the expectation out of. For me, 1 out of every $8 is a little bit too high of a priority. We have to look at what an ag rec facility could be with a smaller amount, perhaps what we, using the restricted surplus is already available for that facility, and putting an additional bit of money once we understand what the community needs are and balance that with looking into the future. I'll leave it there for now and go back to council's comments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I have to agree with the comments about the ag rec facility, that it's hard to place it without having updated information and options. I have a question regarding 13, 14, and 15, which is water and wastewater in Nordegg. What's the driver behind those? Is it a population or a schedule? I guess I'm trying to understand what the priority would be for those.
Yeah, those were designed as the, to coincide with how aggressive the development, you know, we expedited a lot of the development faster in Nordegg. So anticipating that demand, that's why these upgrades came faster as well. So we're in the process right now of developing, you know, preliminary engineering for multiple projects in Nordegg, as well as like detailed design of 2 other projects there for the phase 2 historic commercial core, for example, that Stewart Street connection up to Elizabeth, for example. Those reports will be coming back to council, and if we keep storming ahead, I guess, with that aggressive development of Nordegg there, that'll, you know, probably, it reaffirms the need to do these water treatment upgrades. Now, if we were to cool the development plan of Nordegg there or postpone some of those things, then some of these core infrastructure upgrades could be deferred. You know, eventually we know that has to be upgraded eventually. You know, there's the water treatment system only has so much capacity as we can, but we have to be ready for that development as well. So if we were going to, you know, sell a large commercial venture there, we have to be able to water to support them. So they kind of part and parcel to the development plans. And if we change development plans, then some of these could be deferred.
Yeah, okay. It's driven by lot sales and, of course, the lots we have available.
Yeah, it's mostly available because sales, I'd hate to be building it after we sold it, right? But if we develop it and say, you know, it needs to have the capacity there for sure.
Yeah, okay. I have another question, if I may. And that is around the solid waste central site. In looking through the capital budget report, I see we are expecting a number of options to come forward. And more reasonable options might be something we would proceed with quicker, in my mind, once we've seen that. So to put it to the bottom at this point seems a little premature, but I respect the opinions of the rest.
And I would concur because if we are going to, well, we will be participating in the EPR program next year, I believe. It starts in 2025, and so we have to be prepared for some of that too, to be these collections at our central site for that. So will it be pushed to the very, very bottom? Maybe not, but I would assume as we get the, at the September strategic planning meeting, when that is presented, we may change our mind on some of that. Looking back at the list, I'm just gonna start reading them off and seeing where we are. I'm gonna say 1 through 10. We would like to move out of those first 10 items. What I've heard is that we're going to move number 9 out of that top 10, for sure. I would like to move number 10 down at this point in time until it is a want at this point, but we do know and it's like any of these projects, we are going to be applying for grants. So if we get grants, then these priorities move up the list, correct, CO Emmons? So even though, for example, I'm just looking, should we get in regards to the ag facility, if we apply to these grants, these building grants for, alternate materials and, things to help us build these materials, no different than the housing grants that are coming out to build these energy efficient buildings, kind of a thing. Once we receive monies with this helps the priority become stronger in our capital project, correct?
If I could propose to council to reframe that a little bit, maybe.
Okay.
Regardless of how it's funded, if council went through the exercise of picking your priorities, what's important to this council, to the community you represent? And then how it's funded is a secondary conversation. I absolutely understand. Grant funding makes it easier to accomplish some of these things. And it's nice to tick those boxes and get more done. And I well respect that and understand it. I had to fight that urge actually when I was going through this exercise. And what is important to this council representing your community? What amenities, what priorities? Regardless of funding, if I may, just for a hypothetical, if an ag rec field facility is priority 1, then great. If you get funding, that's an awesome bonus, kind of a thing. I think if we start blending in how you're gonna fund it, it'll make this exercise far more difficult. I believe the funding, your priority 1, and I'm just picking on the ag rec facility because it's a big ticket item. It might be your number 1 priority to be completed in 2030. So even though it's your number 1 priority, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to build it in 2025. But it's your number 1 priority for this community because that's who council represents. And picking 2030 gives you 6 years to save the differential between what we have in reserves and what's needed to have a fully funded project. Does that sound like a reasonable?
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. That, I agree, that sounds extremely reasonable. However, a lot of the choices that I've made up to this point have 100% been, they're not necessarily the quote-unquote wish list, but they're the, hey, this priority has actually been funded or assisting in funding. So something that on my list might have been significantly way further down, we've got a partner. So like, let's move it up to list. So I will appreciate that you're saying that just look at the priority and the merit of the priority, but some of it is on the merit of we had funding to help support it. So it's really, that's a struggle for me to just be like, this is a priority because it's a priority when funding becomes a huge, otherwise we're just saying, yeah, it's a priority and we'll tax the people to do it like that.
Yep, go ahead.
So if I may, because like I said, I struggled through this exercise for exactly what you're talking about. So if this helps, Deputy Reeve, say you, Cheese Road. I know it's a poor example because you're fully funded there, but say you're not. And it's priority 37. It's priority 37 on your priority list, but you're very close to fully funded. You're expecting grant funding. So although it's number 37 on your priority list, it might be identified in 2025 for construction.
Okay.
Which means it gets constructed in 2025, whereas your number one priority as the Ag Rec facility is 6 years away. It won't be constructed until 2030. Because you're identifying, you're hitting what you're talking about in the funding years, not on the priority. It doesn't necessarily reflect. I think I lost you.
No, so, okay. It's difficult because, so let's say they were doing the ag rec facility and that's number one, but it's not my number one if I can't find a partner to do it. So why can I put that as number one? Because we're gonna start allocating money towards it, but if we don't find a partner to go with us, why are we allocating money that we could be using to other projects that would make it so we don't have to increase the tax burden in order to accomplish projects that we're not doing unless we find a partner to do it with? So we talk we talk constantly about 500,000 is a 1% tax increase. So if we set in 2027 we're doing this, we need to have the funding in which to accomplish that, right? If we don't, and that includes partnership funding or grant funding or whatever. If we don't find a partner to go with that, then we're increasing the tax burden in those several years to get the funding to build that project, or we're looking at debt, which I do not want to do, ever.
So, if I may, and I'd like to respectfully challenge you.
Absolutely.
Okay. So if the Ag Rec facility, and these are only hypotheticals.
100%.
To try and assist the conversation. If the Ag Rec facility is council's number one priority, if it truly is your number one priority, does grant funding, whether you get it or not, matter?
To me it does.
Then
But-
is it your number one priority? Do you have another priority that you would like to see done, whether you got grant funding or not?
Keep the tax rate as low as possible and not increase the tax burden to the taxpayers. If we're looking at just general priorities, that would be mine. So therefore, these other priorities that are wants, or that are wants not needs, need to have partners with them, or they need to be saved up for.
So what I heard was things like the landfill cell, the leachate, those legislated things, salt
Become higher
storage,
priority because they have to be done.
those float to number 1, 2, 3, and then broadband would be under those because they're a committed, funded project, but they're still on a, I want. Is that?
Well, it's a little bit different because we did find funding for those, right? Broadband is funded, but are we just doing like a philosophical debate here on the philosophy of how we're priority setting?
that, and broadband's not fully funded.
Not on our end, but it could be in a couple of minutes if you want me to pick some places it can come from.
But,
Because I have a list of where they can come from.
but it's still not a legislated service,
Fair?
is my point. So I'm just trying to reemphasize what I believe you're saying to me. You're saying those mandated services, like operating the landfill, maintaining the Lesaville wastewater system, would be your highest priorities, because those are legislated services. Then broadband, because we have 2/3 to 75% funded. We have, is that?
Should that not be how we do it? We should keep the lights on before we install new lights. Like, should that not be the way that this is looking? Because if I'm looking at this from the wrong perspective and doing the legislative things we have to do being my number one's priority, if that's not the perspective I should have, I'm sorry, because that's always how I've looked at it.
Deputy Reeve, this list presented was what I thought council said. Operationally, administratively, 100% agree with you. 100%, we need to maintain the legislative responsibilities, and that would have been my list. This list is the one I thought reflected council and the conversations I heard from council.
Okay.
Your governance, you're the boss. This is what I thought I heard.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, my list?
A little bit different than this list.
Yes.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what CAOM is saying, and absolutely, we want to know what the priority is before we attach funding to it. And so things like Phase 2 historic commercial core, there's no partner, there's no, Phase 1 hasn't sold yet, so should that move to the bottom, or the Stewart Street to Cemetery to Elizabeth? There's not even any lot sales that are going to be recouped. That's entirely a county-funded project, and it's servicing a small portion of the county. So those kinds of things, is that what I'm hearing you say, is moving those to the bottom and move the more legislated ones to the top, and then the ones that have partners next?
In my brain, that's how I'm looking at this, but that may not be how the rest of the team, sees all of this, but that makes the most sense to me.
Great discussion.
Could be wrong.
Okay, yep, thank you. I'm also looking at the list, and would like to move number 30 up the list. I feel we can find a lot of efficiencies down the road, so I feel it needs to move up quite a bit. I would actually, in regards to the natural gas to Nordegg, I think that's, yes, I agree with Deputy Reeve Melhoff as far as advocacy in that assistance, but I believe we've been generous in emotion already, and I would hate for us to do anything more than what's already been motioned for myself. And understanding the need, yes, for safety, but at the same time, it's no different than what CO Emmons has recognized as far as, Cheese Road too, right? It's not even on the list, but we know that it's there should we have a partner in that. So I would like to ask the question again. I'm just looking at the list in regards to some of these, and it was mentioned, right, by Councillor Lougheed in regards to these smaller amounts, for example, like the new rental equipment pool, number 24. Some of these ones that are just like quick one-offs, is that something that they can just go down the list because they're one-offs? Or are they attached to a bigger priority that's off the 10-year capital plan, I guess? If that makes any sense, right? So even the I'll look here, like the Southeast Recreational Grounds, $50,000 attached to, and I know where that's at. I believe that one's within Caroline and with the $500,000 tied. And we should be looking at the priorities, I get it, or at the money, I get it, but where are we at with something like that? Like, is that a priority? And I mean, looking at the cemetery, the Nordic Cemetery, for me, that's way down. There's other, as much as I want to, are people dying to get in there? Yes, but at the same token, there's other cemeteries there, and we're not to capacity yet. So anyway, so could you please give Director Martinson a little bit more of a review of this new rental equipment pool for ag? I would like a refresher, please.
Yeah, so the rental equipment pool was something talked about at Ag Services based on, you know, a bit of the change in our community over the last little while, sped up over recent times with new development strategies, but we're getting a lot of calls from non-commercial agriculturalists looking for equipment. So things like seeding. We get seeder asks all the time. In the past, we've considered that not to be a priority for rental equipment because large commercial agricultural operations have a seeder. You need a seeder, you keep a seeder. We're getting a lot of small acreage type operators and 1/4 section type people moving into this community. It feels like we're encouraging that through our development proposals. So trying to provide a need so that we don't have to do enforcement for soil erosion, weeds, things like that. Provide them services so they can seed their acreages and do their non-commercial agricultural pursuits. That was the sort of basis behind that and a change in our philosophy in the past. The cemetery, it is, even though there's 3 cemeteries, this is the last place you'll be able to intern yourself in Nordegg. So we are 2 to 4 years out from having to basically come to council and say, what would you like us to tell people in that community that want to be interned? Would we suggest they come to Rocky? Would we suggest they go to Revelstoke? Where, you know, that is a discussion. If this goes down the priority list too much longer, for too many years, we will be having that discussion with council, and we'll be having a discussion with the only community in our county that has to drive over an hour to have a funeral. So that is sort of the reason we're driving the cemetery. You know, it's not an award-winning cemetery. I've heard that said out there. We are not trying to win an award with the cemetery, and it is not necessarily, we don't believe, a frivolous design. It is a necessity in the community, and I think it maybe gets sort of forgot about until we really need it. But I'll tell you, sitting in front of folks in the past that have been struggling to find a place for the loved one, not a super easy conversation to have, and we will all be having those conversations if we don't keep this in mind as far as needing it eventually, or being able to have a really good plan on what we expect our folks in our growing community to do at end of life. I think those were the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I don't actually know where, maybe I'll just, because my direction changed a little bit. I think there's a number of these items, these projects that are gonna provide a benefit to the community for many, many years, over 50 years. So I think those have to understand that you're gonna amortize that investment over that 50 years. So yes, it's gonna be difficult up front. I think what the key message for me is that we give direction to administration as they go in to prepare a proposed budget for 2025 and what is practical to be achieved within that budget. Because quite frankly, the people that sit on this side of the table may not be the decision makers come when it is budget time to continue the next budget after this upcoming budget. So you want to make sure that administration has the priorities they need to do a sound capable budget that leads us toward the vision that we've indicated up to now, and I appreciate the exercise here to do that. We can't give any, I don't believe we can give certainty for projects any more than the budget cycle that we have, or this council, or this group of 5 right now has moving into the future. I think it's great to have the discussion about where the future is. If you would have asked me 7 years ago, I would have scratched anything that said Nordig. I have grown to know more about that project and that community and that vision, and I'm much more supportive of that than I was before. And that's another one of those long-term commitments. We have a vision for that many councils have endorsed, and I don't think we want to pull a plug on that. I think we need to keep some priorities on that development moving forward as we bring in other community priorities as well, whether it's an ag rec facility or whether it's things to do with improved transportation or new bridges or whatever. I think we just need to give that direction to administrations, then come back with a budget that we can achieve success with in 2025.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Look across the room to Director Hagan.
Thank you, Ruth Swanson. And if I can just try and lend some perspective between priority and funding availability. Your priority is recognizing and displaying how important you see each of these projects as being to the community. The availability of funding, I would say, does not move a project up or down in terms of your priority, as Mr. Emmons said. It should still be the same amount of priority. What it may affect is when you do it. If grant funding comes available, you'll probably do it sooner rather than later if you hadn't identified another source of funding for it. By the same token, there may be grant pressures that dictate when something needs to be done, even if it isn't your highest priority. So there's going to be some conflicting struggles here as we go along, and it's really all a balancing act in terms of balancing the priorities with not only the funding resources, but the staffing resources, contractors, that sort of thing. Because we could get funding tomorrow for a project, but we may not be able to secure contractors or enough staff to get it done right away. So that's really where the balance comes in, and I would say if something is your number one priority, it stays your number one priority unless something is identified as being more important. By the same token, if you suddenly get funding for your 20th priority, it may still well be your 20th priority, but you do it sooner rather than later. And I'd really encourage, although we do plan for the next fiscal year, we really do need to think in advance, especially if we want to avoid debt or we want to avoid increasing taxes, especially in any particular year. Is that good financial planning that we can do this on a gradual basis, and as we look out and say this is the priority, but we don't think we can do it until this year, we need to have a plan to be putting that money away every year. That's why it's so important that when we're going through the budgeting exercise, we're planning to have a surplus that can be put away and earning interest for future projects, that we don't have to go back and either have to borrow or raise taxes significantly in any one particular year. So all of it is a balancing act.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Lai.
Oh, no, it's...
Okay. Okay, all right. I guess for me, the first 6 I'm fine with, because at this point in time, I believe our provincial government is aggressively advocating to bring in economic development into the province. And if we are going to be seen as a place for expanding our revenue stream outside of oil and gas, that will be critical, in my opinion, to have those that infrastructure in place. And we had 75-cent dollars on those particular projects, so for me, 1 through 5 is I'm fine with, and going forward. The airport capital, I realize that is still a decision. We have a managing partner on that. To me, it's not a high priority, it's in the middle of the pack. it's not as high as I would see it if we just discussed this morning in regards to the tendering process, whatever, so I would push the airport capital down to the middle of the pack. Higher than the Nordic trestles, but, yeah, probably around there, 22, 23. Yeah, some more Brinky Lights, so we'll have some more to the conversation. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Didn't we carry forward money for the airport terminal from last year? Like what's projected here for 25? Is that additional or is that a carry forward
Mr.
in number 7?
Yeah, so there's just over $800,000 in a restricted surplus currently, but again, it can be reallocated at any time. So it doesn't quite meet the fully funded mark at $1 million in 2027. So that's why it's on the list, and it's not, there's no council motion saying, yes, for sure, we're going forward with this project on this date for this amount of money. So there's still some movement there that could happen. So again, it just needs to be prioritized as far as, yes, we are going to do something there, and this is how much we plan on spending, and this is the year in which we plan on doing it.
Okay. Yes, on another aspect of the first ones here, and I agree they are priority. On the broadband, there's the unanswered question of what is it going to cost to operate this system, and the best way to answer that is to do a part, and then you have real information to go with. So depending on the grant conditions, if the areas that have no development yet, like part of 3, 4, 5, and 6, are pushed back, that spending is pushed back to allow the development of areas like Fair and Nordic that already have infrastructure, then for those years there'll be more funding for other projects.
Okay. All right. So with that, again, we're looking at the opportunity to I will just add here that yes, there's core backbone on 3 of the 6 phases, and we are the UBF grants will be further discussed. I'm looking to Director Hagan. The UBF grants will be further discussed at the next September Broadband Committee meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's just whether we need a priority or not. Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just with your last comments, Ms. Serhan, you had said that these are the projects that are not fully funded. So is there a different list that has the funded projects that they're somewhere else? Because maybe those projects are the ones that we can remove to fund these projects.
Ms. Serhan.
Those are the ones that were council decisions were already made. So the bridge rehab, the asphalt overlay, the resource road is one that's maybe could be canceled and use that money elsewhere, but the rest of them are really core services that this council has already decided they want to move forward on.
Okay, sounds great, thank you. As you were talking about broadband, I do have a question with regards to it. The additional core backbone, I thought that was explained to us that may not be required anymore with the way that it will be built going forward. So unless I misunderstood the way that Mr. McDonald was explaining that, I didn't think that was required any longer.
Go ahead, Director Hagan.
Thank you, Ruben, and I won't get into too much detail because it's more properly discussed at the Broadband Committee. But what is represented here is our original estimate of phase 3 of the core backbone out towards Condor. That phase for fiber to the home was not approved
Right.
by ISED or the provincial government. So we have no grant funding available there. We have an application in with CRTC. We're waiting to hear on that before we know exactly what the status of that is going to be. So right now, this is the original estimate here, and as well, the Broadband Committee has directed administration to put out an RFP to get a better cost estimate of what it might look like to go east from Rocky Mountain House in that general direction that phase 3 was looking at as well. So all of that information will be going back to the Broadband Committee.
Okay, thank you for the clarification that that's just the area not being built out from. So I appreciate that. And I know that in the agenda item itself, it's requesting like some funding sources for some of these projects. Would now be an appropriate time to make some suggestions on some potential funding sources?
Ms. Serhan?
I think we would prefer to have a really good, solid, like, consensus from council as to the priorities. Like, I've heard lots of suggestion about moving some of the priorities, so I just want to make sure that we're understanding what council as a whole wants to do for their priorities.
Fair enough. Just the agenda item said priority and funding source, so I just thought we had to give you the funding source at the same time. I just want to put my 2 cents with regards to number 30. It's not as big of a priority for me. I made that clear at the strategic planning day. It's not as much of a priority. I also understand that votes take place and it doesn't have to be a priority of everybody in order to move forward. So I recognize that as well. But it's not huge on my list, particularly because we have not done the public consultation end of that. The high density residential one of Nordegg, so number 39, that has been a piece of the Nordegg puzzle that has been requested continually and can help solve some of the staff issues that are continually seen in that community. So I think that would be an important piece of the Nordegg puzzle. Not necessarily all of the Nordegg stuff needs to be moved forward, but I also don't want to get into a position that, yeah, okay, things have slowed down a little bit right now, but that's because we weren't totally ready when everything was hot. Perhaps if we had been totally ready when things were hot, we would have had more stuff sold, but we didn't have it available. So I don't want to be like, no, Nordegg's not hot, so let's slow down, because then we might miss the boat again. So I think there needs to be a balance with Nordegg in doing that, and high density residential is one of those things that has been continually requested in that community. So it would be a higher important one for me.
Okay.
Some suggestions.
I'm just looking across to Director Hansen. There is a map of flow, and I'm just thinking of the deep services that have to go to this. So would we not have to go through the historical commercial core to get to that high density area? Or I'm just trying to think of, I don't want to include a piece in the middle that doesn't have any services to hook up to if we went that high density or whatever. So just refresh us again.
Yeah, I think it'll be easier. We've engaged our new engineer, Tagish, and WCE Engineering has done extensive work on getting us a revised plan for these phases of Nordegg. And I think they really need to be brought up in a map, you know, kind of explaining how they tie together before budget is set at the end of this year. There's some fresh information, and as well as I think the priorities of how they all closely link together, and there's going to be portions that would have to be constructed for this. That is absolutely correct. But I think that's in a kind of a session of itself, and we'll bring them all back to council. I know, as well as The two items that was the Nordic natural gas as well as the electrification upgrades, you know, that was all to be part of a larger report to be brought back to get even a more broader view of the cost of developing this area. So if I could defer that to a future report, because they all really connect to each other.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you for that. I think that'll be extremely important, and I know that you've mentioned in previous Nordic conversations the electrification upgrades that are potentially going to be required, and I actually think that we can do some outside of the box thinking with that one in particular, and potentially not require it. There's so many new super cool things in communities, specifically resort communities, that might make it so that the hardline long distance infrastructure may not be required, particularly if gas gets there, because baseload power in Nordic is actually handling itself. The base load is fine. It's our peak. Like when the people come out to their cabin lots, when they come out to visit Nordic, that's when we have the issue. So that's exactly what natural gas peakers were made for. Natural gas peakers are designed specifically to handle the peak loads and not need to increase your actual baseload power. And this council just discussed a renewable energy bylaw that could potentially assist with some of those peak power flow issues within that community, and potentially make it so that what number is it on the power line upgrades in Nordic are not required. If we can think outside the box and think that, like, natural gas peakers incentivize renewable energy streams on renewable energy on people's homes themselves to bring down the base load power requirement and or increase the peak power that's available without building hardline power line infrastructure. I think that would be awesome. And I know that I've been digging into that at all the opportunities we have to meet with companies. And I think that there's some real potential in doing that and saving Nordic from having to do more distribution in general, or transmission, sorry, not distribution, more transmission. I think we can think outside the box with power in particular. Sorry, I know that you're bringing it back as a report, but the power one, low on my list, because I think we can do it a different way and think outside the box. But you could tell me I'm completely wrong. That's also possible.
Go ahead, Director.
No, I'm absolutely, you know, I'm excited about, you know, renewable and, you know, the generation through other means. You know, we always have to look at the redundancy to make sure that if a technology like that isn't available, you know, what we're hearing from our electrical engineers is that the demand is only increasing, you know, whether between, for rechargeable vehicles, for example, the loads that we're seeing from residential, we're actually upgrading the service to each individual residential house because the demands are getting greater and greater. I am very hopeful that those other technologies, you know, leaps and bounds, but I guess I'd only caution that we make sure we at least have the redundancy there to support that electrification grid, and if we don't need it, that's fantastic.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Thank you to the Deputy Reeve for bringing up the high-density residential in Nordegg. That is definitely more important. I'm not sure that administration is seeing a solid consensus here.
Well, it doesn't have to be consensus. That's why it's vote, right?
Well,
We all agree
yeah.
there only have to be one of us here. Sorry, really? Like, if we all agree, we only need one of us. Sorry, I cut you off, Neil, I apologize.
And we've been beating this around for a while.
Would you like a break?
No, I'm not sure that we're going to get there, is my concern.
Actually, at this point in time, I would like a 5-10 minute break just to
Well, then let's
have a breath and then.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's go with a 10-minute break, please. 15-minute break. 3 o'clock. Welcome back. We just had a break. We are on item 6.1.4, priority setting. And been going over our list, Excel spreadsheet list, and has identified that we have a working model here to go off as suggested is where we are sitting as far as our priority setting. We have to try numerically assist us versus financially assist us in that realm. I'm looking at, I know for myself, this has been really good to be able to look at the whole list and identify the fact that what's legislated, what's not, what's needed for going forward as far as 30, 40, 50-year investments. Do we want to start doing this now? Should we start doing this? And understanding too that if the longer we wait, sometimes those investments can be more money down the road too. But we can't have, somebody said they didn't have a crystal ball. I wish we had that. So go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I'd just like to reframe this just a wee bit. So let's not look at the projects individually, let's look at the total. So the total's $161 million over 9 years. We didn't have a chance to fill out for 3034 before this. That will be provided during budget deliberations. But even if we divide it out through 10 years, that's $16 million a year. Take off that $51 million that's in restricted surplus identified for parts of these projects. So that's down to 110 million. So that's $11 million a year over 10 years to fund 100% of the projects. That being said, $66 million worth of the projects are in year 1 and year 2 right now. And then the biggest majority of the projects past that are 2 significant projects are the AgRec facility and the operations and administration facility. So I think instead of really trying to nail down is number 34, should it be at 26 and whatever, let's talk about how you see the priorities generally. So what I heard from council is that those first 6 projects on the list should stay 1 through 6.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. It depends on the lens that we're giving to that. So if we're looking at it from a funding perspective, they're a higher priority. For me, if we're removing the funding as a piece of that puzzle, way down the list for me. It would not go ahead of the core legislative required services like the landfill, the dry hydrant requirements, even natural gas. So if you're, if we're looking at it without the lens of partnerships and grants, then it's way down the list for me. So our legislative required things should go at the top of the list all day, every day.
Agreed, I hear that, and yet in these 5, the top 5 anyway, there are grant agreements that are announced, signed, basically sure. And is that, I think we have to identify them as priorities if we're moving forward with those projects, because those projects do get priority in the next few years because those grant agreements have been signed, and unless it's the will of this council to not move forward with those projects, I think we have to identify them high on the priority list because in that case, the grant agreements have been signed. I think in the cases of the other projects, the funding is unsure, or there's maybe a grant opportunity or maybe not, and that's when you have to leave the funding source separate. I think in the case of the broadband projects, because those grant agreements are signed and sure, then that has to be taken into consideration when identifying the projects, the priorities. So given that lens, am I hearing that broadband is the priority to move forward with those grant funds?
Well, they're signed and sealed and delivered, so the way that you're explaining it, our opinion on that is irrelevant. That's a decision that's been done. It has to be a priority. If you're providing the lens that lens that this is, then yeah, it at that point, it has to be a priority. But without that lens, it's not. So we've been given two different lens directions in which to view these priorities.
Well, I think it's just different in that that's the only project that those funding sources have been identified as being guaranteed. The rest of them, of course, grant dollars will be applied for. And if successful, then of course, that project would move back in front of council and say, okay, so knowing that you only have to pay 50 cents on the dollar, does that move that up on the list as far as timing goes? And that's how I view it anyway. I know. And then after those projects that are, 20 or 30 cents on the dollar that is contributed through Clearwater County, what's the next category of projects that are the priority? Is it
legislated?
Legislated. So the landfill project, and what was the other one? Sorry, the Lesaville wastewater project. So after that, so that's 6, 7, 8. What's number 9? What's the next project that's the most important? What's the priority for this council after those projects are taken out? There's motions from the Strategic Planning Committee that says the ag-rec facility and the operations and administration facility are high priorities.
So you have go ahead, I've got blinky lights up here. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed, and then I'll go Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I think those have been discussions around priorities. I don't know if they're achievable within the time frame where we're talking about. It's not going to be a budget decision for 2025 or maybe even 2026. We need to have that additional information in order to commit that. I think it can still remain a priority. It is for me, both those facilities, but it will have to be with a rationalization of what that will be and a price tag associated with it. From my personal view, the first 5 on here could be combined, but if we're itemizing them out. The other thing I wanted to mention is that if we tally up the overall expenditures of that $161 million, a lot of that is related to Nordeg development. And we had a philosophy that was very successful for a long period of time, and that was Nordeg development, paying for Nordeg development. In our excitement for that community, we have kind of put that into a fast forward. It may take a bit of a rationalization. It's still important. Each one of those projects are important. That may be the phasing, or some of those projects may have to be pushed out a little farther, I believe. They're all good projects, but they may have to be, maybe there has to be a rebalancing of that Nordeg development paying for Nordeg. We want to make sure we have the right energies put to keep that momentum going forward, but maybe a readjustment of the balance, how we approach there, if we can't do everything, because I would like to do everything. I would pull the pin and say, let's do it all right now and get it done as quickly as possible. This is doable. Why wait for our community to start benefiting from the economic development that all these projects will support? But having said that, I know that there is a discomfort with accessing debt in order to meet those needs now, so I can appreciate that. And that's one of those things I think you have to go back to the community and understand, are they more supportive of the quality of life that these projects will support, and paying for it over time through debt. And right now, I haven't seen the public really support going into debt. Although I believe these are important projects, we're just gonna have to temper the enthusiasm and vision for our community and space them out a little longer. And I am encouraged that we show through this that we can achieve this, all these projects in 10 years. It's not outside of what we've seen. It's just we can't do it all at once. We need to space it out enough. And which one is the priority? And I think that's what administration has been trying to get us to give some indication so they know how to work.
So are you suggesting a different priority in the
Well,
list?
I'm suggesting that many of those projects that start with N, be prioritized over a period of time, so we're not investing more than a certain percentage of our capital budget into that hamlet. And I think there's some key points that we need to do. Perhaps it's, right now, maybe it's natural gas into that will spur the next level of development. Maybe we don't have to have quite as large an inventory of commercial core properties. Maybe we don't have to go into the development of additional residential spaces, as long as we have inventory for a few years. That's my suggestion, is that some of those projects could be phased more by need than being very proactive and looking to the future and having all these great things already ahead of us. I think might have to develop as need arises, or more close to the point that we anticipate need arising. I think it was indicated that we're running short of cemetery space. That's something that is a long-term investment, but key to the quality of living, or those living in the hamlet. I think maybe we need to put some energies towards that.
To PDF the projects that are related to the Nordic Draft Development Plan that I had with, now I don't know if it was with the budget in 2024 or the January strategic planning meeting, but it separated the projects into 3 different categories. One was carry forward from the previous year, or projects that have been started, saleable, not yet started, and municipal projects, no saleable portion, not yet started. And the total of those 3 categories is $29 million. And I'll just send that to Michael so you can put it up on the screen.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Hansel.
So, since I'm gonna provide a little bit more context with, the future report is gonna come back for Nordic. So I'm gonna try to describe it as best I can for the benefit of council, in this priority setting. The decision can be made, once the final report comes back. But, for example, the historic commercial core phase 2, it ties closely with the continuation of Stewart Street from the museum up to Elizabeth Ave. So those 2 projects, they're actually at the detailed design stage, ready for construction basically for next year. A lot of the interest that we have been given, because we already have commercial core land available, no sales as of yet other than 1 lot, seem to be getting a lot of interest, and councils expressed a lot of interest in the high density commercial, which is the next section lower. So it very much aligns actually with our plan that we've been creating, is actually the new Center Street connection that would go through those existing mobile home parks up through. We're actually having to likely move the alignment down into that resort commercial area, It's on the actually, and then come up there and then tie into Center Street. We need to be able to provide access for the existing area. We need one of those roads to be completed one at a time. Basically, if we're gonna construct the Center Street connection, then we leave the Stewart Street connection as well as that Phase 2 historic commercial core alone. We'll get this connection done first, and really it would be a sequence of timing. And that would, you know, if we were just going to lay it out right now as part of how we could focus the report, would be just that, is actually focus on getting that Center Street connection through the resort commercial up to Center Street, and then maybe defer the Phase 2 commercial core and that Stewart Street road upgrades, for example, till the next phase. And that would, you know, we could push that down the timeline, and we could give you a proposed timeline with that. And I think that kind of supports where Councillor Lougheed was, that it sounded like I seen some head nods that we're looking to try to maybe space it out. We actually do have a very condensed version of Nordic development right now. But if they alluded to that type of direction right now, then we could, you know, formulate the report and get a good recommendation to come with something like that.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you want to comment, Councillor Lougheed?
Actually, didn't have it, but I will just say that I did do some rough arithmetic, and it's 37 million over that nine years. That's a substantial amount, but approachable if we look at kind of budgeting between $4 or $5 million, something like that every year, and over that period of time we accomplish all the good things we hope for Nordegg. It's just kind of setting a priority, which ones are first, rather than kind of a lot at once. And I think you have a greater chance of success if we do kind of remain truer to that philosophy of Nordegg development, supporting Nordegg development as well. There are periods of time where it's, you know, certain projects are not going to create that, but it's the overall vision and end goal, I think, that we can stay true to.
Yeah, I would agree. All right, Ms. Serhan, do you have a comment on this too?
Yes, just remembering that the tax revenue is covering the operations of Clearwater County and those core services like asphalt overlay, paving, bridge reconstruction, IT capital, and gravel road rehab. There's a few others on the list, but that's the gist of it, that the tax revenue is covering the operations, programs, and services, the way they sit, and those core capital projects that support those services. So even if you're wanting to see Nordegg development average out more like the $3.5 million over a year, over the 10 years, instead of focusing it all in 25, 26, and 27, that's still additional funding that has to come from somewhere. So is that, are you going to take that $51 million that's in restricted surplus and call this your priority? Or is tax revenue going to increase to cover these priorities? And again, this is the challenge with trying to fund or look at the funding with the projects. But if just remembering that there's no funding source identified except for that $51 million that's already in restricted surplus for these projects, and are they a high enough priority to increase tax revenue? And also keeping in mind, there is some additional assessment that will be hitting the assessment base for Clearwater County in 2025. Let's just put like 600 things in there for you to think about.
Yes. Yes, I agree. Okay. All right. So as we left off, we've identified, I believe on those, I'm looking down the priority list again. Where did we land on the, I'm questioning, where did we land on the airport capital? Was that staying up, or were we pushing that down the list as far as a priority? Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
For me, I think the necessity is to push it down the list because it's not our sole decision on on making that.
Okay.
We can be a good municipal partner as we always have been, but right now the decision is not solely ours.
Okay, I would agree. Okay.
And then after you get through those kind of necessities, or the ones that you've identified as being your high priorities, out of the I wants that are left, what's the top one?
Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
An ag recreation facility.
There you go. I just want to make comment on that. I agree on that there needs to be a recreation facility. I'm almost to the point where it's like it needs to be a multi-user facility, not just for agriculture. So that's where I'm at, but understanding that once we get through once the presentation comes to us in the fall, in October, once Director Martinson comes back, I will adjust my opinion based on that, the updated information that comes from those user groups. So go ahead, Councillor Graham.
And I see the benefit too in it being a multi-recreation facility. My only concern is we've tried that in so many different places and it never works. And ag is always the one that's kicked down on the priority list. And I don't want that to happen again. I mean, we saw it in Rocky. We see in Caroline, they made them at the 4-H show put plastic over the benches because it caused too much dust, I think was the reason. That's what I was told. And it just, you know, it seems like it's just a matter of time until it's not the priority there too. So I would like to see that, but in an appropriate way so that agriculture is not kicked out of another facility that they're a part of because they helped build the arena and then they got kicked out, so.
Okay, no, I totally agree. Okay. So number 25 is moved up on the priority list. Has been identified. Any other comments on that one or any other, what we see here, what we would like to, I'll just say advance up the list. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melha.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question. Seeing as how we're in a council meeting, not in a strategic planning meeting, how does this work legislatively? Like, it seems like we're having like a philosophical kind of an understanding of priorities, et cetera. But because we're in a council meeting, motions and decisions become a lot more binding than they do in, say, something like a strategic planning meeting. I'm struggling with setting us up to be stuck with the decision, or putting the wheels in motion for a decision that is not ours to make, because we're in a council meeting versus a strategic planning meeting. Those are very different things. So I do struggle with the actual legislative requirements and binding legislation that goes with this.
CO Evans?
You know, I can well appreciate that. Administration was hoping there was enough conversation in strategic planning and enough recommendations forward to council that we were prepared to, council was prepared to have this conversation and priority set, hence the recommended motions. Recognizing that some additional reporting, things like that, could impact decisions. But we were hoping that we'd get that guidance from council and it would be a motion that we could create a funding model and a plan going forward to paint a more holistic picture for council. You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Graham?
I have another nice to have that I haven't, well, I asked what it was, but then when I was reminded, which I did confirm over the break, it's an RFT, or an RFP, I don't remember, but it has nothing to do with my company, so I can talk about it. The Donkey Farm Road, I think we need to maybe take a closer look at that one a school bus can't even go down that road. It's a crazy road. It's maybe a safety thing. And for me, like I put it as number 10 on my list. It's higher up there for me. So I just wanted to bring that one up. I think it would be positive, especially if it's going to be possible to get that one done.
Okay, thank you. Okay, where else? I will say, as identified by Councillor Lougheed in regards to anything that starts with N. I look at the Nordegg trestles and the Nordegg historic mine site, and you know, those are key indicators of economic development. You know, the people that gives them a reason to come into that hamlet and look, especially during summer months. Maybe not so much in the winter months, but for definitely during from May to September, which also, by generating the interest and generating the traffic, also helps support those businesses that are up and coming, and it would also maybe spur some interest for people to invest in that community as well. So as much as high as they are, like for example, the trestles, it's not that I wish the infrastructure, like pushing it down the road, it's not as high a priority. It can be still on the list, but it's down the road. And same thing with the mine site. My only thing about the mine site is Mr. Hanna had the list of Nordegg on there, and to me that getting everything documented digitally, that in that mine site is huge priority for me. And it's a small item, but that to me, we'd have that digitally done, because once we have a wildfire go through there, we don't have that historical documentation other than the traditional photos. So, but so that's the only thing for me that I see on that. 2024, 2020.
What was presented during the 2024 budget, because that first column is 2024 budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So looking at that, we back to the list. We have some solid waste items identified. We also have some Nordegg wastewater and water issues, of course, the natural gas. Where's, I guess, where are we sitting on the list as far as the adjustments? Or has there been? Where does this? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I guess, well, the solid waste, I've already kind of spoken to the fact that they're further down on my list. The natural gas, I struggle with that one, so I put it pretty low on my list. I know other people have it high on their list. For me, it's pretty low, though I put it as number 43, so it's very low.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Okay. All right. So, not sure where we are landing on our list here yet. Is there any other comments, any other projects or priorities here that we want to lift, or are we okay with what's, I'll just say, follows sequentially in here? So we've talked about possibly lifting Donkey Farm Road, natural gas, the egg, of course, the egg rec facility moving up, high density residential in Nordegg, but I know we'll get more information on that come when we have a more wholesome discussion around Nordegg in and of itself. I'm not sure where we want to land. We haven't said anything about the Rocky Salt and Caroline storage facilities. I know they are down the list as priorities, and I'm fine for pushing them down, and as they come to fruition, they'll come to fruition. They're not I know they're a necessity, but where does that land? Go ahead, CO Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. This is a onerous task and we knew it. Perhaps a suggestion might be, would it be reasonable to ask council whether or not you agree with the perspective of legislated services are at the top of the priority, and administration can take the time to adjust that, and even leave this list with council, and we can bring it back to the August and give you guys more of an opportunity, think about it, talk about it, phone each other, email, and I'd welcome you to email Rhonda and I so that we can bring something back that more accurately represents and makes it easier for you guys to direct us. Because truly that's the goal here. But even if you agreed to that first step, as I suggested, if that lands on a motion, then we could at least prioritize that part and start a new list. Is that a reasonable suggestion to assist council?
I absolutely like that suggestion, and obviously observing that there are 2 empty seats at this table, that would give the other 2 the opportunity to review this live stream and offer comments to at this point in time. So although we are quorum and we can make that decision, but as a wholesome whole council, probably the proper thing to do is, yes, as you suggested, bring back as a motion to do those legislative items in, and then bring it back to us as end of August, first week in September, whatever timeline. So, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Eve. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's like you threw me a life raft. So I appreciate that. So I would actually move that we request administration to reconfigure the spreadsheet, moving legislated required services to the higher priority to give us a better understanding of how the priorities should be sitting.
Yep,
Good.
sounds good. Did you have offer a comment too, please, Councillor Graham? Yep.
I will be supporting that motion. I was also gonna recommend that we do safety concerns. So like if there are the waste transfer stations that are a safety concern, that maybe those should be right after the legislative things. And I very much appreciate all the work that was put into this as well, but I will be supporting that motion, and I would love to see the safety concerns right after that, because those need to be up there too.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
And jumping onto that, I think I completely lost the word. It's a project management, but where items are barriers, like where like the natural gas to Nordegg is preventing further investment. So, you know, those would be in higher priority because they are milestone, I guess, issues in the development. And I don't know how you put all that into a spreadsheet, but you know, in addition to safety,
Yes.
those other milestone gateway issues.
Okay. Your light's on, Councillor Lougheed, or is it the ghost?
No, it is,
Ghost? Okay, thank you. No worries. All right, so motion on the floor to bring back the priority list with legislative requirements followed by safety, and I would say those are there's already been some already previously identified with that, and bring it back to a future meeting, future council meeting. I'm not gonna tie you into August. We don't know what's gonna be on our priority list at that particular, council meeting, but sooner than later. We understand that budget's coming. All right, any further comment to that motion? Yep, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Reeve, are we tying Councillor Graham's suggestion of safety to my motion? So do I need to amend it to include having safety follow-up? Or are we making that as two separate motions, just looking for the process? Are we doing two separate or all together? What would you like to see there, Reeve?
Would you like to do that as a friendly amendment to do in addition to?
To amend it to include the safety provisions are added as well? Yep, I can do that. I just wanted to make sure that we're
Yeah, for sure.
all in process here.
Yep, okay. That is agreed upon as a friendly amendment. Perfect. Any further comments, questions? If not, call a question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. And thank you again for setting this out. And we are now moving along into our,
I don't know if Councillor Ratcliffe wanted to comment on what he wanted added in as a order of alignment, or wanted to leave it with what was there. Sorry, he just had mentioned another. Did you want to make a motion to that effect, or do you want to bring that up when this comes back? What are you hoping to achieve with?
And I will leave that to them.
I just wanted to make sure if you wanted.
Okay.
okay. So moving on to reports. We are now at that section in our agenda, and we have the first item, which is the CEO report.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. You might have to forgive me, this is a little bit blurry for me. The July 23rd CAO report, the RMA Spring 2024 resolution. Clearwater County put forward resolution 624S, the interim funding for lost oil and gas revenue. The government of Alberta has no plans to reinstate the well drilling equipment tax. The 35% assessment reduction for shallow gas wells and pipelines and additional depreciation for lower producing wells will remain in place until updated. Assessment models for the regulated industrial property can be implemented in the next few years. As a result of the GOA's response, the RMA assigned the status of intent not met to the resolution. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the deadline to submit resolutions for the September board meeting was July 8th. Resolutions submitted after the deadline will be considered for the subsequent meeting. The resolution deadline for the 2025 March board meeting is January 8th, 2025. The SCM's 2025 annual conference will take place in Ottawa from May 28th to June 1st. The Canadian Emergency Preparedness and Climate Adoption Expo takes place from September 24th to the 26th in Ottawa. The expo is focused on funding alignment, policy integration, and partnerships. The municipality pricing is as follows. A motion for council authorization for attendance and remuneration is required. The Cape Summer Luncheon, Thursday, August 15th, starting at 1 p.m. at the Eagle Builders Building in Blackfalds. Councillors not appointed to the Cape Committee will require a motion to attend.
All right, I'm gonna, that one just screamed. So I forward that particular item to this report. So I got they're having their summer luncheon at Eagle Builders Building in Blackfalds. I think that would be a fabulous little tour to go on. So if council can attend, I know that we have the Condor Public Services Building was an Eagle Builders contract, and they did great work there. And being able to maybe see their facility in Blackfalds might be an opportunity for that networking opportunity as well. So I will make that motion that any of the councillors can attend that Cape Summer lunch. Any discussion on that? I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I had the opportunity to look at the Canadian Emergency Preparedness Agenda.
Yep.
I am not available to attend that. Was there anybody else that wanted to try to attend? Because the agenda looks actually quite good. Does it ever come this way? Does it ever come to the west? Do we know? Do we know anything else about?
This is the inaugural. I did look at it
Oh,
as
it's
well.
okay,
It's the
sorry.
inaugural one. When I looked at, yes, there's some good things. I was trying to put my mindset in that particular, as a rural-based municipality, is there stuff that we can learn from? I feel that closer to home, we'd have more learnings, more best practices to follow versus what they were presenting. It might be, maybe not this year, but maybe next year. Let's see how that, as an inaugural, but yes, interesting. I'm not gonna deny that it was interesting, but I don't know if there have been applied learnings as a rural municipality, so, in my opinion, but seeing none, we're good to go? Okay, so carry on with the scholarships.
Thank you. Clearwater County Post-Secondary Scholarships. Clearwater County provides post-secondary scholarships in the amount of $1,000 to one student graduating from each of the 4 high schools and one homeschooled student in Clearwater County. The 4 schools include West Central, St. Thomas, David Thompson, and Caroline High School. Information on eligibility and how to apply can be found on the county's website.
Awesome, that's great. And we have our action list there and progress. If there's any comments, questions on the CEO report, looking for a motion to adopt the information, adopt the CEO's information. Yes, thank you, Councillor Lougheed. Any other comments? Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to 7.2 is the annual report from the Caroline Ambulance. That was forwarded to me, or to us as council, and I've just attached that as for any comment. If not, looking to make a motion to adopt the report of the Caroline Ambulance annual report, for information. Okay, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to the Clearwater Emergency Services Report. Any questions, comments on that particular report? Question in regards to the Condor Community Center. They had on June 11th, they had an education presentation there on farm safety. Looks like it was well, even though low attendance, there were some good positive comments. So I'm anticipating that will be an annual event. Okay, that would be great. So with that, looking for a motion to accept the Clearwater Emergency Services Report for information. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to the capital status update report. A lot of pictures. A lot of construction happening. Any questions, comments? We have our Director of Infrastructure with us still here, so anybody have any questions? You think you did, Councillor Ratcliffe? Okay. Some of our discussion today in regards to commercial core and things in Nordic that were happening. Yes, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve.
No problem, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Within the hamlet of Lesaville, there's the playground picture here of what conceptual for the playground. And it shows here that it's been ordered. I thought we were looking at doing some type of public engagement, public consultation in the fall with regards to this space and its usage and talk to the community about it. if we're doing the public consultation, wouldn't it then matter what they have to say? But we already ordered the stuff. So why do the public consultation if we already ordered the stuff?
Director Hansen?
Yeah, in the absence of Matt here, I'll do my best to, so Ag and Community Services has been taking the lead on on this project, from a infrastructure standpoint. The communication that we've gotten from them is that they want to move forward with the playground. As such, that was the primary use of the property, was the playground. These have a really long lead time in order to ensure that. This has been vetted through that group, and that's why this one has been ordered, and it's scheduled to be coming here in the fall. Really, the property really lends itself to additional community amenities, and that's what Matt and his team are going to take that lead on, getting that community engagement. You know, we've already heard from some of the members or some of the neighbors there that they don't want their business to become the washroom for the playground, for example. So, you know, we'd want to, you know, maybe we need to incorporate a public washroom on the site, as well as the other community features. But the primary purpose was the playground. We want to get that established. We know where that can fit on the site, so it really is not going to change anything else. And the rest of it, the consultation will be in accordance to how the balance of the site can be developed. So, yeah, we're pulling the trigger on the playground, but the rest of it's very much in the consultative stage.
Sounds great. So this is just one piece of that property's puzzle, and the rest and the community will have input on the other pieces of that puzzle.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Councilor Ratcliffe?
Okay, I had two questions. One was about the lot sales in Nordig, which has already been answered. The other one is about the Horberg gravel pit. I'm just wondering what the budget was for that, and if we're going to be projected to be under budget, or how that sits. For the other projects, you know, you've said this was the budget for that work, and we're going to be on budget or under.
Yeah, the Horberg gravel pit, so that project was tendered and awarded. It was under budget for that. We're not really happy with the aggregate that we've found in there, so we are going to be doing some additional testing. It's a really, the Horberg area, it's an old report that was provided for engineers back in 2011. So we've done the clearing there, so that project is under budget for the clearing, et cetera. And then the next portion would be the crushing, of course. So yeah, so like I say, we're not happy with the aggregate that we've been finding on site. It looks like it'd be difficult to harvest. It is still one phase of many there, so it wouldn't be a 100% lost investment, because it's the kickoff point for every other phase. So yeah, the tendered amount was around that $300,000 and some odd thousand, but I know we didn't exceed the budget there for what we'd anticipated for that line. So, I apologize, I don't have the exact number of what the clearing and stripping amount was, but I know we did not exceed the budget.
Okay. So, but there'll be more work required there, or that will be project? The crushing would have been included as part of the project cost, but if we don't move forward with the crushing on there, for example, then it'll be extremely under budget. So we'll provide more detail, either the follow-up email or on the next capital projects report if council so wishes. Okay, great, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I don't think that you were here at the last meeting during my report. So I just wanted to make sure that I let you know, with regards to the North Fork, the kilometer 65 rebuild there, you got major kudos from our forestry partners about how quick that turnaround was. They obviously had to go around, and it created many delays in their area because their forest allotment is up in there right now. That's where they're working. So they sent huge kudos to you and your team on how fast you were able to turn around that very unsafe chunk of the road and get it usable again, and that you had it shut down way less amount of time than you had originally scheduled. So they appreciated all the efforts that were done there. Just want to make sure I pass that on.
Well, thank you very much. And it's a lot different from an emergent repair. You know, that project there is a perfect example of when it comes to being able to respond to an emergency to repair a road and the permitting that's required, compared to trying to do an erosion scenario, for example, that with the permitting that's required through DFO and Alberta Environment, et cetera. So, you know, given the ability to do the work, the work can be done quick.
It's fantastic.
Get out of our way.
It's fantastic. That's right. That's awesome. Very good. All right, if there's no further questions in regards to the capital status update report, looking for a motion to accept for information. Okay, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that's carried. Broadband project update report. I'm looking for a motion in that was presented at the July 2nd broadband committee meeting. So looking for a motion to accept. Thank you, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Are you up? Okay. Verbal council reports. Let's start with Division 2.
All right, after our last meeting, we had the RMA member visit. That went very well. Great conversations with RMA. We had the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee meeting. We've already discussed some of the stuff that we talked about there in our meeting today. I think it's a great group. We work very well together, and that's awesome. It's great when neighbors get along. Councillor Lougheed and I attended the Clearwater Heritage Grant Advisory Board meeting, and we didn't have any applicants, so it's going to be re-advertised. So if that falls in your realm of things, then please apply. Land Use Bylaw Public Advisory Committee meeting. We discussed primarily definitions and enforcement, and I thought it went very well. Once again, obviously the steering committee meeting is right after that, which is the committee that council is on, and I felt that they were well aligned, the two committees, so that's nice when the council perspective is aligned with the resident perspective, especially when we have such a broad group of people on the Public Advisory Committee meeting. And that concludes my report. Nice short one this time.
Oh, it's all great. It's all great. Any other questions or comments for Councillor Graham? No? Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thanks. I'll be very brief because the hour's late. Ultimately, I had a councillor drop-in session a week or so ago. Great, talked to some great people there. And then the Clearwater County Heritage Grant Advisory Board, it was great to finally meet. Hopefully that group can be successful in getting some funding for great people in the community as well. And I think that's, other than the things we all attended, that's about it for my my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Lougheed? No? Deputy Reeve-Mallow.
Thank you, Reeve. After our last council meeting, we had our RMA check-in, and it's always a great meeting with that group. Advocacy is a huge part of our job, and I think that it's important that we continue to work with them to advocate to the provincial government some of the concerns we even talked about in this very meeting today. So they're great opportunities. Again, you mentioned the ICC and our special council meeting. We had, was that last Friday? Friday before that. Sorry, I was away for a week, so it's thrown me off. And we were able to get some great conversation through that meeting. Then I did, as I mentioned, I was away for a week, and I went to just outside of Vernon, a place called Lumbee, for a family event. They're an extremely active community, and they work directly with their chamber. And I don't know if it's because we sit at this table, but I very much recognize stuff like that now and the efforts that go into that, like moving a park night and all of those things. And I just think it's super cool that they've been able to do that. And I look forward to trying to find ways to incorporate some of the events that community did into some of our communities. I don't know if I can add that to my plate, but I'm sure gonna try. And their municipal offices at each little village. So obviously, I'm sure you've all been to BC. It seems like every 5 kilometers, there's another little community. I find at their municipal offices, most of them have those flow meters that you've mentioned, the flow chargers, and in fact, they even have signs directing people to them so that not just the map on their dashboard for the electric charger, but signs going, you know, electric charger this way. So they're like almost flowing the traffic into their downtown cores and into the downtown parts of their communities. And they put their municipal offices and those flow chargers very close to any amenities there and businesses that they really want people to be funneled to. We have a very big trailer and truck, so we couldn't stop at all of them, but we stopped at several because there's often a playground and stuff there. And I found it fascinating that that's the way that they're kind of funneling people into their community, is using that particular amenity to get them there. So I thought that was kind of cool. And that's, my report is very short as well, but I just thought that was fascinating. And I loved the picnic in a park with a big movie, and we need to do something like that. Maybe in Nordegg. Get an idea. Nordegg.
The historic site did a movie in the park, yeah. Yes, I believe they did that during COVID, if I remember right. They had a picnic at the historic park, yeah, and with the big movie blow-up thing, so, yeah, it was great. Yeah.
We needed a beer there, but otherwise it was great.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. With the rest of council, of course, I was here with the visit from the RMA executive, which, yes, was a quite good discussion. And I also felt that our land use bylaw meeting was positive and constructive. Other than that, my activities have been quiet, although I don't feel any less busy. That's all I have.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Along with you, all the Army member visit was always, they only see us every 3 years. That's on our rotation, so it's been a while since we've been able to have those one-on-one conversations. And what I found most, my biggest takeaway from that was the statement that this would probably be the last rural provincial government in that support. So, but you never know. There's still some time left, and where the provincial government is going, and with all the directions and pivots that they're making, and as we all know, that downloads on us. So let's hope and pray that we see some more good things to come. I did the Brocky ICC with Councillor Graham and Councillor Melhoff. That same day, I went over to do the county greetings for the Chambers of Commerce Executives of Alberta. They had delegations there from across the province. I think they had 56 people there. It was fantastic. I know the Rocky Chamber has already published one of their reviews, and from somebody that's never been into the area, and gave rave reviews, so that was good. That evening, I went down to Olds for on an invitation to from Premier Tech they brought a contingency out from Quebec, a bunch of companies, 16. It was through the Olds Investment Group that also was backing that. So went down for a very short. It was very just more or less an introduction with everybody in the room, and so it was only down there for about 3.5 hours and then drove back. Market on Main, Councillor Cermak and I attended on July 11th. That was actually the first one because the week before it had been rained out. And so it was very warm. Ice cream was hell. Of course, we went down to the Calgary Stampede to watch the local cowboy, Mr. Ben Anderson, win his go-round to make the finals the next day. So that was pretty cool to have a Rocky Mountain House cowboy to cheer for. And did my drop-in session on the 19th. Slow, but I had one drop-in, which was great. And then on Sunday, I went west and toured Christopher Brown, who we all know from Calgary. He came out and wanted to see the Tauntaun Bridge, so we walked out to the Tauntaun Bridge. 20 people walking, 2 people on a quad, and everybody that we stopped was from out of the area. They were either from Edmonton, north of Edmonton, or Calgary. I didn't see anybody local that day, so that was fantastic. when we did stop at the Miners Cafe for pie, because that's always recommended. Ladies were on, they were all dressed in their leathers on a plus 33 day from, on their bikes, and they came from Vernon, and we're like, okay, we're done. We're staying somewhere for the night. So it was interesting to see the license plates from Quebec, Ontario, BC, not just Alberta. There was a lot of out-of-province license plates in Nordegg. So we know that we're becoming a place to stop, which is fantastic. And then yesterday morning on Zoom, Cape started, I'm on the inaugural Transportation Logistics Committee. I'm co-chairs with Town of Sylvan Lake Councillor Ian, I'm gonna butcher his name, Iliosis, anyways, Ian. We'll just go Councillor Ian. And with that, they're looking at hiring a consultant to upgrade that house pass study. We will not be calling it, we all agreed it, even though the location is house pass, it would probably be looked at as a central Alberta corridor. What does that look like going into BC? It's proper with that. And we will be doing Indigenous consultations or start that relationship, continue with that building, looking at a meeting with them before the end of August. So as we go forward, we will be updating not only through the Cape Board, but also through a newsletter, a monthly newsletter that we've, for all the 4 committees that were identified. So as we get them, look for your emails and you'll get updated on all those other Cape committees. Other than that, that's all I have for today. And looking for a motion to accept the verbal council reports. Councillor Ratcliffe, thank you. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. All right, councillor remuneration. Looking for a motion, any questions, comments, or looking for a motion to accept the councillor remuneration for, okay, councillor Ratcliffe. Okay, councillor Ratcliffe will also make that motion to accept for information. All those in favor? That's carried. Looking at our correspondence section, we have a letter from Municipal Affairs in regards to our amalgamation. The Central Alberta Antique and Model Club Antique Days, that's coming up very shortly. What is it, 9 days, 8 sleep, something like that. And then of course the CN Rail, the Rail Safety Week. Any questions or comments in regards to correspondence? If not, looking for a motion to accept correspondence. Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Number 9, adjournment. Looking for a motion to adjourn unless there's some other comments or questions in need. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, I just, do we want to do anything about the Rail Safety Week declaration? Or does that require any action?
I'm just going to defer to CEO Emmons. Have we done, has council done that in the past? No? Please, go ahead.
Typically, Clearwater County has not. We recognize their safety week, but we have not acted on it.
We haven't officially declared anything? Okay, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, looking for a motion to adjourn. Oh,
I will fill in for mine.
okay.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, motion to adjourn. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you, and our hearts and prayers are with Jasper and their wildland fire, or their fire at this point in time, and hopefully the evacuees are safe. So thank you, and see you at the end of August.